Chapter 10, 65 Eastern Mausoleum Immortal City. On the top floor of the spaceship, Chen Mobai sat upright on his futon, with his disciple Luo Yixuan in front of him and his grand disciple Han Jiling, who was beautiful and charming beside him. By the window, there was also the little yellow dragon girl, who had transformed into human form, resting her chin on her hands and watching the clouds drift by outside. Master, over at Wandering Mountain, Luo Yixuan reported to Chen Mobai on the situation of guarding Fanghuang Mountain over the years. Over time, the outer array of the ruins of the overturning sea gate has developed several openings that allow entry. On the eastern barbarian side, many independent cultivators secretly entered and obtained a lot of good things from the Eastern Imperial Court era. Of course, only a few managed to come out alive. The vast majority disappear without a trace after entering. Because that place is located at the border of the Five Elements sect and the Sun-Bathing Sea. In addition to the locals of Dongyi, there are occasionally cultivators from Dongtu Dongyu who, after hearing about the situation, will form groups and take the teleportation array to explore the secret realm. On the other side of the Sun-Bathing Sea, a core formation cultivator named Liu Nensheng was also sent to guard the area. The Five Elements sect and the Sun-Bathing Sea sect have tacitly guarded most of the entrances to and from the Wandering Mountain ruins. These are the fewest dangerous and restricted entrances, which have been carved out by countless cultivators with their lives and blood over the years. However, neither faction monopolized the entrance to the formation. They were willing to allow outsiders to enter when the formation's power was at its weakest. However, if they are able to get out, the gains they make inside will be split 30-30 between the two factions. It's only because Luo Yixuan was taught a lesson by Chen Mobai that things turned out this way. Otherwise, given her personality, she would definitely have taken 70%. The Sun-Bathing Sea originally took half of the profits, but because their reputation wasn't as good as the Five Elements sects, they've now reduced it to 20% to attract cultivators willing to use their methods. As she spoke, Luo Yixuan took out a storage bag containing the harvest she had accumulated over the years of guarding Wandering Mountain. Chen Mobai scanned the area with his divine sense and saw that the vast majority of the items were herbs that were over 1,000 years old, many of which were species that had become extinct in the eastern continent. There were also some damaged magical artifacts, minerals, and even pills and cultivation techniques. Those that Luo Yixuan could keep were naturally not ordinary items, but Chen Mobai only took out the cultivation technique and glanced at it. Interesting, it can be used to fill the library. After reading it, Chen Mobai took out several blank jade slips and re-engraved the cultivation method he had comprehended using the 5 tones of music, and then spoke. Master, the seeds of all these herbs have been collected and delivered to Senior Sister Zhuo. Then Chen Mobai asked about the medicinal herbs in the storage bag, and Luo Yixuan answered truthfully. As the Five Elements sect grows larger, its restructuring has been steadily completed. The 3 halls and 12 departments now require core formation cultivators to hold key positions. Zhuo Ming is now the head of the spirit plant department, responsible for all spirit plants and medicinal herbs within the sect's territory. In these 2 fragments of the Xuan Guangzhou Dao banner, I have already sent them to my master's wife. Luo Yixuan then mentioned something else, and Chen Mobai suddenly realized why Qing Nu was thinking about this disciple when she was refining the heavenly pure water. It turned out she had already established a good relationship with her master's wife. Good, you have this thought. Your master's wife will remember your kindness. Chen Mobai was very happy about this. He had previously felt that Luo Yixuan had some issues with Qing Nu, the suddenly appearing master's wife. Now that he saw them loving each other, he felt relieved. Next, Chen Mobai gave Luo Yixuan some pointers on her cultivation. She broke through to the late core formation stage 6 years ago. This speed wasn't fast, nor was it slow, considering she was Chen Mobai's disciple and had no shortage of resources. However, because she possessed 2 types of core formation spiritual power, and her spiritual root was only considered passable compared to others, she was still relatively weak. It is precisely for this reason that, although Luo Yixuan still has high aspirations, she has come to understand herself better over the years, especially after Yin Qingmei achieved infantile status. She realized that if she wanted to keep up with her cultivation in the future, she would have to rely on external aids such as elixirs. Therefore, it is essential to maintain a good relationship with Qing Nu, the wife of the top alchemist of the Five Elements sect. Moreover, since Chen Mobai cultivates fire-based techniques, if Luo Yixuan wants to consult Qing Nu about her own sea control technique, she should do so instead. Having figured this out, Luo Yixuan, who had been stuck in a bottleneck, successfully broke through due to a sudden enlightenment in her mind. However, Chen Mobai's guidance this time made Luo Yixuan realize that her previous ideas were completely wrong. She discovered that even with the sea control technique, Chen Mobai's understanding far surpassed hers. Master, you are truly amazing. After all her doubts about cultivation were resolved, Luo Yixuan looked at Chen Mobai across from her with a look of reverence. Cultivate diligently and steadily accumulate spiritual power. In another 100 years, you should be able to attempt to form your nascent soul. Chen Mobai used the crown of heaven and earth to estimate Luo Yixuan's cultivation progress and gave her a time point. Luo Yixuan was delighted after hearing it. A century later, she will still be under 300 years old at the peak of her life. After accepting the fact that she was only slightly better than her senior brother, Luo Yixuan felt that her future was bright. After instructing his apprentice, Chen Mobai then inquired about the grand apprentice standing beside him. Han Xiling immediately took out the homework that Chen Mobai had given her yesterday and asked him to correct it. Luo Yixuan glanced at it and was surprised to find that she could only understand a part of it. She wondered if the disciples these days were all so capable. She recalled that Chen Mobai had wanted Han Xiling to be his disciple, but she had politely declined. I felt a little regretful. After all, Zhu Ming, as Chen Mobai's successor, was one of the 4 disciples of the second generation of Xian Enshin, and everyone was convinced of his legitimacy long ago. After Han Xiling achieved the Golden Core stage, the selection of the 3rd generation senior disciples was also finalized. Besides Han Xiling, Liu Wenbai's disciple Song Huangda and Jiang Xingheng's disciple Duan Shuyu are also in the late stage of foundation establishment, just waiting to reach the core formation stage after they reach perfection. In comparison, only Luo Yixuan remained all alone. She used to find peace and quiet, but now she only felt a sense of loneliness. If only I had accepted Han Xiling back then. As Luo Yixuan sighed inwardly, Chen Mobai had already finished checking Han Xiling's homework with satisfaction. During this time, he kept this grand disciple by his side and explained the new version of the Crimson Flame sword manual to her from beginning to end. Chen Mobai's excellent teaching ability, coupled with Han Xiling's own intelligence, has enabled her to thoroughly understand all the contents of the core formation chapter of the Crimson Flame sword scripture. Chen Mobai estimated that it would take her about 2 jiazi, 60 years, to reach the peak of core formation and attempt to form nascent soul. If he has another stroke of enlightenment along the way, he might be able to form his nascent soul around the same time as Luo Yixuan. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai turned his head and glanced at Luo Yixuan, thinking that he should save face for his disciple. After the land was cleared, he would go to Jumeng Dao Academy to get the Great Chun Du and have Qing Nu refine it into heavenly spirit water. After giving Han Xiling his instructions, Chen Mobai also called in Duan Shuyu and Jin Linger, who were practicing war formations outside. While his main body was instructing his disciples on cultivation, his second primordial spirit flew into the heavenly gang with the pure yang cauldron to condense the pure qi of the 9 heavens. Once the myriad swords Dharma body leaves the 5 elements sects territory, it cannot be upgraded to the 5th rank by the Tao Law fruit. Therefore, after returning to the heavenly river realm, Chen Mobai kept his second primordial spirit busy with this matter. Previously, I didn't dare approach the 9 heavens because my cultivation level wasn't high enough, but now I can try. Compared to the previous hard work that only resulted in a lucky stumble upon one, the pure yang cauldron now contained 7. Even so, Chen Mobai still felt that the efficiency was somewhat low. Thinking about the origin of the 9 heavens pure qi, Chen Mobai looked at the 9 heavens tribulation covered by dark clouds above his head and felt somewhat eager to try. The moment this thought crossed his mind, the phoenix facing the sun diagram and the heavenly mandate began to warn him against courting death. Although the second primordial spirit is now considered a true nascent soul cultivator, there are too many unpredictable dangers in the heavenly tribulation layer, so there is really no need to condense the 9 heavens pure qi. Let's wait until we've made further progress in our cultivation, or until we possess a 6th-tier treasure, before attempting to enter it. With this in mind, Chen Mobai piloted his second primordial spirit and obediently followed the 5-element sect spaceship fleet, trying his luck at the place in Tiangang closest to the 9th heavenly tribulation. The auspicious blessing of the phoenix facing the sun painting allowed him to encounter a wisp of pure, ethereal energy descending from the heavenly tribulation layer every so often. He put them all into the pure yang cauldron. By the time they approached Dongling Immortal City, there were already 23 clusters inside the cauldron. With these, the Myriad Swords avatar will be able to unleash 5th-order power in a short period of time. After stopping the fleet of spaceships and sending someone to inform the moral sect, Chen Mobai went to the deck. He activated his divine sense, and his second primordial spirit descended from the sky, transforming into a golden light that landed behind his head. The 5-element sect disciples around them were not surprised, and assumed that their sect leader was condensing a powerful divine ability. The 5-element sect's fleet of spaceships formed a large cloud of fire, which was very conspicuous in the sky. Soon after, 3 powerful nascent soul spiritual lights flew over from a distance. But Shengxi was already very polite to sect leader Chen of the 5-element sect in person. The person flying over to greet him was none other than Shengxi, the leader of the moral sect. Chen Mobai immediately flew up from the deck to return the greeting. It is truly an honor to be personally greeted by sect leader Shengxi. After talking for a while, Shengxi invited Chen Mobai to enter Dongling Immortal City. However, due to the large number of disciples from various factions, they needed to find camps to stay in outside the Immortal City. As the second largest sect in the eastern continent after the Holy Land, the 5-element sect had already reserved the best place for them from the morality sect. Chen Mobai had Duan Shuyu lead the sect's 10,000 cultivators to land and build a defensive line, while he himself entered the city with Shengxi first. "Sect leader Chen, please." Shengxi, holding a whisk, rode on a white cloud, smiling as he led the way. Chen Mobai beckoned to the little yellow dragon girl, who immediately revealed her true form as a yellow dragon and landed in front of him. The moment Shengxi and the 2 nascent soul cultivators beside him saw Huanglong, their eyes widened slightly in shock. Even for them, this was the first time they had ever seen such a true spirit. This is the daughter of Senior Huanglong, who ascended with ancestor Yiyuan. She just passed the 4th-order heavenly tribulation a few days ago. I brought her out to see the world during this wilderness opening. Chen Mobai rode on the back of the little yellow dragon girl and landed next to Shengxi and the other 2 who were standing on white clouds. He then politely introduced the origin of the true spirit yellow dragon. "Your clan truly lives up to its reputation as the orthodox lineage of the One Yuan. I never imagined it possessed such profound heritage." Upon hearing this, Shengxi smiled and acknowledged the 5-element sect's status as the orthodox lineage. Previously, when Chen Mobai went to the 5 Emperors Mountain, Tuda, in order to protect the primordial Tao fruit and his own hope of becoming a nascent soul cultivator, had already stopped allowing the One Yuan Tao Palace to refute the 5-element sect's orthodoxy. The fact that the Yiyuan Tao Palace remained silent was seen by the Eastern continent as tantamount to tacit agreement. In Shengxi's view, the 5-element sect was at its zenith, and inheriting the sacred title of the One Yuan True Lord was more useful to their moral sect than the 5 Emperors Mountain, which was in decline. I wonder if Senior Wuchen has already arrived here. When Chen Mobai rode the yellow dragon and followed Shengxi to Dongling Immortal City, he asked the question he cared about most. This time, the task of clearing the wilderness is to deal with the fifth-tier Golden Flame Sueni. If it weren't for true monarch Wuchen holding the line, the cultivators from the various sects would probably be easy prey for the monsters in the desolate wilderness. The teleportation array has been set up, and Master can come at any time. Shengxi spoke up, and Chen Mobai nodded in agreement, thinking that he could take advantage of the time before true monarch Wuchen arrived to have his second primordial spirit condense a few more clusters of 9 heavens pure qi. He then inquired about the other holy sites. The main concern is Yiqing. After Yuan Qing ascended to immortality, he went into seclusion. However, the wilderness opening has been brought forward, and it is unknown whether Yiqing has emerged from seclusion. The sect leaders of the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect and the Taixu Misty Palace also came in person, along with Saintess Yuan Zhen, Taoist Zhang Pangkong, and others. Hearing that there were familiar faces around, Chen Mobai's brows relaxed, but since Yi Qing's name wasn't mentioned, she was obviously not there. What about the 5 Emperors Mountain? The Lord of Tude Mountain is personally leading the team and is already in the Immortal City, Shengxi said with a smile as she looked at Chen Mobai riding the yellow dragon. I haven't seen my senior brother Tude for a long time, and I miss him terribly. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up, and he used his mind to send a message to little yellow dragon girl to create even more momentum. Shengxi clearly understood his meaning, and the white clouds beneath her feet moved even faster. Dongling Immortal City. Lord Tuda, who had brought several nascent soul cultivators from the Yiyuan Dao Palace with him in order to obtain the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, was talking with Nai Yuanzhang. Both of them were the closest to the nascent soul stage in the Eastern continent. Besides discussing this pioneering work, they also talked about their experiences in the nascent soul stage. Besides the two of them, Nai Yuanzhang also invited Biluo Palace Master of Taixu Pio Mil Palace, Xingji of Xingshan Dao Sect, Hongyun of Hoyun Palace, and other nascent soul perfection beings. Accompanying them were Yuan Zhen, Taixu Dayazi Zhang Pangkong, and Xuan Dayazi of Dayad Sect, all outstanding figures from the Eastern continent. And what a powerful aura, which fellow cultivator has arrived. While they were drinking tea and chatting, Nai Yuanzhang suddenly felt a stirring in his mind and sensed the true spirit of the little yellow dragon girl. Tude frowned as well. He condensed Hunyuan with earth element true qi and was most sensitive to the earth element Dao. He sensed that what was approaching him was a ball of earth element true power that was even stronger than his own. Yuan Zhen, who was telling the palace master of Biluo Palace about how she had preserved her youthful appearance, saw the golden light that lit up the horizon and immediately knew who it was. She couldn't help but say, "It seems that the leader of the 5 Elements sect of the One Yuan Orthodox school has arrived." After she said that, even Tude, with his thick skin, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Chapter 1066, The Rules of Wilderness Development. Chapter 1066, The Rules of Wilderness Development. Dongling Immortal City is located on the top of Dongling Mountain. It is tall and precipitous, and is also the highest peak within a 10,000-mile radius. The most elite group of nascent soul cultivators in the Eastern continent transformed into streaks of spiritual light and flew up from within the Immortal City, gazing at the yellow dragon on the distant horizon. Its golden light shone like the rising sun, illuminating the entire Eastern Spirit Mountain as if it were coated with a layer of golden radiance. The Lord of Tude Mountain had a solemn expression. To other forces, Huanglong was merely a top-tier true spirit bloodline, but to the Yiyuan Dao Palace, he held a sacred significance. In a sense, Zhenling Huanglong is almost synonymous with Yiyuan Zhenjun. In the hearts of all the cultivators in the Eastern continent, this is the symbol of the One Yuan True Lord. Now Chen Mobai, the leader of the 5 Elements sect, has arrived riding a yellow dragon, causing even the older generation, who were deeply convinced of the 5 Emperors Mountain as the orthodox monarchy, to begin to waver. The Lord of Tude Mountain naturally understood this point. Although the Yiyuan Dao Palace no longer had the strength of a holy land, he still had to step forward and say something on this occasion. Junior brother Chen obtained the inheritance left by the ancestor before his ascension in the eastern wilderness. Although it is a different lineage, it is still of the same origin and is the orthodox lineage of Yiyuan. When he made peace with Chen Mobai before, he promised not to refute that the five-element sect was the orthodox one, so Tude simply said that everyone was. This Tude, Chinese letter, is quite adept at using words to cover up his shame. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of disdain. As someone who participated in the entire last peace talks, he naturally knew that the so-called One Yuan orthodoxy was simply a compromise by the Five Emperors Mountain, whose strength was no match for the Five-Element sect. But others, unaware of this, suddenly understood after hearing Tude's explanation. Knowing the inside story, Yuan Zhen sneered and was about to say something when Nai Yuanzhang glared at her. After being warned by the sect leader via telepathy, Yuan Zhen could only reluctantly retract what she was about to say. Kogs. At that moment, a deafening dragon roar resounded through the sky, like a thunderclap on the earth. As the yellow dragon flew towards them, a fierce wind howled and lightning flashed across the sky. The terrifying aura of a top-tier true spirit, along with the awe-inspiring celestial phenomenon, swept over them, causing many cultivators in Dongling Immortal City to widen their eyes involuntarily. Why did everyone come out? Before the awe-inspiring yellow dragon, a clear white cloud crossed the thunder and storm and drifted down in front of everyone. The head of Shanxi sect looked at the top nascent soul cultivators from the major sects of the eastern continent floating in front of him with some surprise. Such a magnificent place naturally arouses curiosity. Nai Yuanzhang spoke first, responding with a smile. Then, looking at the white-robed youth riding the yellow dragon, he clasped his hands in a fist salute. It's been a long time since I've seen sect leader Chen. Your cultivation has improved even further. Greetings, sect leader Nai. I didn't expect you all to arrive so early. I'm the one who's late. Chen Mobai glanced at the many nascent soul cultivators above the immortal city. At the very front were Nai Yuanzhang and his group of nascent soul cultivators who were closest to the divine transformation stage. Behind them were Taoist disciples and saintesses from holy lands, such as Yuan Zhen and Zhang Pengkang. Further away were some unknown nascent soul cultivators. They all looked at Chen Mobai with curious eyes, and many of them also looked at the little yellow dragon girl, who had revealed her true dragon form with longing. However, Chen Mobai did not see Mu Yaoyi of the beast taming sect. Not at all, we just arrived in the last couple of days. Xingji of the Xingshan Dao sect was an acquaintance of Chen Mobai, so he couldn't help but respond. I happen to be hosting a symposium, and both of you sect leaders are about to attempt the nascent soul stage. Why don't we come down and discuss it together? Nai Yuanzhang extended an invitation, turning his gaze away from Huang Long. Shanxi nodded naturally and then asked Chen Mobai. It is an honor. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, his gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on the mountain lord Tude. He smiled slightly and said, Senior brother Tude, it's been a long time. The mountain lord of Tude forced a smile and replied, Junior brother Chen, you've come too. Although the conversation between the two was uneventful, many cultivators sensed the subtle atmosphere contained within it. This is the daughter of Senior Huanglong, who ascended to heaven with the same ancestral master. Chen Mobai introduced the little yellow dragon girl who had transformed into human form to Tude. The latter was very reluctant to admit it, but at this moment he had no choice but to nod in response. So you are the daughter of Ancestor Huanglong. Then I should call you Grandmaster Uncle. In the Yiyuan Dao Palace, Huanglong was also enshrined with an ancestral tablet in a side hall. According to your seniority, you should indeed call me Grandmaster Uncle, but since we address each other as fellow disciples, you can just call me Junior Sister. As soon as Chen Mobai said this, everyone's gaze towards him changed. If this seniority is established, Chen Mobai will instantly become a disciple of the One Yuan True Lord. The reason why the Five Emperors Mountain kicked out the primordial ancestor was because he was too senior. If Tuda admits this, wouldn't that mean he's admitting that Wudi Mountain made a mistake regarding the matter of Hunyuan ancestor? That would be a bit chaotic. Let's each stick to our own points. Tuda said something vague and glossed over. He represents the Yiyuan Dao Palace here. Even though the fifth elder has passed away, he cannot be denied, otherwise the people's hearts will be scattered. Brother Tude is right. Chen Mobai did not dwell on this topic for long. Today, with Huanglong and Tude's words, he had already established the five-element sect status as the orthodox sect in front of the major sects of the Eastern continent. If we push too hard, Third DZE might really turn hostile. That would be a huge disrespect to the moral sect, who are the landlords. Then he and Shenxi and the others landed on the tallest building in the very center of Dongling Immortal City. Seated at the head of the table were naturally the three leaders of the Eastern Continent Holy Land, Nai Yuanzhang, Shenxi, and the palace master of Biluo Palace. Sect leader Chen, Brother Tuda, please take a seat. Nai Yuanzhang pointed to the first futon on the left and right, which was considered a great honor for Yiyuan Dao Palace, a nominally holy place. Chen Mobai smiled slightly and sat down on the futon on the left. Tu also sat down opposite him with a calm expression. Next, the second one from the left is Xingji of the Xingshan Dao sect, and the one on the right is Hongyun of the Hoyun Palace. After all the nascent soul cultivators were seated, Chen Mobai, who saw unfamiliar faces, made a deep impression on them. This position, in a sense, represents the ranking of nascent soul cultivators, a fact recognized by all holy lands. Chen Mobai sat for a while and found that no one came forward to question him, which made him feel rather bored. The young cultivators here have already achieved remarkable success. The future of the cultivation world in the Eastern continent is truly full of vitality. Shenxi, who was in the middle, spoke first. His gaze fell on Zhang Pankong, Xuan, Yuan Zhen, and others, and his expression was approving. Zhang Pankong and the others stood up to return the greeting, their faces showing humility. Chen Mobai thought to himself that he was also a young man, even younger than them, but Shenxi didn't look at him, so he just sat there posing. Even the most outstanding young Taoist disciples and saintesses, like Zhang Pankong, have only just entered the late nascent soul stage, already far surpassed by Chen Mobai. Only Yi Qing could rival him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Nai Yuanzhang first shared some of his insights into spiritual practice. However, in the heavenly river realm, the tendency to hoard knowledge remains, and this is even more pronounced at the nascent soul stage. It's already quite remarkable if they can reveal even a few words about their insights into the deity transformation realm. Even so, their back-and-forth conversation left the nascent soul cultivators present feeling that they had gained a lot, and were all very satisfied. Chen Mobai simply felt bored, but he didn't show his generosity in this situation. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and he only said one sentence. The transformation of the nascent soul into a spirit marks the beginning of merging with the Tao, and from then on, one embarks on the path of the great Tao. After he finished speaking, the leaders of the three holy lands all looked at him in surprise. This is already the core content of the nascent soul cultivation. This person does indeed seem to have received the true teaching of the One Yuan true Lord. Thinking this way, Shenxi was also afraid that Chen Mobai would say too much, so she began to talk about the specific details of this land reclamation. This land reclamation, in accordance with the will of true monarch Wuchen, will open up a 30,000-mile-long wasteland and establish the seventh domain of the Eastern continent, Dongling. This 30,000-mile-long desolate wasteland is centered around Dongling Mountain. To the north of Dongling Mountain is Dongyu, to the east is Dongyi, and to the south is Donghuang. It can serve as a hub connecting the three regions. In the future, the core of the Eastern continent's human race will gradually migrate to this region. West of Dongling Mountain lies the territory of the Golden Flame Lion, which occupies the Shichuo Ridge, a fifth-order spiritual vein. There is a cave left over from the creation of heaven and earth, which leads directly to the Earth's core and allows one to collect the primordial true fire poison flame. Previously, because we were worried that the golden flame Suwani would ignite the primordial true fire poison flame, set off the fifth-order spiritual vein, and destroy tens of thousands of miles of land connected to it, we had let it go unpunished. During this land reclamation, our sect will use the heavenly and earthly Xuanji array to seal the ancient cave remotely. However, since it is the lair of the golden flame Suwani, the seal will not last long. Therefore, we need to enter Shichuo Ridge and kill it during the sealing period. After Shengxi briefly explained the moral sects plan, everyone's expressions turned solemn. Many of them looked at Chen Mobai, who was sitting down. After all, this person had detonated hundreds of spiritual veins in Eastern Wu during the war between the righteous and the demonic, annihilating 1,000,000 demons on the desolate sea, Immortal Island in one fell swoop. In this respect, Chen Mobai can be considered an expert. The fifth-order spiritual vein, Shichuo Ridge, has been detonated. With our cultivation levels, if we are careful not to get too close, there should be no danger. Chen Mobai estimated the power of the explosion when Dongwu detonated it, and felt that if he hid in Dongling Mountain, he wouldn't have to fear it. Sect leader Chen, you may not know this, but the spiritual vein in Shichuo Ridge is actually just a tributary. If it is detonated, it will shake the oldest ancestral vein in the center of the eastern continent. That is also the deepest part of the desolate ruins, where many ancient beasts slumber, some of which are even close to the void refinement stage. Although once they awaken, they may immediately ascend due to the rules of heaven and earth. We are like weeds in the wind in front of them. Therefore, we must not take this risk. After Shengxi finished explaining his biggest concern about reclaiming the land, Chen Mobai suddenly realized. There are still too few participants. I had long heard that many ancient beasts slumbered in the deepest part of the desolate ruins. I originally thought they were at most fifth-order true spirits, but I didn't expect there to be more than that. Therefore, we still need to be cautious when clearing land. Having cultivated his second primordial spirit and the fifth-order myriad sword's Dharma body, Chen Mobai's previously somewhat inflated ego immediately calmed down again. We still need to be cautious here in the heavenly river realm. How long can the seal last? The beautiful Biluo Palace Master, who had the appearance of a woman, asked another crucial question. Master will personally discuss this matter with true Lord Dakong. Shengxi did not answer the question directly. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai realized that to kill a fifth-tier golden flame Suwani, it might not be enough for true monarch Wuchen to do it alone. He estimated that the nascent soul cultivators from the Taixu Misty Palace would also have to take action. Of the three great holy lands of the eastern continent, only the great void true monarch had never met him. I wonder if the mysterious old man who sold him the 4 volumes of Taixu at the Beidou conference was him. With this thought in mind, Chen Mobai glanced at Zhang Pengkong not far away, thinking that he would ask him about the situation of true monarch Dakong after the event. In that case, how should we cooperate? Xingji, who was next to Chen Mobai, spoke up. As the strongest sect below the Holy Land, the Star Heaven Dao sect is eager to take another step forward and become a holy land. So in addition to Star Extreme, 2 other nascent soul cultivators also came. It wasn't just Xingxian Daozong, Yiyuan Daogong, and Fenchen 5 veins that had a strong need for the Tengsheng True Spirit Pill. They almost brought out most of their sect's strength. For this land reclamation, our 3 holy lands will be responsible for advancing directly towards Shichuo Ridge, where the Golden Flame Suwani is located. Brother Xingji will lead the Dongyu sect to advance northward. Brother Tude will lead a portion of the Dongtu sect to advance eastward, and the south will be left to sect leader Chen. During the pioneering period, for every demon beast slain, our sect will award morality coins as a reward. The higher the rank, the more coins will be awarded. I will have someone inscribe the specific details on the cliff face of Dongling Mountain later, so that all cultivators who come to participate in the pioneering can see them. Various precious pills, magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, and so on can be exchanged for morality coins. Except for the true spirit pill of sainthood, Because the quantity is limited, the exchange qualification may only be granted to a few fellow Taoists with the highest number of coins. After Shengxi finished explaining the rules for pioneering the land, everyone's expressions became serious. Those present only coveted the Tong Sheng, Zhen Ling Dan. This means we need to start competing fiercely and kill as many of the monsters from the desolate ruins as possible. After listening, Chen Mobai felt that the moral coin was very familiar. Why does it seem like it copied his 5-element sect? He looked surprised, but it wasn't appropriate to ask questions in this situation. In that case, wouldn't the person who is solely responsible for pioneering a direction have a huge advantage? Hangyun of Hoyun Palace offered his opinion. Their 5 burning heaven veins were bound to the morality sect to deal with the golden flame Suweni, and could not lead a large army like Chen Mobai, Xingji Tude, and the others. Although there are only 4 directions, they can be further subdivided into the 8 trigrams. Our sect will provide a stage for you fellow Taoists to demonstrate your abilities. Shengxi had obviously considered this as well. With a flick of his whisk, steam rose from the teacup, transforming into a map of the desolate ruins centered on Dongling Mountain. It was then covered with the phantom image of the 8 trigrams, with the 5-element sect, the 1 Yuan Dao Palace, the Star Heaven Dao sect, the Fire Cloud Palace, and other forces placed on it as chess pieces. Next, the most elite nascent soul cultivators in the Eastern continent began a more detailed discussion about the reclamation of the land and the division of areas. Chapter 1067, Matters of the Upper Realm. Chapter 1067, Matters of the Upper Realm. Chen Mobai listened most of the time, only speaking up when it concerned the 5-element sect, trying to advocate for himself. Shengxi fully considered the opinions of everyone present. After all, although the main force for this pioneering work was the 3 holy lands, the numerous nascent soul sects were also a force to be reckoned with. Especially during the Great War between good and evil, the 3 holy lands all lost some manpower, making it even more necessary to fully mobilize the enthusiasm of everyone. The general plan remained the same, but the number of the original 4 main paths for clearing land was increased to 8. Centered on Dongling Immortal City, it is named after the 8 trigrams of Kayan and Kun. As previously agreed, the 5-element sect was assigned the Kun position in the due south direction. The 1 Yuan Dao Palace was responsible for the Kan position, and the Star Heaven Dao sect went to the Kayan position. Hangyun, eager to make a name for himself, led the 5 blazing heaven veins to the southwestern Zhen region, which the 3 holy lands allocated to him. However, they requested that the elites of the 5 blazing heaven veins assist the 3 holy lands when they officially launched the campaign against the golden flame Suweni. The main forces of the 3 holy lands were stationed on the west side of Dongling Immortal City, which is the lair of the golden flame Suweni, Shichuo Ridge. The remaining vacant positions were opened up by the 3 holy lands to all forces and independent cultivators participating in this land reclamation. Every cultivator who slays a demon beast in the desolate ruins can exchange the beast's corpse or inner core for morality coins in Dongling Immortal City. First-tier monsters can be exchanged for 1, 5, and 10 morality coins respectively, based on their superior, middle, and inferior grades. The second-order numbers are 100, 500, and 1,000. The third tier consists of 10,000, 50,000, and 100,000. The fourth tier, 1 million, 5 million, and 10 million. Fifth-tier monsters don't have upper, middle, or lower levels. They're all priced at 100 million. However, in this newly reclaimed area, there is only one fifth-tier true spirit, the golden flame Suweni. If anyone present is capable of single-handedly killing the golden flame Suweni, the moral sect is willing to directly offer a saintly true spirit pill. So, if 100 million morality coins were available, one could exchange them for a saintly true spirit pill from your sect, right? After listening, Chen Mobai grasped the key points and couldn't help but ask a question. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at him with surprise. He wondered if this sect leader Chen was really planning to kill the golden flame Suweni. Chen Mobai certainly didn't have that thought. He just felt that 100 million was not an impossible amount to achieve. According to the standards of the moral sect, wouldn't he be worth 100 million for killing 10 fourth-tier high-grade demonic beasts? It's not like we have to kill the golden flame lion. Sect leader Chen has misunderstood. I only said that slaying the golden flame Suani can be directly exchanged for the saintly true spirit pill, but I don't mean that it can be exchanged for 100 million moral coins. Moreover, this amount is a bit too exaggerated, and I estimate that no one present can complete it. As I said before, after the pill is completed, our sect will select the fellow Taoists with the most moral coins and bestow the excess saintly true spirit pills upon them. Shengxi, however, remained clear-headed and was not swayed by Chen Mobai. It only means that killing the golden flame Suani is worth one true spirit pill of sainthood, but 100 million morality coins is not enough. However, Shengxi still felt that it was impossible for anyone to accumulate 100 million. What a pity! After hearing this, Chen Mobai shook his head regretfully. Upon hearing his words, everyone's expressions became even more strange. Some people thought of Chen Mobai's terrifying deeds in annihilating 1,000,000 demons in the desolate sea in eastern Wu, and couldn't help but shudder. If the primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder were to be repeated in the desolate ruins, it seems that earning 100 million morality coins wouldn't be a difficult task. Someone immediately informed Shengxi of this viewpoint, and the latter couldn't help but gasp, thinking how fortunate he was that he hadn't agreed earlier. Otherwise, he would probably have been burdened by some unknown evil force. Sect leader Chen, there is one more matter. The purpose of opening up this desolate wasteland to transform it into the Eastern Mausoleum domain is to make this area the future center of the Eastern continent's human race. Therefore, it would be best not to use any spells or supernatural powers that are against the natural order, lest it turn into a vast expanse of scorched earth, devoid of life and vitality. Upon hearing Shenzai's words and seeing the fearful looks in the eyes of everyone present, Chen Mobai knew that they had misunderstood. Sect leader Shengxi, rest assured, if the primordial 5 elements extinction divine lightning is to detonate the spiritual veins, it will require years of refinement using a grand formation. Senior brother Tude can also testify to this. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately stated that detonating the spiritual veins was not a simple matter, lest potential opponents be scared away again. It is indeed impossible to do within a few years, but junior brother Chen's array formation skills are extraordinary. With enough manpower and a suitable spiritual vein, it should be possible to do it in about 10 or 20 years. Tude said something that left Chen Mobai speechless. Over the years, his titles as a 5th-tier weapon refiner, 5th-tier array master, and 5th-tier talisman maker have become well known in the eastern lands through the 5 Elements Merchant Guild and Zion Ancient Shop. This land reclamation is mainly about getting things done quickly, so it shouldn't take that long. Shengxi was relieved after hearing this. The key to defeating the Golden Flame Suani is speed. This early land reclamation was also intended to catch them off guard. If none of you have any objections, then the rules will be set as follows. Shengxi pointed to the desolate map and Bagua layout formed by water vapor in front of him, along with flags representing the 3 holy lands and the 5 elements sect, among other forces. Good. Chen Mobai and the others all nodded. This land reclamation mainly relied on everyone's own abilities. The 3 holy lands only have eyes for the golden flame lion, while the 5 elements sect, Star Heaven Tao sect, and others below the holy lands are trying to accumulate enough morality coins to put themselves at the forefront of the queue for exchanging for the true spirit pill of the sage, outside of the 3 holy lands. The Starry Sky Tao sect, the 1 Yuan Tao Palace, and the 5 elements sect, these 3 superpowers, second only to the holy lands, have each been allocated a complete region. However, this is certainly not comparable to the combined might of the 3 holy lands. It's estimated that they might not be able to completely clear their respective regions before the golden flame Suani is slain. Besides the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, Chen Mobai also paid attention to the price of the Ning Ying Dan. It was priced at 3 million morality coins. At this price, it's practically impossible for any Golden Core faction participating in the pioneering effort to qualify for the exchange. The morality sect was clearly aware of this, which is why morality coins could be transferred in Dongling Immortal City. In other words, one can transfer someone else's moral currency to another person. However, the moral sect will charge a 20% handling fee, and the transactions can only be conducted within the Eastern Mausoleum Immortal City. This is to prevent cultivators from directly robbing and killing each other for moral coins. As long as they are within the Eastern Mausoleum Immortal City, the moral sect will ensure the safety of every pioneering cultivator. This is mainly a channel open for various sects and forces. For example, as the leader of the Five Elements sect, Chen Mobai could transfer the moral coins of the Five Elements sect disciples to his own account in order to ensure that he had more moral coins than Xingji Tude and others. He can use sect contribution spirit stones or even Five Elements coins of equivalent value as compensation. This is starting to look like a currency exchange. Chen Mobai thought of his own Five Elements coins and the morality coins of the morality sect, and felt that he had been plagiarized, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, there is no such thing as intellectual property rights in this world. After the meeting, the nascent soul cultivators present left in 2s and 3s according to their respective social circles. Chen Mobai was invited by Yuan Zhen to participate in the gathering between the Holy Land's Taoist disciples and holy maidens. This is senior brother Xuan of the Dayad sect. In a courtyard, Yuan Zhen introduced Chen Mobai to the only cultivator present whom he did not recognize. Xuan was tall with a slightly round face and a kind smile on his lips. He wore a blue robe with cloud patterns, his belly protruding and his wide sleeves fluttering. Standing there, he appeared very solemn and composed. Listening to the fifth-order echo of the valley, Chen Mobai discovered that, although Xuan appeared to be in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, he had concealed his cultivation level, which was even higher than Zhang Pangkong's. This is a formidable fat man. Chen Mobai had a high opinion of Xuan and took the initiative to speak. I have long admired the Taoist master's name, and I am finally able to meet him today. Sect leader Chen, you are too kind. It is my greatest honor to meet such a highly respected figure as you. Xuan immediately returned the greeting, and at this moment, Qi Jiansu, who was beside him, had also taken out the tea set and began to invite everyone to drink tea. These are shumei tea leaves that were just picked this year in front of the mountain gate. Chen Mobai had been considering whether to bring out his spiritual tea, but upon hearing Qi Jiansu say it was shumei, he immediately abandoned that idea. I've long heard of the name of the #1 immortal tea in the Eastern continent, but I never expected to have the honor of tasting it today. When Chen Mobai, Yu Shuji, and Yan Shayan met in the past, they talked about the various immortal teas of the Eastern continent, and they all agreed that shumei was the best. Each cup consumed adds 1 year to one's lifespan, up to a maximum of 360 years. This is almost comparable to the fifth-order fruit of the great ailanthus tree. As disciples and holy maidens of our sect, we each receive a 5-tael share every 20 years. When we no longer need it, we will invite you all to come and drink it every day. As Xuan spoke with a smile, he also took out a jade box from his storage bag, inside which was the shumei tea he had just acquired this year. He felt a little guilty that Qi Jiansu had to provide all the tea for the guests this time. Thank you both. Yuan Zhen was not polite at all, and looked at Qi Jiansu with great anticipation as he added tea leaves to the water and started boiling. If I had a lot of this, I could sell it to the other 4 continents. Those nascent soul cultivators or even deity transformation cultivators who are nearing the end of their lifespan would be willing to pay a very high price for it. Zhang Pangkong's first thought was to act as a middleman and help sell shumei tea. No problem, no problem. I was just planning to try refining the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill. Could you help me get a portion of the essence blood of a 5th-order true spirit from these tea leaves? Upon hearing this, Xuan handed the tea box he had just closed to Zhang Pengkong, his face full of anticipation. "You wish." Zhang Pengkong laughed and cursed, then shoved the box back. The essence blood of a fifth-tier true spirit is far more valuable than Xuan's small box of Shumei tea. If it's a complete longevity eyebrow that can add 360 years to one's lifespan, then there's definitely no problem. The tea is ready. Qi Jiansu smiled slightly, and with a gentle wave of her hand, she poured out the teapot, ensuring that each cup contained the exact same amount of tea. Looking at the crystal-clear tea in his hand and smelling the faint fragrance of herbs, Chen Mobai couldn't help but drink it all in one gulp. After drinking a cup, everyone's cheeks turned slightly red. This is a sign of increased blood and vitality within the body. All those present were nascent soul cultivators, and with the movement of their divine senses, they had already refined this cup of Shumei tea. It's just a pity that senior brother Yi and junior sister Shan are missing. After finishing his drink, Zhang Pengkong spoke with some regret. Is brother Yi still in seclusion? After hearing this, Chen Mobai asked Yuan Zhen. Yes, senior brother is in seclusion this time and won't emerge for 7 years. We dare not disturb him. Yuan Zhen sighed and said that Yi Qing had already set a time to emerge from seclusion before going into seclusion. If the moral sect's early opening of the wilderness goes smoothly and the golden flame Suani is killed, Yi Qing might not have anything to do. That's a pity, but with brother Yi's talent and ability, even without the true spirit pill of sainthood, he can easily reach the divine transformation stage. Chen Mobai and Yi Qing were sworn brothers who had gone through thick and thin together. When they heard that Yi Qing hadn't come, they looked regretful, but their words were full of confidence in him. I hope so. Yuan Zhen could only respond with a wry smile. In her opinion, the best would definitely be the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, a type of pill. At this moment, Chen Mobai asked about another person who hadn't come, the holy maiden of Taixu, Shan Maiasu. She personally came to the eastern wilderness for a previous business deal with the Five Elements sect, and Chen Mobai had met her once before, leaving a deep impression on him. Junior sister Shan is a void spirit. It seems she received some news from the Central Continent headquarters and needs to be sent as an intermediary to relay it. They also have high hopes for her, which is why she's been cultivating in the Central Continent all these years. She was originally supposed to come, but she's reached the most crucial stage in her comprehension of the void escape technique and doesn't want to miss this opportunity to potentially master it. Zhang Pengkong treated them like family and talked about many secret things. Upon hearing about the void escape technique, Chen Mobai's heart stirred. This thing is so difficult to master. Even the holy maiden of the void couldn't master it. No wonder he couldn't even get started before. Is there news from the upper realm? I wonder if you could share it with me, junior brother. Xuan, however, noticed something else and asked curiously. All I know is that the Grandmaster Taixu Zhenwang descended upon the Linkang immortal realm several decades ago, and then our headquarters received an order from the upper realm. Although Zhang Pengkong was a disciple of the Taixu Dao, he was from the eastern continent and not considered a direct descendant, so not much was known about him. True king of the great void. Upon hearing this, Xuan was greatly surprised. It should be noted that, apart from the jellyfish, the legend of the true king of the void was the most prevalent when the heavenly river realm was established. To them, this was almost like a creator god. Even the 9 heavens demon-subduing ancestor, when meeting the true king of the void, must show the respect due to a junior. Such a being who had long since transcended all limitations has actually returned. Could it be that something terrible is about to happen? Not only Xuan, but Chen Mobai also thought of this. In particular, he also knew that his tortoise treasure was obtained by Liu Lingpei from a statue enshrined in a Taixu temple. And that statue was none other than the true king of the void. However, people in the mortal world regard him as a deity, so he is respectfully called the true god of the great void. I did hear about this from my master who has already gone up. It is said that the true king of Taixu came back to find something. At this moment, Yuan Zhen suddenly spoke up and said something that made Chen Mobai's whole body tremble. Chapter 1068 Secret. Chapter 1068 Secret. Chen Mobai's heart skipped a beat. His intuition told him that what the true king of Takesu was looking for might be the turtle treasure. He feigned surprise and asked, "What is it that the true king of the void is looking for?" Yuan Zhen hesitated for a moment but finally spoke. "It is said to be a treasure called the Gate of the Great Void, which is also the foundational treasure for the creation of this world. The true king of the Great Void once took it to the spirit void immortal realm, but now its whereabouts are unknown." Hearing this, Chen Mobai was even more shocked. The Gate of the Great Void, isn't that the supreme treasure that Taoists excel used to create the universe and star rivers? How did it end up in the hands of the true king of the void? Could this true king of the Great Void be the Tao Venerable of the Purple Cloud? Chen Mobai was filled with doubts, but he could no longer ask these questions. Could it be that this supreme treasure is currently in the heavenly river realm? Xuan's eyes lit up, and he asked the question on Chen Mobai's behalf. Needless to say, a treasure that can attract such attention from an existence like the true king of the void must be extremely precious, perhaps even a legendary innate treasure. If he's not in the spirit void immortal realm, then the most likely candidate is in this realm. Senior brother Xuan has always been very lucky. He might just be able to be chosen by the true king of the void and become his disciple. Yuan Zhen said something in a slightly joking manner, and Xuan immediately realized something. His expression changed slightly, and he lowered his head and chuckled awkwardly. We should refrain from speculating about matters of the upper realm, as they are not something we, with our level of cultivation, can interfere with. Zhang Pengkang also spoke up at this moment. As a Taoist disciple of the Takesu Pyo Miao Palace, he held great reverence for the Linkang immortal realm. Moreover, since it concerns the Grandmaster Takesu Zhenwang, he doesn't want it to be discussed too much. Although Chen Mobai still had many doubts in his heart, he smiled and changed the subject. "Since we are gathered here today, let's talk about the reclamation or exchange our cultivation experiences." Xuan and the others nodded and began to talk about their biggest goal for this expedition, the Golden Flame Suani. This fifth-tier true spirit is incredibly powerful. During the last great war between the righteous and demonic factions, it swept through the eastern barbarians and nearly broke through the eastern mountain to wreak havoc in the eastern lands. Now we have to go to its lair to fight again. I wonder if true monarch Wuchen and true monarch Dakang can kill it by joining forces. We can definitely kill it. The key is whether we can stop the Golden Flame Suani from detonating the spiritual veins of Shichuo Ridge before it dies. Xuan was full of confidence in the strength of the pioneering army led by the Moral Sect. As the oldest sacred site in the eastern continent, the Dayad sect's profound heritage is unfathomable. The only thing Wuchen Zhenjun needed to consider was how to complete this pioneering work with as little resources as possible. By the way, if the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill is successfully refined this time, will senior brother Xuan to receive one? At this point, Zhang Pengkang asked a question. Master did promise that if our sect had 2 pills, I would be the first person they would consider, second only to the sect leader. Zhang Pengkang and Yuan Zhen had previously revealed the secrets of the upper realm, so Xuan didn't mince words and answered directly. "I really envy you. You have no shortage of all kinds of elixirs." Yuan Zhen looked on with envy after hearing this. Although she was the holy maiden of the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect, she almost couldn't collect all the necessary pills when she tried to form her nascent soul in the later stages. If junior sister Yuan and junior brother Zhang perform well during this land reclamation, we might reserve one for you. This was the only way Xuan could offer comfort. I definitely have no chance. Even if 2 pills were given to my sect, they would belong to sect leader Nai and senior brother Yi. Yuan Zhen, however, was self-aware enough to know that, in terms of both seniority and cultivation, he was ranked at the bottom among the many nascent soul cultivators in the 9 Heavens demon suppression sect. He had never even considered using the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill for this expedition. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's heart stirred. If the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect only had one pill, Nai Yuanzhang and Yi Qing would probably have to fight over it. However, if Yi Qing misses the opportunity to participate in the early opening of the wilderness by the moral sect, he will definitely not be eligible. Even if Yuan Kink were here, there wouldn't be much she could say about this. After all, both Nai Yuanzhang and Yi Qing were his disciples. However, the Taixu Misty Palace is certain to have two Tong Sheng True Spirit pills, because two nascent soul cultivators intervened during the last battle between the righteous and demonic forces. Is the palace master of Biluo competing for one pill, and junior brother Zhang and junior sister Shan competing for the other one? Qi Jiansu, who had remained silent until now, poured everyone another cup of shumei tea, and then asked softly, "I'm afraid neither my junior sister nor I will be able to get the other one." Zhang Pengkong shook his head, looking regretful. The great ancient True Lord, who was invited by the great void True Lord to help, is a nascent soul cultivator from the southern continent's Taixu Misty Palace, so the other one belongs to the southern continent. Besides this golden flame Suweni, are there any other fifth-tier true spirits in the desolate ruins? After listening, Chen Mobai asked a question. With so many people present, one furnace is definitely not enough to go around. Now that we've gathered a large army of righteous cultivators from the eastern continent, let's take this opportunity to wipe out a few more. Over the past tens of thousands of years, our sect has basically cleared them out. Most of the remaining ones are in the deepest part of the desolate ruins. Otherwise, they are the bloodline true spirits of those demon royal courts, which are not easy to deal with. Xuan's words brought to Chen Mobai's mind scenes of the bloody battles of pioneering. The Eastern Continent Holy Land has maintained its lineage of gods through this method, but who knows what it will do once all the true spirit bloodlines are wiped out. Has your sect never considered raising fifth-tier true spirits? Chen Mobai asked a question. The main ingredient of the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan is the essence blood of demon beasts. It's like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. In his opinion, as a member of the immortal sect, it's a bit of a waste. Sect leader Chen, you may not know this, but this pill formula is derived from the ancient Great Tao pill. If it is to have the effect of assisting in the nascent soul stage, it is necessary to refine the power of the Great Tao contained in the true spirit bloodline. 10,000 years ago, our sect also tried the method you mentioned. For this, several generations of our sect's nascent soul true monarchs even traveled to the Central Plains to consult the myriad spirit sect, and indeed they successfully raised two fifth-order true spirits. But in the end, it was discovered that the power of the Great Tao within the bloodline of a true spirit is limited. Once it is extracted, even if the essence blood generated afterwards still contains the power of the Great Tao, the effect of the true spirit pill refined from it will only be 2 or 3/10 of the first time. Its ability to assist in the nascent soul stage can be said to be negligible. After listening, Chen Mobai asked about the Great Tao pill. This time it was Yuan Zhen who answered. These things were generally known to the upper echelons of the Eastern Continent Holy Land, but Chen Mobai was hearing about them for the first time, and his expression suddenly became clear. I see. The pills related to nascent soul in the Heavenly River realm are basically derived from the Great Tao pill. The same applies to the Heavenly Spirit pill of the Myriad Spirits sect. However, the Great Tao pill is too domineering. No matter how strong or high-ranking a true spirit is, only one pill can be refined from it. For holy lands like the Heavenly River realm, this was also considered a waste, so more efficient pill formulas such as the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill were subsequently developed. Even so, Chen Mobai still felt it was a waste. If we could obtain the pill formula and have Yuangsu and others from the immortal sect study it, we could probably reduce costs and increase efficiency. Unfortunately, this elixir formula is the lifeblood of the Dayad sect. Let alone looking at it, even just asking around will make them wary. He possessed the nascent soul pill formula from the Jellyfish Palace. He was willing to exchange it, since both the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect and the morality sect were more suited to the water attribute Tei 3 pills. It's a pity this thing can't be seen in the light of day. If you take it out, you might face pursuit from the Jellyfish Palace, the #1 power in the Heavenly River realm. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai suppressed his thoughts. I did hear from Yuan Zhen that the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect possesses a recipe for the Great Tao Pill, but due to its low efficiency and other special reasons, it has been sealed away and is no longer in use. We could try to find a way to exchange it with the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect in the future. Because of the good neighbor, the Dayud sect, the Nine Heavens Demon Slaying sect has not spent a lot of resources to train high-level alchemists for the past few thousand years, and this alchemy formula has long been shelved. Chen Mobai believed that with the research level of Qing Nu, or the immortal sect, once they had the formula for the Great Tao Pill, they should also be able to research the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill. We cannot overlook the value of other treasures during this exploration. Most of the desolate areas are untouched by human hands and contain many precious spiritual herbs and materials, which will greatly benefit our cultivation. At this point, Zhang Pangkong brought up the idea of using this land reclamation to earn resources. The few present were arguably the most powerful nascent soul cultivators in the Eastern continent. As long as it's not too outrageous, the three holy lands won't say anything. After the gathering, Chen Mobai chatted with Yuan Zhen for a while on the way, and then left with Zhao Huanglongnu, returning to the camp where the Five Elements sect was stationed. After briefly explaining the rules for this land reclamation, Chen Mobai led Zhou Wangshan and other core formation cultivators to Dongling Immortal City to meet with relevant personnel from the Moral Sect. From now on, all matters, big and small, related to land reclamation will be handled by King Zhou. Of course, Duan Shuyu was still the main person in charge of leading troops and training them. Chen Mobai then sent out his second primordial spirit to survey the Kun position area that the Five Elements sect needed to deal with, and drew a more detailed map, marking the various demonic beast forces and the level of the spiritual veins. Although there was the Eastern Mausoleum Immortal City as their main base, Chen Mobai planned to build another Immortal City as the base and operational center for the Five Elements sect army, since the results of the land reclamation were such that killing as many as possible was acceptable. With his skill in array formations, and with the assistance of his second primordial spirit, as time went on, he mastered more and more spiritual veins, enabling him to set up a fifth-order array. However, if that were the case, the opponent would definitely be even less likely to make a move. Therefore, after selecting the center of the Immortal City, Chen Mobai simply set up a fourth-grade high-level formation, disguising it as a fourth-grade mid- to low-level formation. However, his efforts seemed to have been in vain. Whether it was the Yiyuan Dao Palace or the Burning Heaven Five Veins, after learning the detailed rules for the reclamation, they all followed his example, leading their sect armies to select a fourth-order spiritual vein outside Dongling Immortal City, establishing a camp, and then sending out disciples to survey the monster situation in the area to be reclaimed. In addition, these forces have also begun to frantically recruit people from outside. After all, the desolate ruins are vast, and the tens of thousands of cultivators they brought, though all elite, simply could not cover such a large area. At this time, small and medium-sized forces of independent cultivators, which were previously not valued, became highly sought after. Among them, the Star Heaven Dao sect recruited the most experts because they directly offered the Three Lights divine water as a reward, almost wiping out all the rogue cultivators and core formation cultivators from various forces. After all, the 3 million moral coins required for the nascent soul pill are far too much, while the Three Lights divine water only requires 2 million, and if you join the Star Heaven Dao sect, you can get an 80% discount. Even the core formation cultivators from the Eastern Wu and Eastern Yi regions who came with the Five Elements sect were very tempted. However, Chen Mobai's prestige was enough that these people were only tempted, but dared not take action. After the Star Heaven Dao sect recruited the core formation cultivators, most of the lower and middle-level cultivators went to the One Yuan Dao Palace. Although the top-level forces all knew that Yiyuan Dao Palace had been expelled from the list of holy lands, the lower-level cultivators did not. Everyone thought it was still a sacred place, and Tude also offered various cultivation techniques and secret manuals accumulated by the Yiyuan Dao Palace as a reward, which quickly attracted many independent cultivators and small forces lacking inheritance. This Tude is shameless. The inheritance collected by the ancestors of the Yiyuan Dao Palace has been sold off by him for his own selfish reasons. In the same courtyard, the Taoist disciples and saintesses of the three holy lands were drinking tea with Chen Mobai. After hearing about this, Yuan Zhen was the first to speak out and criticize. Anyway, he's already given a portion of the one Yuan Dao Palace's inheritance to the Five Elements sect, so he can justify giving it to outsiders as well. Besides, it's just some nascent soul cultivation techniques and insights. Zhang Pangkong put down the Zixia spirit tea in his hand, having thoroughly analyzed Tude's psychology. Under normal circumstances, I would definitely have argued with him about this. After all, it is the inheritance of my one Yuan Dao lineage. But since it is during the pioneering period, I must give face to you three holy sites, so I only wrote a letter to advise you. Chen Mobai spoke up. The land reclamation had already begun. All the major forces outside Dongling Immortal City had found suitable fourth-order spiritual veins, established bases, and then began to advance in the designated directions. Because the top-tier demonic beasts in the vicinity have already been cleared out by the moral sect, their current advance can be described as unstoppable. On the other hand, the Five Elements sect, following Chen Mobai's instructions, proceeded steadily and cautiously. Moreover, because the conditions they offered were the lowest among all the forces, their progress was the slowest. Tude will definitely not listen to you. He has refined the primordial Tao fruit. If he has the true spirit pill of the saintly realm, he does have a good chance of becoming a nascent soul cultivator. So I guess he will use all the resources of the one Yuan Dao Palace to get one pill. We need to find a way to stop him. Yuan Zhen continued speaking, revealing that she had long been aligned with Chen Mobai and did not want Tude to have any chance of successfully transforming into a nascent soul. Even if he succeeds in becoming a deity, the one Yuan Orthodox lineage still belongs to me. Chen Mobai, however, looked confident. However, based on his previous encounter with Tude, he felt that Tude's chances of becoming a god were slim. Oh, by the way, the beast-taming sect's army arrived today. After tasting the spiritual tea brought by Chen Mobai, Xuan said something. The beast-taming sect is considered a major sect in the eastern lands, and it also has the myriad spirit sect behind it. Therefore, Xuan and Shengxi went to greet them together. Since Chen Mobai had asked about this matter before, Xuan told them. I am also good friends with Elder Mu Yaoyi of the beast-taming sect. Since I am here, I must go and see him. As they spoke, Chen Mobai took out a communication talisman and handed it to Han Jiling, who had come with him to broaden her horizons today, instructing her to deliver it to Mu Yaoyi at the address provided by Xuan. Oh, this Chen Gixian of the Five Elements sect is quite interesting. I hadn't even thought about going to find him, but he's come to me on his own. In the beast-taming sect's headquarters, a young man with long gray hair and dark blue eyes finished reading the message talisman handed over by Mu Yaoyi and couldn't help but chuckle. This person was none other than Su Taifeng, the Taoist disciple of the Wanling sect. Daozi, how should I reply? Mu Yaoyi asked respectfully, but his eyes involuntarily drifted to a small pig with chicken claws and grayish-white fur lying at Su Taifeng's feet. This is a true spirit raised by the Church of All Spirits, a fifth-tier fox spirit. However, this tanuki was advanced in the western continent and has never been brought back to the central continent, so it is not on the Wanling sect's roster. Upon seeing this fifth-tier true spirit, Mu Yaoyi seemed to have already foreseen Chen Mobai's death. Even if he is invincible at the nascent soul stage, the difference in their cultivation levels will make him feel despair. Thinking of this, a pang of pity flashed through Mu Yaoyi's heart. This is the heavenly river realm. Even if someone is a descendant of the one Yuan true Lord, If the myriad spirit sect takes a liking to their possessions, it's already a death sentence. As he wishes, let's arrange a time to meet. I also want to see Huanglong since he will be my destined spirit in the future. As Su Taifeng spoke, he crushed Chen Mobai's message talisman into powder, blew on it gently, and sent it floating out of the tent. Chapter 1069 Su Wuming. Chapter 1069 Su Wuming. Chen Mobai took the letter from Han Xiaoling. It was Mu Yaoyi's reply, which arranged the meeting place and time in Dongling Immortal City. According to Mu Yaoyi, although the two had met a few times in the eastern lands, they were not close and were likely wary of each other. Therefore, he felt that Chen Mobai would not meet him in an unsafe place. Chen Mobai was slightly disappointed after reading it. He had originally planned to agree to meet Mu Yaoyi outside Dongling Immortal City, thus revealing a weakness and giving the other party a chance to make a move. As the main base for this pioneering effort and the future core of the 7th region of the Eastern continent, Dongling Immortal City has received considerable attention and is certainly trustworthy in terms of security. Originally, Dongling Mountain was a 4th order high-grade spiritual vein. No one knows what methods the moral sect used or how much resources they consumed, but it has now been upgraded to the 5th order low-grade level, and a 5th order heavenly evolution profound extreme array has been set up there. Mu Yaoyi arranged to meet here to put Chen Mobai at ease. The various forces that came to participate in the pioneering work generally had nascent soul cultivators who would purchase courtyards and cave dwellings in Dongling Immortal City. Even core formation cultivators who couldn't afford courtyards would try their best to get a house. Relying on this, the moral sect had already earned tens of millions of spirit stones before even starting the land reclamation. According to Xuan, these were all looted from Baiyuan City. The 5 Elements sect is developing rapidly on the eastern border, and the high housing prices in Baiyuan City are astonishing even to nascent soul cultivators, naturally attracting the attention of the Holy Land. The core of Donghuang real estate lies in the fact that the 5 Elements sect can provide an absolute sense of security. After the Dayad sect thoroughly understood this point, they began to pilot it in Dongling Immortal City and found that the results were truly exceptional. They even mastered the art of distributing spiritual energy. The spiritual energy is most abundant in the very center of the Immortal City, reaching the 5th level. The further outward you go, the weaker the spiritual energy becomes, but even at the lowest level, there is still a 3rd level high-grade spiritual energy. Of course, to thank the various sects that responded to the moral sect's call to come and explore the land, the moral sect directly gifted them a courtyard with 4th grade high-quality spiritual energy, such as the sect leader's Chen Mobai. This means that those who can settle in Dongling Immortal City are either highly skilled in cultivation or extremely wealthy. After hearing this, Chen Mobai felt that he might have opened a Pandora's box in the heavenly river realm. At the very center of Dongling Immortal City stands the Kainyuan Tower. This was also the place where the leaders of the 3 holy lands, including Shanxi, discussed the rules for reclaiming the wasteland with Chen Mobai and the others. When Chen Mobai arrived, he found that Mu Yaoyi had already arrived. He led Han Xiaoling and little yellow dragon girl to the agreed-upon private room and pushed open the door to enter. Sect leader Chen, it's been a long time. Mu Yaoyi, who was sitting by the window, stood up and greeted Chen Mobai with a smile when he came in. Greetings, Elder Mu. May I ask who these two are? Seeing that there were 2 unfamiliar cultivators beside Mu Yaoyi, Chen Mobai returned the greeting and politely asked. This is my disciple Ao Shizheng, who is also the current head of the beast taming sect. The other is my old friend from when I traveled to the western continent, named Su Wuming. He heard that we were pioneering here, so he came to take a look. Mu Yaoyi introduced the 2 people beside him, but Chen Mobai completely ignored Ao Shizheng and looked at Su Taifeng, who was standing to the side, with a slightly surprised expression. Having lived in the heavenly river realm for so many years, he had long since adapted to local customs and was used to listening to strangers he met with the sound of the valley to test their abilities. However, with his current 5th-level empty valley voice, Su Wuming was completely unable to detect anything from him. It's like an ordinary, stubborn rock, or an unremarkable barren mountain. This represents two possibilities. First, this guy in front of me has mastered a 5th-order spell that can block the sound of an empty valley. Secondly, he possesses a special treasure that conceals his cultivation level. Of course, Chen Mobai also wondered if Su Wuming's cultivation level was higher than his, and if he was a nascent soul cultivator. But he quickly dismissed that idea. If he were a nascent soul cultivator, Teng Xianji would have issued a warning from the heavenly heart when he came to the meeting today, warning him of severe danger. Su Wuming greets sect leader Chen. Su Taifeng also noticed Chen Mobai's gaze and couldn't help but turn around, clasp his hands in a fist and bow with a smile, then look directly past Chen Mobai and at the little yellow dragon girl beside him. Chen Mobai noticed it. His eyes gleamed with undisguised greed. Fellow Taoist's name doesn't quite sound like that of a respectable person. Chen Mobai said something with a slightly joking tone. This is clearly an attempt to hide their true intentions. It's probably the kind of person whose real name would be immediately known if revealed. Even as someone from the Western continent, I have heard of the name of sect leader Chen. To be honest, Elder Mu and I are both heirs of the Wanling sect, a major sect in the Central Plains Holy Land. Huanglong is the most outstanding true spirit on the Wanling rank. If we can offer him to the Wanling sect, I believe it will be no problem to exchange him for a heavenly spirit pill. I observe that sect leader Chen's cultivation is also about to reach the nascent soul stage. It is still unknown how many true spirit pills will be successfully formed. If you are willing to give me the yellow dragon and I will take it to Zhangzhou, I can give you a heavenly spirit pill in advance. After Su Taifeng looked the little yellow dragon girl up and down, and confirmed that she had the bloodline of an innate true spirit, he stopped beating around the bush and directly started negotiating with Chen Mobai. Heavenly Spirit Pill. Chen Mobai was slightly startled upon hearing this. You should know that when he and Xuan were discussing the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan before, he heard them mention a similar pill, which was the signature product of the Zhangzhou Wanling sect. Does Your Excellency possess a heavenly spirit pill? Chen Mobai squinted, looking at the gray-white-haired boy with dark blue eyes in front of him with some curiosity. In the heavenly river realm, all cultivators are well aware of the principle of not flaunting their wealth. The person in front of him mentioned this to Chen Mobai, which seemed like he was trying to bait him. This is the heavenly spirit pill. Sect leader Chen handed over the yellow dragon's contract to me, so it is yours now. As Su Taifeng spoke, he took out a white jade bottle from his storage bag, placed it on the table beside him, and smiled as he pointed it at little yellow dragon girl. Can I inspect the goods before buying them? Chen Mobai was definitely unwilling to make the exchange, but that didn't stop him from wanting to see what it was like. Of course not. Su Taifeng simply shook his head. Even those who can cultivate to the nascent soul stage in the heavenly river realm, no matter how arrogant they are, would not be arrogant about resources like the heavenly spirit pill. There was no basis of trust between Su Taifeng and Chen Mobai. Although he did have the heavenly spirit pill, it was not in this white jade bottle. It's empty inside. If Chen Mobai agrees, Su Taifeng will naturally be willing to make the exchange. At worst, we can find another opportunity later to get the tampered heavenly spirit pill back. However, without obtaining the contract with Huanglong, Su Taifeng would certainly not give the pill to Chen Mobai. It seems you're not very sincere, fellow Taoist. In the business of selling pills, a qualified alchemist must always appraise them before a deal can be made. Since you refuse outright, I can only suspect that you don't have the heavenly spirit pill and are merely trying to deceive my Huanglong. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Su Taifeng's smile vanished, and he stopped pretending. The tricks he made to the pills might be able to fool Chen Mobai, but if the latter were to have them appraised by the Dayad sect, they would definitely be exposed. It seems that sect leader Chen is not interested. After hearing Su Taifeng's words, Chen Mobai was too lazy to deal with it and simply shook his head. Fellow Taoist guessed correctly. I am indeed not interested. Let alone a single heavenly spirit pill, even if you put the formula for the heavenly spirit pill in front of me. In my opinion, it is not as valuable as a single scale of my yellow dragon. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, the little yellow dragon girl beside him couldn't help but change her expression slightly, and a variety of complex emotions flashed in her eyes. At this moment, in its eyes, Chen Mobai's back view gradually overlapped with the image of its father, whose image was becoming increasingly blurred. In that case, there's nothing more to discuss. Please take care of your safety, sect leader Chen. Su Taifeng said this with a cold laugh, and after taking one last greedy look at little yellow dragon girl, he got up and left the private room. Sect leader Chen, please reconsider. If I were you, I certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. As Mu Yaoi left, he gave Chen Mobai a heartfelt piece of advice. After the 3 members of the beast-taming sect left, Chen Mobai smiled, walked to the window and looked down, just in time to see Su Taifeng and the others coming out. When his gaze fell downwards, Su Taifeng clearly noticed it and turned around to look up. Chen Mobai's eyes met his eerie, dark blue pupils, and an invisible, vast divine sense made contact for a fleeting moment. However, in order to avoid revealing his true strength, Chen Mobai's divine sense separated immediately upon contact. The subsequent surge of Su Taifeng's divine sense was blocked outside his purple mansion sea of consciousness by his natal magic weapon, the morning bell. Watching Chen Mobai disappear by the window, Su Taifeng snorted coldly and withdrew his divine sense. He has some ability. Su Taifeng originally thought that his powerful divine sense, which was close to the nascent soul realm, would be enough to defeat Chen Mobai, make him aware of the difference in strength, and intimidate him. After all, this land reclamation was being overseen by the moral sect, and Su Taifeng didn't want to push things too far unless absolutely necessary. It would be best to make Chen Mobai back down and accept the deal. After all, this person has inherited the legacy of the ascended cultivator, the one Yuan true monarch, and is also said to be the holy son of the ancient longevity sect. He is also a person of extraordinary talent, so it is only natural that he can exchange blows with you, Dayazi. Mu Yaoyi spoke up, saying that although Chen Mobai had not made many moves after forming his nascent soul, he had personally witnessed the clash between his and 1 Yuan Dao bodies in the 9 heavens immortal city. Know that the strength is above your own. I'm just surprised that his spiritual sense is also quite strong. Before Su Taifeng arrived, he had already read Chen Mobai's information and knew that he was an unparalleled sword genius who had never lost a battle since his debut. However powerful one's fighting skills are, one's spiritual sense is linked to one's cultivation level. Logically speaking, Chen Mobai should not be able to block the spiritual sense technique that he cultivated using secret methods. Recalling how his divine sense had just struck an impenetrable wall, Su Taifeng guessed that Chen Mobai must possess a magical artifact to protect his purple mansion sea of consciousness. In any case, he is just a nascent soul cultivator. Faced with the methods of a fifth-order true spirit, he can only be reduced to ashes. Mu Yaoi, however, was full of confidence. The Wanling sect's techniques involve using a human body to control a true spirit. Although Su Taifeng was a nascent soul cultivator, he had once controlled a 5th-level true spirit of the Dharma protector in Jiangzhou, thus escaping from the clutches of a deity transformation cultivator. Although the tanuki that came with them this time was not a true spirit of the myriad spirits sect that had made a contract with Su Taifeng, it was still able to use 5th-order techniques. No matter how powerful Chen Mobai is, even with a 5th-tier magic weapon by his side, he will not escape death. I've already given him the chance. I didn't want to commit any more killings in Dongzhou. Su Taifeng looked up again at the window where Chen Mobai had disappeared, said this, and then left with Mu Yaoi and Ao Shizhang. Grandmaster, please have some tea. In a private room at Kainyunlu, Han Xiling handed Chen Mobai a freshly brewed cup of tea, which he accepted with a smile. In the instant he exchanged spiritual insights with Su Taifeng, Chen Mobai advanced to the realms of Tengxianji and Yingdaling, and with the added power of the empty valley sound, he had already discerned his opponent's true strength and weakness. This was the highest level of nascent soul cultivator he had ever encountered. Su Taifeng's body was overflowing with a strange fifth-order true power, somewhat unlike a human, but rather like a demon beast wearing human skin. But Chen Mobai was certain that he was not a nascent soul cultivator. He was merely a nascent soul cultivator at the fifth level of body tempering, the fifth level of true strength, and whose divine sense was nearly at the fifth level. He is considered to be on the same level as Master Chengxuan. However, if they were to actually fight, Chengxuan would definitely be no match for him. Chen Mobai is now considering whether, if he were to actually fight Su Wuming in the future, he should directly use his second primordial spirit to kill him, or pretend to have barely managed to kill him using his myriad swords Dharma body. After much deliberation, Chen Mobai decided that it would be better to kill Su Wuming, even if it meant he was seriously injured. He could even pretend to be injured after the battle and perhaps catch some people who were hostile to the Five Elements sect outside of the beast-taming sect. During this land reclamation, to his left were the 5 veins of burning heaven, and to his right was the 1 Yuan Dao Palace. It's hard to say who will be the first to make a move. Just as Chen Mobai was pondering whether his second primordial spirit could slay a few formidable opponents during this wilderness expedition, a small flame ignited in the most remote of the 6 domains of the eastern continent, the Eastern Li domain. When Wuchen and that golden flame Suani start fighting, you should start from here and clean up all the righteous sects in Dongli. They have occupied this territory for so long, they should pay a bloody price. The tall demonic cultivator pointed to the very center of Dongli, Huanquan Mountain, which had been occupied by the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect. This place was originally the stronghold of the Tongyu demonic sect, but after Mingzhen was killed, the fifth-order spiritual vein here was naturally taken away by the righteous path. Yes, Your Majesty. Huang Jiyuan of the Xuanji demon sect nodded respectfully. The demonic cultivator before them was the White-Bone Dharma King, the lord of the northern demonic path. His true body had been destroyed by Yuan Kink, but a white bone relic remained hidden within a flying yaksha. Chapter 1070, The Celestial and Earthly Xuanji Instrument. Chapter 1070, The Celestial and Earthly Xuanji Instrument. After meeting with the beast-taming sect group, Chen Mobai began to go out frequently, mainly to survey the desolate ruins that the 5 Elements sect needed to open up. Although the moral sect provided a map they had drawn, Chen Mobai found it to be too simplistic after comparing it in person. It only marked the spiritual veins of the 3rd rank and above, and there were many omissions. Normally, this kind of thing wouldn't be his responsibility to take action personally, but since he had nothing else to do and wanted to give the beast-taming sect a chance to make a move, he personally led the geomancers of the 5 Elements sect to the scene. Half a year passed quickly. The second batch of the 5 Elements sect's army also arrived at Venus Valley, 3,000 miles away from Dongling Immortal City, by airship. This Venus Valley has a 4th-grade low-level spiritual vein. The mountains and rivers are beautiful and the clouds and mist are swirling. It naturally has a great array to hide it, but under Chen Mobai's heaven-reaching and earth-responding spiritual power, it is exposed without any concealment. There was a group of mountain armor beasts in the valley, the leader of which had the cultivation of the peak of the 3rd rank. After the 5 Elements sect's army entered, they were all captured. Originally, Duan Shuyu wanted to kill them all, but Chen Mobai thought that the mountain armor beasts were good at burrowing into mountains and finding mineral veins, so he kept them and let the disciples of the Spirit Beast Department who accompanied the army tame them. After all, this desolate wasteland is an undeveloped treasure trove. Compared to medicinal herbs and rare fruits, underground mineral veins and crystals are basically impossible for demonic beasts to mine and utilize. Rather than competing with sects like the moral sect for the medicinal herb business, the 5 Elements sect can open up this track. After occupying Venus Valley, Chen Mobai immediately drew up blueprints for a celestial city. The second batch of cultivators from the 5 Elements sect, led by Mo Duguang, included not only vassal forces of Eastern Wu, Eastern Yi, and Eastern Wilderness, but also many skilled workers in large-scale infrastructure projects. Over the past century, apart from desertification control, almost all other engineering projects in Donghuang have been completed, so these skilled workers have been out of work in recent years. Occasionally, when the Five Elements sect develops or constructs a new project, dozens or even hundreds of people compete for a single position. This has led to a situation where, in the past, anyone who was willing to work hard could earn enough spirit stones. But now, without any special skills and not enough to compete fiercely, people can only sell their spiritual power and receive a meager living allowance. However, many people in the Eastern Wilderness have overspent, taking out loans to buy houses, and simply selling spiritual energy is not enough. Under these circumstances, the once stable Eastern Wilderness has become unstable, since failing to repay the loans will result in the houses being repossessed. Some people began to take risks and resume their activities of robbing cultivators. To address this issue, Yi Yun deployed the punishment hall to maintain order while simultaneously creating as many job opportunities as possible. However, most industry positions within the Eastern Wilderness are already saturated, and the large number of vacant workers have already focused their skills on infrastructure, leaving limited job opportunities. They can only be reassigned to the Five Elements sect's territory outside the Eastern Wilderness. This was partly the reason why Eastern Wu was able to recover within just a few decades after the war. Yi Yun and Zhou Wangshan joined forces to relocate all the cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness, who were unable to escape or change their professions to Eastern Wu. Now that the Eastern Mausoleum domain has been opened up, these people have even more opportunities to use their talents. With the generous conditions and settlement allowances offered by the Five Elements sect, most people boarded the ship without any hesitation. Besides Venus Valley, there are 4 other spiritual veins, 2 of which are 4th tier and 2 are 3rd tier. Zhou Wangshan is leading the workers to build the immortal city base here. Senior brother Mo, you should lead Duan Shuyu and the Five Elements sect's army towards these 4 spiritual veins. After occupying the spiritual veins, we will set up array plates and build the remaining immortal cities. I intend to set up the Five Elements mystery array here as well, so we need 5 immortal cities. These spiritual veins were all carefully selected by me. Although they are not the most abundant in spiritual energy, they conform to the 5 elements. Once the Great Formation is established, we will be able to cover the desolate ruins we need to open up. And then, with these 5 stronghold immortal cities as the center, we will advance towards the 379 large and small spiritual veins in all directions. Most of these spiritual veins are guarded by various demonic beasts, but there are also various rare and precious materials, mineral veins and strange stones. When you open them up, Senior Brother Mo, remember not to use too violent methods. Just proceed slowly. We need to reap the full benefits. In the center of Venus Valley, in a newly built stone hall, Chen Mobai stood at the front, pointing at the 3-dimensional map he had personally created, arranging matters for this land reclamation. Beside him were Mo Duguang and Yin Qingmei. Mo Duguang's cultivation has hit a bottleneck, and his sword intent has also reached a certain level. So this time, he wants to hone his swordsmanship during the exploration, hoping that he might have the opportunity to break through. As for Yin Qingmei, Chen Mobai sent her here because he had sensed the unusual movement of the Heavenly Venerable's branch in the Divine Tree's secret realm, and to avoid affecting her, he asked her to stay away for a while. Moreover, among the many nascent soul cultivators in the Five Elements sect, excluding him and Qing Nu, Yin Qingmei and Chen Lingaming have the greatest chance of reaching the divine transformation stage. However, Chen Lingaming is from the One Yuan Dao Palace, unlike Yin Qingmei, whom he personally nurtured and trusts exceptionally. Chen Mobai brought her over for this land reclamation project, hoping to offer her as much guidance as possible. After all, in another 2 or 3 years, once his innate pure yang energy has reached its peak, and he has dealt with miscellaneous matters such as the beast taming sect, he will spend most of his time in seclusion and will not have much free time. After arranging everything for this land reclamation, Chen Mobai felt relieved. Given the strength of the Five Elements sect, as long as they don't encounter fifth-tier demonic beasts, they can easily defeat them by relying on their numerical advantage and war formations. Meanwhile, in the other 8 directions, various forces had already begun to vigorously develop the land. To obtain the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill, the Xingtian Dao sect, the Yi Yuan Dao Palace, and others all poured out their resources, overcoming all obstacles. Occasionally, when they encountered powerful fourth-tier demonic beasts, Xing Jai disregarded his status and led his fellow disciples to surround and kill them. However, the desolate ruins are rich in natural treasures, and some powerful demon beasts have developed intelligence. After realizing the situation of the human army, they began to join forces to fight against them. Many demon kings gathered, formed an army, and fought against the major sects. Faced with this situation, Xingji and the others did not back down at all. In fact, they saw these people as walking moral coins. While setting up formations at the front lines to hold off the demon beast army, they also sent people to Dongling Immortal City to invite other nascent soul cultivators to share the massive amount of morality coins that had been gathered together. However, because they were competitors for the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, a type of elixir, Chen Mobai was not invited. If Xingji can defeat those monster armies in one fell swoop, he will probably be able to accumulate tens of millions of morality coins in no time. In the courtyard of Dongling Immortal City, Chen Mobai, Zhang Pangkong, and others drank tea again and discussed the current situation. Xuan even suspected that Xingji might have deliberately allowed the demon kings of the desolate ruins to unite in order to pull off this big move. Even if he manages to take it down, the Star Heaven Dao sect will have to pay a huge price. Yuan Zhen said nonchalantly that she had also received an invitation from Xingji this time, and the reward was the 3 lights divine water. She did not refuse. After all, as the current leading figure of the Yuan family, she still needed to help the family. It just so happened that a junior was about to form his nascent soul and was only missing a portion of the 3 lights divine water. Her family helped her in the past. Now it's her turn to lend a hand. Besides Yuan Zhen, everyone else present also received an invitation. Xuande and Qi Jiansu were allowed to choose any 5th-grade medicinal herb from the Star Heaven Dao sect's treasury. Only Zhang Pangkong refused. It wasn't that he looked down on these things, but rather that the armies of the 3 holy lands had begun to advance towards Shichuo Ridge. The palace master of Biluo Palace didn't like to manage affairs, so all sorts of miscellaneous tasks fell to him, leaving him no time to earn extra money. Starry Sky is being a bit stingy. Why didn't they invite me? Chen Mobai said with a smile that the 2 portions of 3 lights divine water from the 5 Elements sect had already been used by Sheng Jiaoxi and Fu Zongju, and because of the Holy Land, he hadn't used golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills to exchange for them in recent years. Once you reach the divine realm, you can exchange items at every Big Dipper conference. In response to Chen Mobai's words, Zhang Pangkong said the following. I hope so. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he looked towards the location of the teleportation array on the west side of Dongling Immortal City. A powerful aura, which even he felt some pressure from, emerged from the teleportation array, and the spiritual veins of the entire East Spirit Mountain trembled at this moment. Under the influence of the spirit realm, Chen Mobai sensed that this was because the teleportation array was rooted in the spiritual vein, but the spiritual energy required to teleport the person was too enormous. Even with a massive amount of spirit stones as consumption, this spiritual vein, which had been upgraded to the 5th-grade lower level, was still somewhat unable to withstand it. Chen Mobai could only think of one reason that could explain this situation. A divine transformation true lord has arrived. Is it true Lord Wuchen or true Lord Dakong? While his expression was solemn, the other Taoist disciples and saintesses all looked slightly puzzled. After a while, when the aura of the nascent soul stage emanated from the teleportation array, Zhang Pangkong and Xuand also sensed it, and simultaneously stood up to look in the direction of the teleportation array. The two exchanged a glance, both equally shocked. Although they knew that Chen Mobai's cultivation was above theirs, they did not expect that his divine sense would be so much stronger than theirs. Suddenly, the cloud-patterned jade pendants on Xuan and Qi Jiansu's waists lit up. "Gentlemen, since our teachers are coming, we will take our leave now." As soon as the two said this, everyone knew that true monarch Wuchen had arrived. "Take care, everyone. See you next time." With the departure of the two from the moral sect, Yuan Zhen and Zhang Pangkong also bid farewell to Chen Mobai. The arrival of the nascent soul true Lord signifies that the main event of the wilderness exploration is about to begin. The three holy lands are about to take action against the golden flame Suwani. Chen Mobai stayed in Dongling Immortal City for a while, thinking that when the nascent soul stage arrived, he would summon the leaders of these forces. However, Wuchen Zhenjun acted swiftly and decisively, and upon his arrival, he immediately ordered the morality sect to prepare the heavenly and earthly Xuanji formation. 3 days later, Chen Mobai, who was instructing Yin Qingmei and the others on their cultivation in his own courtyard, suddenly realized that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him was out of control, and he was shocked. In his perception, not only the spiritual energy of the entire Dongling Mountain, but also the wandering spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a range of tens of thousands of miles away, and even the various pure energies in the heavenly gang, starlight and other energies, were all controlled by a mysterious rule. Sect leader Yin Qingmei clearly noticed it as well. As a nascent soul cultivator, she was even more sensitive to this, and her face showed fear. If a nascent soul cultivator makes a move, remember not to use your internal energy to resist. Chen Mobai spoke to the three women, then landed on the rooftop first, his eyes gleaming with spiritual light as he looked up at the sky above Dongling Immortal City. A bluish-gold sphere appeared in the sky, resembling a star. However, given Chen Mobai's level of skill as a fifth-tier weapon refiner, he knew that this was a powerful magical artifact. The celestial and earthly Xuanji instrument. The name of this supreme treasure of the Dayad sect immediately came to mind. This is a sixth-tier magic artifact, an extremely exquisite combination magic artifact. Its outer surface is composed of concentric circles that rotate continuously, resembling an orbit. In the center is a golden sphere, the surface of which is engraved with various mysterious patterns, each pattern seemingly corresponding to a spiritual vein in the world. It is said that when the power of this magical artifact is unleashed to its fullest extent, it can control and monitor the spiritual veins of the entire Eastern continent. Therefore, if a dragon vein in the Eastern continent develops spirituality, it will be displayed on the surface. As the circular track surrounding this magical artifact rotates continuously, it displays different constellations and celestial bodies. It seems to be able to control not only the Earth's spiritual veins, but also the sun, moon, stars, and all of nature. The founder of the Dayad sect, Dayad Zhenjun, was an ancient sage who led the human race to migrate from Zhangzhou. It is said that, when he was crossing the sea, he encountered a jellyfish who transmitted the Dharma to him in a dream. After transmitting the teachings, the jellyfish asked him to go to the heavenly sea to inherit the lineage of the jellyfish palace, but the moral true Lord refused, saying that he needed to lead the human race to find a place to live. The jellyfish admired his character and gave him this celestial and terrestrial celestial instrument that could guide celestial phenomena and locate spiritual energy. Afterwards, the moral true Lord led the human race to the Eastern continent, where they received the protection of the heavenly venerable. He also cultivated step by step and eventually led the other human cultivators to open up the Eastern territory. At that time, the Eastern continent was teeming with powerful demonic beasts, and there were quite a few of them at the 5th rank. Therefore, even after the Eastern lands were successfully established, the moral true Lord dared not leave for a moment, and devoted himself to protecting the human race so that they could live and thrive, until his strength was exhausted and his lifespan was exhausted. It is said that, when the moral true Lord passed away, A rainbow light descended from the upper realm and guided his primordial spirit away. However, many people have expressed doubts about this matter. After all, that time was too long ago. Furthermore, some cultivators believe that the legend that the celestial and earthly Xuanji instrument originated from a jellyfish is just the Dayad sect trying to glorify its founder. After all, jellyfish, such a powerful creator, went to the celestial realm of spiritual emptiness a very, very long time ago. However, after witnessing the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument with his own eyes, Chen Mobai felt that it was very possible. Because this magical artifact is so exquisite and meticulously crafted that it seems completely unlike the crafting methods of this world. Even considering his own skill in refining artifacts, having mastered the Tao fruit of the pill cauldron Taoist, he could only marvel at it. This is already the pinnacle of acquired weapon crafting. It is undoubtedly a treasure acquired through cultivation. Chapter 1071, Two Great Nascent Souls. Chapter 1071, Two Great Nascent Souls. When the celestial and terrestrial celestial sphere reached its zenith, a clear, water-like light shone from the ground, like a spear piercing the heavens, and plunged straight into the golden sphere at the center of the celestial sphere. Then a deafening buzzing sound resounded through the sky, and all the cultivators in the entire dangling immortal city could feel the spiritual veins beneath their feet vibrating. With Chen Mobai's fifth-level array mastery, he saw an invisible array centered on the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument, which had just spread out, not only covering Dongling Mountain, but also affecting the spiritual veins of mountains and rivers, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in a far greater range. This is the heavenly and earthly Xuanji array of the moral sect. As long as there is a supreme treasure, it can be used to control the local spiritual veins to evolve and set up the array, no matter where it is. At this moment, Chen Mobai even felt that the array he had set up in his own courtyard was also affected, because all the spiritual energy of the veins had been controlled by the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument. After the formation was activated, the golden sphere at the center of the Xuanji instrument began to emit a dazzling light, and its outer orbit, composed of various colors and containing endless variations, began to rotate even more rapidly. Beams of light shot out from the Xuanji instrument, drawing an invisible net in the sky and enveloping Shichuo Ridge, tens of thousands of miles away. Chen Mobai's eyes flashed with spiritual light, as he continuously used his own immortal sects array formation skills to verify the legendary array formation of this eastern continent Holy Land. The power of the heavenly and earthly Xuanji array depends on the person wielding the magic weapon. As a nascent soul cultivator, true monarch Wuchen can only unleash the power of the peak 5th rank under normal circumstances. However, if a cultivator at the void refinement stage were to make a move, they could reach the 6th rank. However, against Shichuo Ridge, the power of a 5th-tier weapon is already sufficient. Under Chen Mobai's gaze, the light net emanating from the Xuanji instrument became even more brilliant. Under the realm of Yingdi Ling, he also sensed that the earth was surging with strong energy at this moment, as the great formation sealed towards Shichuo Ridge. As the beam of light intensified, the 5th-order spiritual vein of the entire Dongling Mountain began to tremble violently. Chen Mobai sensed its instinctive resistance, because the Xuanji array in the sky and on the ground, except when it was activated by true monarch Wuchen, was always drawing power from this spiritual vein and sealing it from a distance. However, long ago, the moral sect had already implanted the corresponding array plates and array flags into various parts of the spiritual veins of the Eastern Spirit Mountain, and upgraded them to the 5th rank, all for the sake of today, so there was no way to resist them. Soon, Chen Mobai sensed that the spiritual vein, which had originally been upgraded to the 5th level, had fallen back to the 4th level under the almost black hole-like devouring of the Xuanji instrument. At this moment, the heavenly and earthly Xuanji array seemed to have completed its function. Even from a great distance, Chen Mobai heard a deafening roar, as if the entire desolate ruins trembled at that moment. Roar! This was no illusion. Accompanied by the trembling of heaven and earth, A tremendous roar transformed into terrifying sound waves, which came from afar toward Dongling Mountain. Chen Mobai sensed a blazing heat, rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. It was clearly the fifth-tier golden flame Suani. Just as he was wondering how true monarch Wuchen would deal with it, two powerful auras shone from Dongling Immortal City. A man riding an elixir, with a slender face and an air of otherworldly grace, was none other than the true Lord Wuchen, whom Chen Mobai had met before. The other person had a square face, large ears, broad shoulders, and long hands. He wore 2 rings, one gold and one silver, on his wrists. He had his hair tied up, wore a crown, a silver robe, and cloud-patterned boots, and exuded an air of majesty. Although I've never seen him before, there are only 2 righteous cultivators at the nascent soul stage in the Eastern continent. This must be the great void true monarch from the Taixu Misty Palace. This is completely different from the old man, who sold him the 4 volumes of Taixu at the last Beidou conference. Who exactly is that old man? Could he be a traitor from the Taixu Misty Palace? Or perhaps Chen Mobai thought of the secrets that Yuan Zhen and Zhang Pangkong had told him before, and a bold and unbelievable conjecture suddenly flashed through his mind. He dared not think any further. At this moment, the golden flame Suani, which had been charging towards Dongling Mountain with great momentum and riding a sea of blazing fire, suddenly stopped and turned back to its lair. Clearly, they sensed the aura of the 2 nascent soul cultivators from the righteous path and didn't want to fight 2 against 1. I will go with senior brother De Kong to hunt down the beast. The remaining tasks of clearing the land will be left to you all. The clear voice of true monarch Wuchen reached the ears of every cultivator in Dongling Immortal City. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver ring on the right hand of true monarch Dakong shone brightly, enveloping the 2 of them, and they instantly disappeared from their original spot. Chen Mobai could sense that this was the void escape technique. Moreover, it is an extremely profound realm, capable of teleporting people. After the 2 nascent soul true monarchs left, Dongling Immortal City fell into silence. Although they knew that the moral sect would make a move soon, the suddenness of it was still somewhat unexpected. According to Chen Mobai and his group, the armies of the 3 Holy Lands should have slowly advanced towards Shichuo Ridge, and then the Demon King army under the command of Jin Yan Suani would have been killed and captured one by their righteous cultivators. Finally, under the leadership of 2 nascent soul true monarchs, they would have stormed into Shichuo Ridge and won a great victory. But now, it's a direct clash between the highest level forces right from the start. I wonder when the great Sky True Lord arrived, there wasn't a sound at all. Chen Mobai had only this question in his mind, but considering that it was a nascent soul cultivator from the Taixu Misty Palace, it was possible that it hadn't used the teleportation array and had moved here on its own. Sect leader Chen, please come to Cayenne Yuan Tower for a chat. At that moment, Shangxi's message talisman flew to Chen Mobai and delivered these words. For the righteous path of the Eastern continent, the greatest threat to the desolate ruins is the golden flame Suani. Now that 2 nascent soul true monarchs have taken action to hunt him down, and with the spiritual veins of Shichuo Ridge already sealed remotely by the heavenly and earthly Xuanji array, it is estimated that it will not be long before we hear the good news that true monarch Wuchen has returned to the Eastern land to refine the Tengsheng True Spirit Pill. When Chen Mobai replied to the letter, he also waved to Yin Qingmei and the other 2 women in the courtyard. Qingmei, come with me to see what's going on. Xuaner, take my message to Venus Valley and tell senior brother Mo what happened here. Xiling, stay here. During the last meeting at Cayenne Yuan Tower, Chen Mobai saw that 2 Dexingji and the others had brought nascent soul cultivators from their sects. This time, since Yin Qingmei had come, he decided to introduce her to the major sects of the Eastern continent. After all, once one reaches the nascent soul level, progress becomes extremely slow by working in isolation. As a leading figure among the younger generation of the 5 Element sect, it's time for Yin Qingmei to take charge on her own. Upon hearing this, the 3 women immediately accepted the order. Watching Yin Qingmei leave with Chen Mobai, Luo Yixuan felt envious, but she also knew that it was the circle of nascent soul cultivators. I thought that after cultivating to the nascent soul stage, I had already climbed to the top of the mountain. But after seeing this today, I realized that I am still climbing the mountain. When they were alone, Yin Qingmei shared her thoughts on witnessing the nascent soul stage with Chen Mobai. The heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument still hung high in the sky. Faced with such a magnificent array, she felt as insignificant as dust. Practice diligently, and you can achieve the same in the future. Chen Mobai naturally offered encouragement in response. Yin Qingmei nodded in agreement. She possessed the divine transformation scripture, the jade phoenix tree, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, and Chen Mobai's guidance. At least she had hope of achieving the divine transformation realm. Today I have witnessed the strength of the moral sect, which is indeed powerful. But you must also remember that any foundation is accumulated by generations. In the future, the foundation of my 5 elements sect will not be weaker than that of the Holy Land, and may even be stronger. Chen Mobai told Yin Qingmei that she should have a sense of awe, but she should also have the courage to strive and the spirit to explore. As they spoke, the two arrived at Cayenne Yuan Tower. Sect leader Chen. Upon entering, they found that Zhang Pangkong and Xuan had already arrived. They all stood up to greet Chen Mobai, who then introduced Yin Qingmei to them. Out of respect for him, these Holy Land disciples and saintesses were very polite and exchanged names with each other. After Chen Mobai took his place, he bowed to the 3 leaders of Shengxi at the head of the table, and the 3 returned the bow. After waiting for a while, Tu De, Xing Jai, Hu Yun, and other nascent soul cultivators who were exploring the wilderness outside also arrived at Dongling Immortal City. Compared to Chen Mobai's unhurried pace, they went to great lengths and used every means at their disposal to obtain the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill. However, the commotion caused by true monarch Wuchen using the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument to seal the spiritual veins of Shichuo Ridge from afar was so great that they all sensed it. Therefore, they arrived ahead of time before the moral sect's communication talisman was sent, which is why they were able to arrive so quickly. Since the main fellow cultivators have all arrived, let me say a few words. Shengxi glanced at the cultivators present, nodded, and began to explain Wuchen Zhenjun's arrangements. With the 2 true monarchs taking action and the spiritual veins of Shichuo Ridge sealed off, the golden flame Suweni, lacking the advantage of terrain, is certainly no match for them. However, besides the spiritual veins, Shichuo Ridge also contains powerful fire poison miasma, which will require fellow Taoist Hangyun's assistance. What we're worried about now is that the golden flame Suweni might see the situation is bad and abandon Shichuo Ridge to flee into the depths of the desolate ruins. However, with true monarch Dakong here, we'll definitely be able to intercept it. Besides the golden flame Suweni, which is the biggest threat, there are many 4th-tier demonic beasts in the desolate ruins. In particular, the golden flame Suweni has 3 descendants, all of whom are powerful beings possessing its true spirit bloodline. Shengxi began arranging the opening of Shichuo Ridge. In addition to the 5 veins of burning heaven, he also transferred the main force of many major sects in the east into the army of the 3 Holy Lands. Halfway through the conversation, 2 more nascent soul cultivators, a man and a woman, were brought in. We apologize for being late, 3 sect leaders. The male cultivator was handsome and possessed considerable cultivation, having also reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. The female cultivator wore a colorful long dress, had a slender figure, fair skin, and a beautiful face, yet she exuded a cold aura that kept people at a distance. You 2 have come at the perfect time. Please take a seat. Shengxi smiled slightly and pointed to Chen Mobai's side, to the 3rd futon. At this moment, the nascent soul cultivators present who recognized the 2 also stood up to greet them, and Chen Mobai thus learned of their origins. The male cultivator was Han Xingzi, the Grand Elder of the Broken Jade Palace, while the female cultivator was Luo Ying Shangren of the Snow Mountain sect. Chen Mobai noticed that Hangyun's face fell when the 2 appeared. Although the 2 holy lands of burning heaven, pure land, and ice and snow land have fallen apart, the 5 lineages of burning heaven and the three lineages of ice and snow land still remember the deep-seated hatred of the past. However, under the watchful eyes of the leaders of the three holy lands above, Hong Yun and Hank Xingzi restrained themselves and avoided looking at each other. Chen Mobai thought of the azure ice heart rope in his own realm. This fifth-order magic weapon, which is covered in ice and snow, can sense the three yin fruit. He wondered if Han Xingzi and Luo Ying Shangren had refined the Dao fruit. However, it would be inappropriate to suddenly take out a fifth-tier magic weapon in public now. Let's find another opportunity to investigate it later. As he was thinking this, Han Xingzi walked over. He nodded slightly when he saw Xingji Shangren in front of him, but when his gaze fell on Chen Mobai, who was in the first place, he frowned. This is Chen Gixian, the sect leader of the Five Elements sect. Xingji smiled and gave an introduction. After hearing this, Han Xingzi looked enlightened and then greeted him very politely. This disappointed Chen Mobai somewhat. He had already prepared himself, intending to subdue Han Xingzi with a single sword strike and demonstrate his strength. But his reputation in the eastern lands was so great that even Han Xingzi, who had been in seclusion for 100 years, learned from his disciples that there was a successor of the One Yuan true monarch in the eastern wilderness, who was exceptionally talented and powerful, so much so that the One Yuan Dao Palace dared not utter a sound. After nodding to each other, Han Xingzi led Luo Ying Shangren to take their seats. The 42nd year of the Xuantian era. The three holy lands of the eastern continent led their armies out of the eastern Spirit Mountain range, advancing along the three routes of Li, Zhen, and Dui, sweeping through the enemy lines with unstoppable momentum, slaying countless demonic beasts, and advancing 8,000 miles in just 1 month. However, in a distance of 8,000 miles, they encountered a 700-mile-long river, which was home to numerous demon kings and terrifyingly powerful dragons. While nascent soul cultivators could fly across, the main army could not. If a treasure ship of rank 4 or below were to carry people, it would quickly capsize in the face of attacks from numerous monsters in the water. The three holy lands deployed 23 fourth-tier treasure ships, carrying elite cultivators across the river ahead of time, heading towards Shichuo Ridge. However, with the forces divided, the Holy Land Army began to struggle as it crossed the river, and was almost scattered by the Shichuo Ridge monster army guarding the opposite bank. At the critical moment, the leaders of the three holy lands demonstrated their respective strengths. Wielding a fifth-tier magic weapon, he blocked and killed several of the most powerful demon kings, becoming the most solid barrier in front of the Holy Land Army. After persisting for 3 months, Zhang Pangkong led the people of Taixu Pyomil Palace to set up dozens of teleportation arrays, which also teleported the army of cultivators on the other side of the river. After the armies joined together, the demon beast army could no longer stop them and retreated in defeat. Even so, it still took the three holy sites 2 whole years to reach the foot of Shichuo Ridge. Everywhere, raging flames burned, and poisonous smoke filled the air. Even a chi-refining cultivator would feel their blood boil and their spiritual energy burn upon smelling it. Chapter 1072 Changyuan Sword, Purifying World Pot. Chapter 1072 Changyuan Sword, Purifying World Pot. Shichuo Ridge resembles a mountain of flames, yet the spiritual energy in the air is extremely thin. This is because the spiritual veins here have been sealed by the heavenly and earthly Xuanji array. However, the desolate land is originally rich in spiritual energy, and even though the spiritual veins are sealed, some free spiritual energy is still drawn in by powerful beings. Golden flames emerged from the tops of the 3 flaming peaks of Shichuo Ridge, transforming into 3 colossal beasts as majestic as mountains. These are 3 descendants of the golden flame Suweni, all at the peak of the 4th tier. Their golden fur, like rising flames, shines with dazzling light. 3 pairs of blazing eyes, like bright mirrors hanging on their foreheads, are brilliant and full of majesty and domineering power. Like the tail of a flaming whip, the void twisted and rippled with waves of heat. Looking at the Holy Land Army not far away, deep, threatening roars came from the depths of their throats, as if it were the prelude to an imminent volcanic eruption. With a sudden roar, strong and powerful limbs leaped down from the mountaintop, like three great suns crashing down on the earth. The air between heaven and earth suddenly rose, and the poisonous miasma of Shichuo Ridge also spread rapidly towards the holy army not far away. It was as if a sea of fire had descended. The earth began to dry up and crack, and the vegetation turned to ashes in an instant. Shanxi stepped forward first, and with a wave of his snow-white whisk, a huge water curtain appeared out of thin air and landed above the army of cultivators. The moment the water and fire came into contact, a violent explosion rang out in the sky. However, Shanxi lived up to his reputation as the cultivator closest to the nascent soul stage. Facing three opponents of the same level, an even more magnificent and vast water elemental energy surged from his body. In the blink of an eye, a continuous great river poured out from the whisk in his hand. As the water curtain exploded, one after another was generated. The three golden flame lions descended with a terrifying sea of fire, like three volcanoes crashing down. Their combined aura was incredibly terrifying, threatening to melt the void and the earth. Yet, Shanxi alone withstood this onslaught. Truly worthy of being called the master of morality. The nascent soul cultivators, including Hangyun, were filled with admiration upon witnessing this scene. Although they were both at the peak of the nascent soul stage, they could only deal with one at most, but Shanxi was able to fight three at once. Let's join in, lest senior brother Shanxi lose too much of his true energy. At this moment, Na Yuanzhang spoke, and the palace master of Biluo Palace beside him nodded slightly. They have discovered that the fifth-tier golden flame lion is not in Shichuo Ridge. In that case, they would have no worries. Na Yuanzhang made a sword incantation with his right hand, and a jet-black flying sword suddenly appeared in the sky. The three-headed golden flame lion, which was originally as huge as a mountain, looked like a small pebble on the roadside in front of this flying sword. This is the renowned Changyuan sword of the eastern continent. The sword's power lies in its extraordinary weight. Luo Yixuan's former black water technique, after reaching the core formation stage, allowed her to condense profound heavy water, each drop weighing 1,000 pounds. This Changyuan sword is made from Xuanyuan Changshui, a refined and sublimated form of Yaoxuan Changshui, with a single drop weighing a ton. Na Yuanzhang's Changyuan sword was forged from Xuan Yuan heavy water, and is said to weigh 1,000,000 jin. This sword strike would reduce even a fifth-level body tempering expert to dust. As the Changyuan sword fell, the three golden flame Suweni, which had been blocked by the divine stream great river dust-wielding sword, also sensed the approaching danger. Flames flickered beneath their feet as they prepared to use their innate fire escape technique to evade the area covered by the sword. But at this moment, the palace master of Biluo Palace's eyes flashed with silver light, and an invisible force of void swept through, causing the three-headed golden flame lion to suddenly stop in place, unable to move. If Chen Mobai were here, he would quickly recognize that this is a fifth-level void lock. The palace master of Biluo used this spell perfectly, forcing the three-headed golden flame lion to face the Changyuan sword directly. They were able to cultivate to the peak of the fourth tier, possessing rich combat experience and intelligence comparable to humans. Upon discovering they were locked in place, they roared in anger, opening their blood-red maws to the sky. A torrent of flames, accompanied by terrifying sonic waves, erupted forth, transforming into three thick pillars of fire that slammed into the Changyuan sword. While the three sect leaders were making their moves, Hangyun had already led the cultivators of the 5 lineages of burning heaven to create a war formation. He then took out a bronze pot and began to refine it. This is the supreme treasure passed down through the 5 lineages of burning heaven, the purifying world pot. It can contain any flame in the world and transform it into a fire that purifies the world and burns the heavens, providing it for the owner of the magical artifact to cultivate and refine. However, to cultivate the heaven-burning purifying flame, one must possess an innate fire spirit body. Only then can one withstand such domineering true fire. When the last nascent soul cultivator of the heaven-burning purifying land passed away, there were no disciples within the sect capable of cultivating the heaven-burning purifying flame, so the sect split into 5 lineages. This pure world pot was also divided into 3 parts. The most important body was taken over by the Fire Cloud Palace, the lid was given to the Blazing Sun Pavilion, and the earrings were taken by the Crimson Sky Mansion. In addition, the incantation for refining the purifying world pot was also divided into 2 parts, which were kept by the Blazing Flame sect and the Bathing Sun Sea. Therefore, to activate this magical artifact, the 5 meridians of the burning heaven must reach a consensus. Taking advantage of this opportunity to reclaim the wasteland, Hangyun, through various means and promises, and with the guarantee of the moral sect, finally managed to complete this task with great difficulty. This purifying world pot is known as the nemesis of all fires in the world. If Hangyun's cultivation is sufficient, even the true fire condensed by a 5th-order golden flame lion can be absorbed into the pot and transformed into his own heaven-burning purifying world fire. This time, facing the 3-headed, 4th-tier golden flame Suweni, it achieved the effect that the moral sect desired. After the purifying pot was activated, the lid opened, and an invisible suction force immediately erupted, drawing the 3 beams of flame that were originally blocking the heavy Yuan sword away and causing them to surge towards the mouth of the pot. With no obstacles remaining, Nai Yuanzhang's expression hardened. He activated the power of the Dao fruit he had refined, adding it to the Changyuan sword as he slashed down. The elegant face of the palace master of Biluo Palace also flushed slightly, and the veins on her forehead bulged, as if she had pushed her divine sense to the limit to reinforce the void lock that was about to be broken. At the same time, Shenxi waved his great river whisk, and the endless water curtain, which was originally only used to block the flames, suddenly rolled upwards like bubbles in a muddy pool, binding the strong and powerful limbs of the 3-headed golden flame lion. Clicking. As the Changyuan sword, imbued with the power of the Dao fruit, fell, the foremost golden flame Suweni was instantly cleaved in without any resistance, and amidst the crisp sound of bones shattering, it was crushed into a pool of burning meat paste. Upon seeing this, the remaining 2 golden flame Suweni became enraged, and one of them even spat out its golden inner core. With a deafening roar, the inner core was detonated. The powerful true fire exploded, not only breaking through the void lock of the Biluo Palace Master, but also blasting away the restraints of Shenxi's whisk. With a mournful cry, the last golden flame lion did not waste the opportunity, transforming into a streak of fire and returning to Shichuo Ridge. What a pity for a near 5th-tier inner core. As Shenxi spoke, he withdrew the whisk that had transformed into a great river, and with a gentle flick, the flames that were still burning on it were extinguished, the charred blackness faded, and it returned to a snow-white state. The obstacle has been removed. It's time to conquer Shichuo Ridge. As the palace mistress of Biluo spoke, she calmly put down the silk handkerchief in her hand. She had been the one most affected by the self-destruction of her inner core, and her nose had even bled. However, this is also the drawback of the void lock. It is virtually invincible against those whose cultivation is inferior to its own. However, when dealing with opponents whose cultivation level is similar to or even higher than one's own, one must bear the backlash of the void power after being broken through. No rush. This place is considered a sacred ground for demonic beasts in the desolate ruins. By surrounding this area, we can attract all the demonic beasts within tens of thousands of miles that are willing to rescue the golden flame Suweni and then slowly kill them. Shenxi then spoke up with these words. That's right. Although we can walk on this fire-poisoned miasma as easily as walking on flat ground, it is a difficult hurdle for the disciples below. Let's wait until the fellow Taoists of the 5 lineages of burning heaven have dealt with it before we can flat Shichuo Ridge. Nai Yuanzhang pointed to the burning Shichuo Ridge and said that he shared the same idea as Shenxi. Moreover, the key to pioneering the land lies in that 5th-tier golden flame Suweni. I wonder if true monarch Wuchen and true monarch Dakung have killed him. At this moment, Hangyun had already activated the purifying world pot, aiming it at Shichuo Ridge. The crimson flames that had burned fiercely for tens of millions of years within this mountain range transformed into a beam of crystalline fire, continuously surging towards the mouth of the pot. In that case, I'll leave this place to my two senior brothers and go to Dongling Immortal City to oversee things. The palace master of Biluo Palace was slightly injured, and with the overall situation settled, she decided to take her leave. Shengxi and Nai Yuanzhang naturally had no objections. Half a month later, Zhang Pangkong set up a large teleportation array connecting Dongling Mountain. In addition to the palace master of Biluo Palace, some injured cultivators were also teleported to Dongling Immortal City. Master, this is the latest situation from the front lines. In the Valley of Venus, Luo Yixuan handed the letter she had just received from Dongling Immortal City to Chen Mobai, who took it, glanced at it, and nodded slightly. With the teleportation array connected, many cultivators returned, and the news of their great victory was eagerly spread by the cultivators of the Holy Land. The three Holy Lands are indeed powerful. The three fourth-order Golden Flame Sueni of Shichuo Ridge, although not a complete innate true spirit bloodline, are still top-tier demon beasts. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators at the peak of their cultivation might not even be a match for them. However, the three sect leaders, including Shengxi, easily killed two of them. Next, as long as the 5 veins of burning heaven clear the fire poison and miasma from Shichuo Ridge, they will be able to overcome the biggest obstacle to this pioneering endeavor. If the monsters in the desolate ruins were more loyal and righteous, the three Holy Lands could even besiege the enemy and attack their reinforcements, reaping a huge amount of moral coins. Fortunately, the vast majority of the credit went to the Holy Land. Otherwise, Hong Yun would have accumulated the most morality coins outside of the Holy Land in this wave. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, a streak of fire flew in from the sky and landed in the Golden Star Valley, transforming into a beautiful young girl in red. Grandmaster Mo and Uncle Yin have already cleaned up the nest of water snakes in Biu Pool. Senior brother Joe is taking the monster corpses and inner cores to Dongling Immortal City. Since they need to be registered under your account, we need you to make the trip. Han Jiling approached Chen Mobai and reported respectfully. Over the past 2 years, Chen Mobai has spent most of his time refining his innate pure yang energy, and a small portion of his time exploring various mineral and spiritual vein resources in the desolate ruins in order to plan for the future development of the 5 Elements sect in the Eastern Mausoleum region. However, the amount of morality coins in his account was increasing day by day. Because the entire 5 Elements sect was clearing land and slaying demonic beasts for him. Of course, Chen Mobai also paid the corresponding compensation. Over the years, he has accumulated hundreds of millions of contributions and spirit stones in the 5 Elements sect. For him, it is only meaningful to spend these, as they can also revitalize the market. We can take advantage of this opportunity to clear the land and spread it out. He not only issued a notice to the disciples of the 5 Elements sect, but also to the people of Dongling Immortal City, saying that as long as the demon beasts killed during the wilderness opening were of legitimate origin, they could come to the 5 Elements sect to exchange for resources. Although the 5 Elements school has fewer resources than the morality school, everything they produce is of high quality. In particular, the pills from Dangxia Pavilion are renowned throughout the 6 regions of the Eastern continent, and are favored by demonic cultivators in their transactions. Under these circumstances, many cultivators who pursue high-quality items are willing to exchange the demonic beasts they have killed for items at the 5 Elements sect. This way, we can avoid being charged a handling fee by the Daedazong sect. However, without the supervision and guarantee of the moral sect, Chen Mobai's good reputation alone was enough to attract many cultivators to make the exchange. However, the majority of the moral coins in Chen Mobai's account currently come from the hard work and efforts of the disciples of the 5 Elements sect. This time was no exception. After Mo Duguang and Yin Qingmei conquered Biyuetan, the tens of thousands of demon snakes inside were all packed up by Zhou Wangshan and sent to the Dayad sect in Dongling Immortal City. They were just waiting for Chen Mobai to sign for them, and then millions of Dayad coins would be deposited into his account. This is the advantage of being a major sect. Not only Chen Mobai, but also the Xingqian Dao sect and the Yiyuan Dao Palace are the same. All the disciples and followers are used to support one person. If they can truly become gods, it will be a tremendous achievement. If they fail, even with the resources of both factions, they will likely be in decline for some time. However, compared to the Five Elements sect, the Star Heaven Dao sect and the One Yuan Dao Palace are not as attractive to independent cultivators. After all, only core formation cultivators need the Three Lights Divine Water, while one suitable cultivation method from the One Yuan Dao Palace is enough. Only the pills, magical artifacts, talismans, and so on from the Five Elements sect are of the highest quality. Currently, Chen Mobai has 9 million morality coins in his account. Of the 5 million, he personally killed a mid-grade 4th-tier demon beast, while the remaining 4 million came from the hard work of the Five Elements sect members, and the rest was contributed by independent cultivators. However, as time goes by, this ratio is gradually changing, with the contribution of independent cultivators beginning to rise. After the large-scale demon-beast groups were killed by the major sects, they were scattered in the desolate ruins. It seems that by the time the land reclamation is over, I'll only be able to accumulate a few million morality coins at most, not 100 million. Chen Mobai thought to himself as he rode the Tei 5 smoke silk towards the eastern mausoleum Immortal City. He originally thought that 100 million would be a simple matter. Unexpectedly, the quality of the monsters in the Five Elements sect area is too low, with the strongest being only a mid-grade 4th-order monster. If I had known this would happen, I would have gone to Shichuo Ridge with the 3 holy sites. Just as he was passing by a desolate mountain, an invisible force of gravity suddenly appeared, causing his body to sink abruptly and fall towards the ground. Chapter 1073, A Great Battle. Chapter 1073, A Great Battle. Chen Mobai felt the heaviness in his body. With a quick mental scan, he saw who had made the move, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. They finally arrived. It was worth it all these years, when he traveled back and forth between Venus Valley and Eastern Mausoleum Immortal City by flying, rather than by teleporting. As the innate pure yang energy within his body circulated, his immortal robes erupted with blazing flames, transforming into crimson fire dragons that forcibly lifted him into the air, resisting the relentless gravity surging from the earth. At the same time, Chen Mobai pointed his right sword finger at the barren mountain, and a purple lightning bolt suddenly flashed in the clear sky, transforming into a huge purple lightning sword that crashed down. Hurled. With a questioning voice, a dark yellow shield appeared out of thin air on the top of the barren mountain, covering the entire mountain. The purple lightning divine sword descended from the sky, crashing into the shield and unleashing a violent roar. The earth began to tremble, and cracks appeared one after another around the barren mountains, raising clouds of dust. Standing atop the mountain peak, Su Taifeng sensed Chen Mobai's 5th-order sword intent, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Although we learned from Mu Yaoyi that the Five Elements sect master was an unparalleled sword genius who had mastered the 5th-order sword intent long ago, there are still differences in the 5th order. The purple sword intent before me is already at the 5th-order high-grade level. If he hadn't possessed the Taishan seal, a magical artifact that could elevate his spell level by a small increment, he might not have been able to withstand that sword strike. Su Wuming, it's quite unexpected that you've been able to hold back until now before making your move. At this moment, Chen Mobai's voice rang out from the sky, followed by scorching torrents of water. Accompanied by dragon roars, 9 thick fire dragons suddenly burst out from the dust in front of Su Taifeng, baring their fangs and claws as they charged forward. Faced with yet another attack from a 5th-tier opponent, Su Taifeng's expression had already calmed down. Yes, you're qualified to make me take this seriously. As he spoke, Su Taifeng's dark yellow light intensified, and the barren mountain beneath his feet seemed to suddenly come alive, transforming into a spirit beast. As the mountain walls twisted, earthen yellow claws stretched out, grabbing the 9 surging fire dragons and then clenched them tightly. With a loud bang, the 9 fiery dragons spread out like fireworks, transforming into a rain of red fire. However, amidst the fiery rain, a hidden orange-red glint quietly concealed its fluctuations, falling from Chen Mobai's sleeve and blending into the mix. After crushing the 9 fire dragon, Su Taifeng's dark blue pupils flashed with an eerie light, as cruel as a wild beast, as he reached out and grasped at Chen Mobai in midair. In an instant, dozens of earthen yellow claws shot through the air and landed in front of Chen Mobai, grabbing at his head, neck, limbs, internal organs, and other vital parts. Faced with such an attack, Chen Mobai remained motionless, opening his mouth and exhaling a stream of brilliantly colored air. The moment its earth-yellow claws came into contact with the primordial true qi, it was even weaker than the 9 dragons' flaming dragon, instantly collapsing into grayish-white dust, turning the entire sky into a smoky mess. At this moment, a sense of alarm flashed through Su Taifeng's mind. He circulated his fifth-order true energy, and a dark yellow light shield emerged from his body, blocking a wisp of orange-red light that had somehow landed on his neck. With a creaking sound, his protective light shield began to twist and even shatter, and Su Taifeng's expression changed slightly. He immediately opened his mouth and spat out a large, golden seal. After the Taishan seal landed, the protective light shield that was about to be cut open by the Yuanyang sword demon finally stabilized. You actually mastered 2 high-grade 5th-tier sword intents. Su Taifeng watched in awe as the Yuanyang sword demon, which had been blocked by the Taishan seal, escaped again and fell into the sleeve of Chen Mobai's pure Yang immortal robe. It should be understood that in the heavenly river realm, even those with exceptional talent in sword cultivation initially follow a single, specialized path. Only after reaching the pinnacle of the sword intent that best suits oneself will one attempt to condense other sword intents in order to break through to a higher realm. Those who have reached this stage are all nascent soul stage masters who have already broken through all laws with a single sword strike in the way of the sword. Su Taifeng could understand Chen Mobai's mastery of the 5th-level sword intent, and even accept that Chen Mobai had grasped the principle of one sword can break all laws. However, the fact that both of them possessed the power to break through all laws with a single sword strike was unacceptable to Su Taifeng, who always held himself in high esteem. Your magic weapon is quite good, it saved your life. As Chen Mobai spoke, he lightly waved his sleeve, and the dust and stone powder that filled the air were instantly cleared away. He looked at the Taishan seal in Su Taifeng's hand and couldn't help but nod in approval. This magical artifact is at least a high-grade 5th-order artifact, and in his perception, it is imbued with a rich power of the earth element. As expected of the successor of the One Yuan True Lord, he is indeed extraordinary. It's just a pity that he met me today. Although Su Taifeng knew he had underestimated Chen Mobai, he certainly couldn't show weakness verbally. As he spoke, he decided to stop holding back. As the Taishan seal in his palm flashed with spiritual light, a 5th-tier fox spirit stepped out and landed beside Su Taifeng. The moment the fox spirit appeared, Chen Mobai's expression suddenly turned serious. A 5th-tier true spirit. He looked at Lily with some suspicion, but his tone carried a hint of excitement that he himself was unaware of. Not bad, you died a glorious death because you made me give it my all. As Su Taifeng spoke, his expression was indifferent, and the way he looked at Chen Mobai was as if he were looking at a dead man. Would it be possible to know your real name before we fight? Chen Mobai suddenly asked this question. I'm a bit wicked, I like to leave my opponents confused. But Su Taifeng did not answer. The raccoon dog that landed at his feet opened its mouth and spat out a stream of earth-yellow energy, which Su Taifeng absorbed. After obtaining the essence of a 5th-order true spirit, Su Taifeng's true energy, which had already surpassed the nascent soul realm, suddenly surged to a new level. Amidst the deafening roar, the barren mountain beneath his feet seemed to come alive, transforming into a mountain giant hundreds of meters tall amidst the violent tremors, holding Su Taifeng in its palm and level with Chen Mobai in the sky. You've misunderstood. I asked for my opponent's name simply because I don't like killing nameless people. Looking at Su Taifeng standing in the palm of the mountain giant, Chen Mobai said something that made the former unable to help but shout angrily. Very well. I was originally planning to leave you with a complete corpse, but now I've decided to grind you to dust. Su Taifeng's tone was icy. The Taishan seal in his hand suddenly disintegrated, turning into pieces of stone armor that covered his entire body. Then another dark yellow mace appeared out of thin air. The Taishan seal actually has these forms. Seeing this, Chen Mobai felt that the weapon-refining skills of the Heavenly River realm were not so bad after all. Whether it was the one in front of him or the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument, they were all extremely exquisite. Perhaps the further one progresses in weapon crafting, the more they converge on the same goal. As Su Taifeng was thinking this, the mountain giant beneath his feet also condensed earth and stone into a thick, 100-meter-long mace in his other hand. Accompanied by a series of sonic booms, it crashed down on Chen Mobai's head. Chen Mobai opened his mouth again and exhaled the primordial true qi. The moment this burst of true energy came into contact with the 100-meter-long mace, the mace, composed of countless stones and earth, began to peel away and shrink piece by piece, as if it had lost its inner skeleton. Tusk. Upon seeing this scene, Su Taifeng couldn't help but frown slightly. Although the primordial true qi of the Yiyuan Dao Palace is renowned due to the ascension of the Yiyuan True Monarch, the Yiyuan Dao Palace has declined since Su Taifeng's birth. Unlike the three great holy lands such as the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect, which can still send their Taoist disciples and holy maidens to the Central Plains for training. Therefore, Su Taifeng had only heard of this supernatural power and had never tried it. I tried it today and found that it truly lived up to its reputation, being extremely effective against the five elements magic techniques. However, Chen Mobai's Hunyuan True Qi has not yet reached the 5th level, while Su Taifeng, after enhancing Tanli's 5th level essence, can even test 1 or 2 moves against a true nascent soul cultivator. With Su Taifeng's extremely powerful true energy infused into it, the 100-meter-long mace was only stripped of 1/5 by the primordial true energy, and continued to smash down on Chen Mobai's head with terrifying force that could shatter the void. With a loud bang, a giant finger emerged from behind Chen Mobai, like a sharp sword thrusting out, and struck the 100-meter-long mace. This finger radiated a clear and bright spiritual light, condensing into a third, 5th-tier sword intent, completely different from the previous one. Within this sword intent, Su Taifeng sensed a scene of bright sunshine, budding vegetation, clear air and bright scenery, and all things displaying their vitality. Clearly, this was the sword intent of a wood attribute sword technique, which perfectly countered his earth attribute true power. After a 2-breath standoff, green shoots sprouted from the cracks in the rocks, along with the 100-meter-long mace wielded by the mountain giant in its arms. Under the 5th-order sword intent of the wood attribute, these green shoots began to grow wildly, like the softest yet toughest and sharpest sword light. After disintegrating the 100-meter-long mace and long arm, they began to spread and grow all over the mountain giant's upper arm and shoulder. Faced with the third 5th-order sword intent, Su Taifeng was completely unable to understand it. His eyes widened, and he swung his long mace, smashing the shoulders and arms of the mountain giant beneath his feet, which were already tainted by the green sprouts. But at this moment, a second finger stretched out from the void behind Chen Mobai. This finger thrust out a wood attribute sword intent that was also the most effective counter to earth element, and landed on Su Taifeng's head. The long mace formed from the Taishan seal was swung out heavily, clashing with the huge, translucent blue sword finger. Amidst the deafening roar, the mountain giant supporting Su Taifeng seemed unable to withstand the aftershocks of the 2 5th-order true forces, and began to crack. However, the 5th-tier Tanuki power, which had not yet made a move, stomped its foreleg like a chicken's claw, and a rich and pure earth elemental power surged out, stabilizing the mountain giant once again. At this moment, Su Taifeng had already shattered the wood attribute sword intent. Compared to the two fifth-tier high-grade purple flower sword intent and primordial yang sword intent just now, this clear mind sword intent is much weaker, only just reaching the fifth tier. This relieved Su Taifeng. If Chen Mobai had truly mastered three fifth-tier high-grade sword intents, he might only have been able to rely on a fifth-tier fox spirit to make a move today. Your talent in swordsmanship is among the top 3 I've ever seen. If it weren't for the constraints imposed on you by this place in the Eastern continent, your achievements would probably be no less than those of the one in the Supreme Palace. What a pity. Su Taifeng's words surprised Chen Mobai. Is there anyone in this world whose swordsmanship talent surpasses his? Absolutely impossible. You should know that he copied Yu Baiguang's answer and comprehended the 24 sword intents of the immortal sect sword technique, all of which were at the 5th level. As long as one is still a human being, it is impossible for him to achieve such accomplishments at the nascent soul level. The Supreme Palace is one of the top 3 holy sects in Central Plains. It seems Brother Su is from Central Plains. However, there is something you must be mistaken about. In terms of swordsmanship, I am the best in the world at the same level. This is the confidence that Yu Baiguang instilled in Chen Mobai. Even she, a cultivator at the nascent soul level, did not have the same level of swordsmanship achievement as Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai didn't believe that there was anyone in the Heavenly River realm whose swordsmanship talent surpassed Yu Baiguang's. He is greater than Yu Baiguang, which is equivalent to being greater than all the sword cultivators in the entire Tianhe realm. I really wanted to see you go to Zhangzhou and compete with Yu Taiping and those 2 from Qingwei sword sect. Unfortunately, you must die by my hand today. Su Taifeng said this with some regret. Among the 10 sacred lands of Zhangzhou, the Supreme Palace and the Qingwei sword sect are both renowned for their swordsmanship. The 2 swords among the 15 top nascent soul true monarchs of the Heavenly River realm refer to the patriarchs of these 2 sects. Among them, Yu Taiping, the Taoist of the Supreme Palace, had already become a deity 100 years ago, and was someone even Yi Qing greatly admired. Although the Taoist saintess of Qingwei sword sect has never left the sect, she possesses a pair of 6th-tier immortal swords that fell from the upper realm, and is widely recognized as a future top sword cultivator. Zhangzhou, if I have time in the future, I can go and have a sword duel with Yu Taiping. Those 2 from Qingwei sword sect haven't even reached the nascent soul stage yet, so I won't bully them. Chen Mobai said something that left Su Taifeng speechless. He didn't know if Chen Mobai was genuinely arrogant or saying it on purpose. Su Taifeng had always thought of himself as arrogant, but at this moment he realized that compared to Chen Gixian in front of him, he was actually quite humble. At least he felt inferior to Yu Taiping. The 2 from Qingwei sword sect will also show some respect because of the 6th-tier immortal sword. Go to hell and keep spouting your big talk. Su Taifeng had initially thought it was a pity to kill Chen Mobai, this peerless sword genius, but now he believed that if he didn't kill such an arrogant person, he would eventually die at the hands of a nascent soul true monarch. Let me be the villain. Amidst a buzzing sound, the long mace formed from the Taishan seal in Su Taifeng's hand began to slowly rotate. With each rotation, Chen Mobai felt the gravity around him double. In just a few breaths, the gravity in the area where the 2 were located had increased 100-fold. Even moving his eyelids requires a great deal of his inner energy. However, under the influence of gravity, the mountain giant beneath Su Taifeng's feet became even more powerful, carrying a force 100 times greater than before, and its newly grown arm clenched into a fist and slammed heavily towards Chen Mobai. At this moment, even the void seemed unable to withstand the opponent's terrifying power, and along the trajectory of the mountain giant's fist, it began to crack open with dark fissures. Faced with this punch that shattered the void, Chen Mobai finally became serious. The translucent fingers that emerged from the void behind him began to reveal their full form, transforming into a giant palm with its 5 fingers spread out. Amidst the flowing light of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, The 5 sword intents of the 5 elements and 5 levels had condensed into a 5-element sword demon array. The mountain giant's fist slammed into the sword-wielding array, unleashed by the myriad swords' dharma body. The already cracked void could no longer withstand the impact and shattered completely. 1 yuan Dao body. Su Taifeng looked at the enormous avatar that emerged from behind Chen Mobai. Having already learned about this great technique from Mu Yaoi, he took out a bronze statue in the shape of a bull's head from his storage bag. This is actually a 5th-tier magic weapon. The fox spirit beside him opened its mouth again and spat out a 5th-order essence, helping Su Taifeng to unleash the power of this magic weapon. The bronze bull-headed statue came to life in an instant, transforming into a divine beast with a bull's body and a human face, and then merged into the top of the mountain giant's head. Yehu! Chen Mobai immediately recognized the origin of this spirit beast's avatar. Like the tanuki, it was a type of earth elemental true spirit. In ancient times, when the human race was still weak, this type of true spirit was most fond of eating people. Therefore, after the rise of the human race, the Yehu were almost completely wiped out. Occasionally, traces of them can only be found deep within the desolate ruins. With his expertise in weapon crafting, he could naturally tell that Su Taifeng's bull-headed bronze statue was forged from a 5th-tier Yehu. With the addition of a special refining incantation, it could be summoned when needed to attach itself to the rocks and earth and unleash the power of a 5th-tier creature. As expected, the mountain giant, whose arm had been shattered once again by the 5-element sword array, twisted and deformed like putty after the bull-headed bronze statue entered it, transforming into a giant Yehu. I think I know who you are. I didn't expect Huanglong to be able to attract someone like you. Chen Mobai recalled Yi Qing's introduction of Su Taifeng as one of the younger generation of Taoist disciples and saintesses from the 10 holy lands of Zhangzhou, along with the iconic spirit-controlling technique of the Yehu bronze statue. He had already guessed Su Taifeng's origins. I entered the Tao through the earth element, and I'm only 1 step away from becoming a nascent soul after breaking through my spiritual consciousness. However, whether it's the tanuki, the Yehu, or even the 5th-order earth ant and Yehu that the sect offers, although they possess complete true spirit bloodlines, they can only reach the 6th order at most. Given my status, I naturally want the best. The yellow dragon's bloodline, if evolved to its peak, can reach the 7th order. If you offer it to me now, when I become a 7th-order true immortal in the future, I might remember this favor and convert your reincarnation into my disciple, giving you a chance for immortality. As Su Taifeng spoke, the Yehu Dharma image beneath him, which had transformed into a mountain, opened its mouth and spat out a sharp stone spike at Chen Mobai. The stone spike also pierced through the void, but its speed was several times faster than that of the mountain giant, and it landed on Chen Mobai's brow in the blink of an eye. Faced with such an attack, Chen Mobai remained still, refining dozens of clusters of 9 heavens pure chi into the myriad swords dharma body, which enveloped his main body. Then, he unleashed the heaven-slaying sword domain without hesitation. This pure energy is far from enough to fight against a true nascent soul cultivator. But it's more than enough to deal with someone like Su Taifeng, who's only half-baked. After the sword domain expanded and covered the area, the once impressive Yehu suddenly weakened by 2 or 3/10. Its originally solid body began to rustle, and dust and stones flew away. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Tanuki spat out another mouthful of essence to stabilize the situation. The stone spikes that pierced the myriad swords dharma body shattered under the 6 imperial swords formation, causing no harm to Chen Mobai. Boom! At the same time, the myriad swords avatar brought its 5 fingers together and drew the purple lightning sword from the void. The purple lightning sword spontaneously transformed into a huge and long form to suit the avatar, radiating a dazzling and brilliant lightning light, like a beam of purple aurora, tearing through the sky and slashing down. This sword strike truly embodies the purple flower sword intent, capable of shattering all laws with a single strike. The Yehu Dharma form, which was originally charging closely behind the stone spike, was directly cleaved in 2 by this sword. Moreover, The purple lightning sword continued its momentum, accompanied by thunderous force, and slashed straight towards Su Taifeng, who was standing on the back of the Yeu. Su Taifeng's expression changed drastically. He sensed that Chen Mobai's sword strike was powerful enough to break through his defenses and even kill him. "Senior Tanuki, please make a move." At the critical moment of life and death, Su Taifeng finally couldn't hold back and shouted to the raccoon dog at his feet. "This is not quite the same as what we agreed on before. There is another condition. After we get the yellow dragon, she has to become my wife." Despite saying this, Tanuki had already stood up, its two front paws outstretched. Under its control, the vast earth elemental power condensed the thousands of earth and rocks left after the Yeu shattered, transforming them into two enormous claws that firmly clamped down on the purple lightning sword that was slashing towards it. "Okay, but only after I reach the nascent soul stage." A struggle flashed across Su Taifeng's face. If he were to transform into a god using the bloodline of the yellow dragon true spirit, then the little yellow dragon girl would be his destiny. The thought of her becoming Li Li's wife made him feel nauseous. But at that moment, he had no other options. Although Tanuki is a true spirit raised by the myriad spirits sect, at the 5th level, its status is second only to the nascent soul stage within the sect. Moreover, Tanuki's contract is not in his hands. He was able to bring it here only because of his master, true Lord Tianling's influence. After considering everything in an instant, Su Taifeng accepted the fact that he couldn't beat Chen Mobai and handed over the task of cleaning up the mess to Li Li. "Ha, good. I never thought that one day I would also have the chance to touch the noble yellow dragon." When Li Li heard Su Taifeng nod, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Its bloodline can only reach the 6th rank, but if it can combine with the yellow dragon, it might be able to optimize its offspring with the bloodline of the latter's top true spirit, making it possible for its race to reach the 7th rank in the future. Thinking of this bright future, Lily felt that coming to Dongju was the right decision. It triumphantly unleashed its 5th-order true power, completely intercepting the terrifying 5th-order purple flower sword intent. Then, it rubbed its claws together, crushing the thousands of lightning bolts that fell with the sword intent into tiny electric currents like thin snakes. However, breaking through all laws with a single sword is no small feat. After the sword strike was neutralized, Tanuki's claws, which were formed from earth and stone, became tattered and pitted. To be able to unleash such a powerful sword strike that can shatter all laws with a single strike, even with the physique of a nascent soul cultivator, is a talent for swordsmanship I haven't encountered in thousands of years in the Western continent. However, you are only a nascent soul cultivator after all. At most, you can only unleash 2 or 3 strikes. Besides spitting out his essence to assist Su Taifeng in activating the powerful 5th-tier magic artifacts like the Taishan seal and the Yeu bronze statue, Li Li had been observing Chen Mobai's methods. When the myriad swords avatar appeared, its 5th-order aura was indeed very shocking. The heaven-slaying sword domain was deployed, and even a 5th-order true spirit like Tan Li was affected, feeling that nearly 20% of the earth element true power in his body could not be used. But Li Li soon discovered that, after unleashing that sword strike, 1/10 of his 2/10 true power broke free from the sword domain's constraints. This means that Chen Mobai's myriad sword's body has already consumed nearly half of its power. That's right. Outside of the 5 elements sect's territory, the myriad sword's Dharma body really can't deal with you, you pig. Chen Mobai looked at the appearance of the fox spirit and nodded in agreement with its assessment. Without the blessing of the Tao Law fruit, relying solely on the 9 heavens pure qi that he had painstakingly collected over the years, he could only kill Su Taifeng. Faced with a true 5th-tier being like Li Li, equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator, at most 3 sword strikes would reveal his true form, and even the heaven-slaying sword domain would be unable to maintain itself. "I'm not a pig, I'm the earth elemental divine beast Tanuki, don't you have eyes?" However, Chen Mobai's words seemed to anger Tanuki. Although it looked a bit like a pig, what it hated most was being called a pig by others. "That's not important. What's important is that you are a 5th-order true spirit. If I kill you, I can use your essence and blood to refine a nascent soul pill. Chen Mobai saw the furious Tan Li, but remained calm and composed, standing within the myriad swords' Dharma body. You little bastard, I'm going to tear you to pieces and feed you to the pigs. Seeing the completely enraged Tanuki, Su Taifeng felt a pang of regret. Why didn't Chen Mobai say from the beginning that Tanuki was like a pig? That way, he wouldn't have to pay anything for Tanuki to attack. With a roar, Tanuki revealed its true form, which was taller than a mountain. The moment a true fifth order being revealed their aura, even the distant dangling immortal city felt a sense of oppression. There are even wild fifth-tier true spirits. The palace mistress of Biluo, who was recuperating from her injuries, suddenly stood up and looked in the direction from which the energy was coming from. Comparing it with the previous distribution, she quickly realized that it was the Kun position. This area falls under the jurisdiction of the Five Elements sect. It seems that this sect leader Chen isn't having much luck. The palace mistress of Biluo thought of that dashing young man in white and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Even for someone like her, facing a fifth-tier true spirit, the best outcome would be to rely on the secret techniques of the Taiksu Misty Palace to flee in disarray. At the nascent soul level, one cannot possibly be a match for a fifth-order true spirit. Thinking of this, she was terrified that this wild fifth-tier true spirit would wreak havoc on dangling immortal city, so she immediately commanded the city's array masters to activate the city's protective array. In the past 2 years, the 3 holy lands had once again poured massive amounts of resources into upgrading the spiritual veins of Dongling Mountain back to the 5th tier. With the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instruments in place, even if faced with a 5th tier true spirit attacking the city, they could hold out for a while. The palace master of Biluo Palace also dispatched a disciple to send a message to Shichuo Ridge via a teleportation array, asking Shengxi to come and preside over the grand formation. After doing all this, she still felt uneasy, so she took out a talisman that could contact the Great Void True Lord, wrote down the message, and then her heart ached. As for sending people to rescue the Five Elements sect, that was not even on her mind. She could only pray in her heart that Chen Mobai would be blessed with good fortune and escape from the rampage of the Fifth Order True Spirit. Junior brother Jiang, you spend all your time fishing instead of cultivating. You'll end up as nothing but a pile of dust. You unfilial disciple, I told you to forge a flying sword and you forged a fishing rod. Senior brother, you're wasting your time on frivolous pursuits. We're not meant to be. My ambition lies in the path of immortality. You're just a lazy bum. What happens when a seasoned fisherman is unexpectedly transported to a world where one can cultivate immortality and seek enlightenment? Yang Chuan's first task was to look for fishing spots around the mountain gate. Cultivating immortality. Is cultivating immortality as fun as fishing? Congratulations, host, on successfully catching a chi refining stage blue-scaled white-striped fish weighing 18 pounds. You have gained 2 achievement points. Congratulations, host, on successfully catching a transformation stage dragon weighing tens of thousands of kilograms. You have gained 1,000 achievement points. Years later, as calamity clouds descended, a fishing rod soared into the clouds and pierced through them. When the many cultivators saw the person undergoing tribulation clearly. Good heavens, that fisherman who only knows how to fish all day is actually undergoing the tribulation to become an immortal. End of this chapter. Chapter 1074 Kill It. Chapter 1074 Kill It. Chen Mobai stood atop the Tei 5 smoke luo, watching the fox spirit opposite him, after revealing its true form, draw in the Earth's energy from within a radius of 10,000 miles, and couldn't help but nod slightly. This is the true strength that a nascent soul cultivator should possess, capable of drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to empower themselves. Ordinary cultivators refine spiritual energy into power within their bodies, using it when needed. The amount of spiritual power they possess determines their cultivation level. Even nascent soul cultivators fall within this range. However, if one possesses powerful spells, sword intent, magical artifacts, Tao fruits, etc., one can roughly draw upon some of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at a non-deity transformation level. For example, Chen Mobai can use the purple lightning sword to draw upon the power of yang attribute heavenly lightning, thereby increasing the power of his sword intent. However, these are worlds apart from those of nascent soul cultivators. After acquiring a primordial spirit dharma form, through the long-term changes brought about by the cultivation method, the cultivator becomes extremely compatible with a certain type of spiritual energy in the world, and can even be regarded as a crystallization of this spiritual energy, as well as its hub and core. Therefore, as long as one is willing, one can use it at any time without refining it. Spells and magical abilities that can draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth are at least 10 times more powerful than usual, and some are even dozens or hundreds of times more powerful. Therefore, although powerful nascent soul cultivators can master fifth-order true power, fifth-order body tempering, fifth-order divine sense, etc., they basically have no chance of winning against true nascent soul cultivators. For example, Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit is now able to use the power of the great Tao of fire as its core, drawing upon the fire spiritual energy between heaven and earth to empower itself. Although Tanali might be at the bottom of the fifth tier, it is invincible as long as it is not a nascent soul cultivator facing it. Boy, prepare to die. After revealing its true form, which was hundreds of feet tall, the raccoon dog's eyes widened. With each breath, clouds and mist swirled around it, and its two thick fangs gleamed with a dark yellow demonic light. In an instant, it controlled all the earth elemental energy that had gathered nearby, condensing it into slender stone pillars in the void, which roared toward Chen Mobai. Using your fifth-tier true spirit to declare my strength is actually better than I expected. As Chen Mobai spoke, the pure yang pearl behind his head lit up, and as it burned, it transformed into his shrunken second primordial spirit. With a flick of his right hand, the second primordial spirit unleashed the sword, and the yuan-yang sword flew out from the realm, its golden light shining forth, transforming into the Chengping sword technique. All the slender stone pillars that roared towards Chen Mobai were shattered by the golden light emanating from the sword the moment they approached, turning into even smaller pieces of stone that fell to the ground like rain. Upon seeing this scene, Su Taifeng's eyes widened in shock. Nascent soul cultivator, you're actually a nascent soul cultivator. Chen Mobai's seemingly casual sword strike was a level more powerful than the one that the myriad swords Dharma body had unleashed with all its might, wielding the purple lightning sword to shatter all laws. This sword strike, too, could break through all laws with a single strike, but the feeling it gave Su Taifeng was the same as that of Yu Taiping from the Supreme Palace. That was a powerful figure, whose mere glance was enough to make him lower his head and dare not look directly at him. I can't be considered a nascent soul cultivator yet, but killing a fifth-tier true spirit and a coward like you who doesn't even dare to utter your name is no problem. After revealing his second primordial spirit, Chen Mobai had no intention of wasting any more time. Over the years, although I haven't caught the expected Tudu and others while fishing, catching a fifth-order true spirit and a heavenly spirit pill is already an unexpected surprise. Moreover, if this Su Wuming is indeed a disciple of the Zhangzhu Wanling sect, then killing him should be done discreetly. Anyway, when he went out today, he encountered a wild fifth-tier true spirit by the roadside and killed it without a second thought. As for Su Wuming, we didn't know him, we never saw him, and his death can't be blamed on him. With this in mind, the second primordial spirit immediately wielded the yuan-yang sword and unleashed a sword strike at Su Taifeng, who was hiding to the side and had originally intended to watch the show. Help me! Su Taifeng unleashed the full power of his Taishan seal and used earth escape technique to dodge the sword strike. He also shouted at Tanuki, who was not far away. He knew best that he could only block 1 or 2 moves at most when fighting against a nascent soul cultivator. If we want to survive today, our only hope lies with Tanuki, this fifth-tier true spirit. Clearly, Su Taifeng still holds a certain position in Lily's heart. Seeing Chen Mobai draw his sword, it roared and spat out its fangs, which turned into a beam of snow-white light, blocking the Yuanyang sword halfway through its path. The instant the sword touched the fangs, a burst of blazing golden light erupted, and the sharp, scorching sword intent slashed a small gash in the fangs. These fangs are one of the essences of Tanli's true body cultivated over thousands of years. With the support of the Wanling sect, they were forged from a large amount of fifth-order minerals, making them superior in terms of hardness among fifth-order minerals. However, when facing one of the three great flying swords of the immortal sect, and the Yuan Yang sword intent, which is empowered by the ability to break through all laws with a single sword strike, it still lost the battle. But at least Su Taifeng survived. "You go first, I'll come find you later." Lily looked at his fangs, which had been cut open, with a pained expression, but still, after realizing Chen Mobai's powerful strength, he immediately told Su Taifeng to retreat. Although Su Taifeng was able to use some fifth-tier techniques, he would only be cannon fodder in the real battlefield of the nascent soul stage. If Tanuki stays here, it will have to be distracted by protecting him, which will actually affect its strength. "Thank you, Senior. I'll be waiting for you in Jiangsu." At this point, Su Taifeng had no desire to get revenge. He only wanted to escape. He regretted his arrogance, having only brought a fifth-tier fox spirit. If he had known, he would have invited his master's QE beast as well. "After returning this time, I will immediately take the heavenly spirit pill to break through to the nascent soul stage. Once I have mastered some powerful divine abilities from the myriad spirit's great art, I will find a way to cause trouble for this Chen Gixian." While Su Taifeng was thinking about how to take revenge, his hands moved swiftly. He had already activated a heaven-transcending talisman, which covered him with a dazzling silver sphere of light, and he was about to be teleported away. Chen Mobai, who was in midair, stretched out his right index finger and gently drew a line in the air towards the place where Su Taifeng was. Su Taifeng suddenly felt a pain in his neck, and when he reached down to touch it, he found blood. His eyes widened, wondering when he had been injured. Why isn't the Heaven Escape Talisman working? But at this moment, he discovered the worst thing. The silver sphere that had enveloped him suddenly disappeared. This was because Chen Mobai used the Void Blade to borrow the power of the Void stored in the Escape Talisman and slash Su Taifeng with his sword. "Your body is tougher than I thought. I thought this one sword would be enough to separate your head from your body." Chen Mobai looked at Su Taifeng and saw that there was only a thin line of blood on his neck, and his head was still on his neck. He nodded in approval. "This is the true sword technique of the Void." At this moment, Su Taifeng suddenly realized that only the people of Taiksu Pyomil Palace could stop the Escape Talisman, and only this incomparably profound supreme sword technique could condense the void power of the Escape Talisman into a sword to kill the enemy. "Aren't you a successor of the One Yuan True Lord?" Su Taifeng was grateful that he had the Taishan seal. It was this magical artifact that instinctively protected its master and blocked most of the power of the Void Blade. In addition, his strong physique meant that the sword only cut his skin. However, the fact that Chen Mobai knew the Taiksu true sword technique shocked him immensely. He even began to suspect that the Taiksu Misty Palace might have wanted to steal the legacy of the One Yuan True Monarch, so they arranged for Chen Mobai to be an undercover agent. Because of the immense power of the Taiksu Misty Palace, apart from the Void Dharma body and other inheritances they themselves have spread, the Taiksu true sword technique has never been revealed. I am merely carrying on the lineage left behind by the true Lord of One Yuan and making it flourish. Rest assured, I am not a member of the Taiksu Misty Palace." As Chen Mobai spoke, his second primordial spirit flew out from beside him. When the Yuan Yang sword was blocked by the Tanuki Fang, he flicked his finger, summoning the Fire Path fruit and drawing upon the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and unleashed another sword strike at Su Taifeng. He didn't expect the Void Blade to kill Su Taifeng at first. He just wanted it to disable the Escape Talisman. As soon as the second primordial spirit made its move, Su Taifeng, who was facing it directly, immediately showed a look of despair. At that moment, he confirmed that Chen Mobai was indeed a nascent soul cultivator. while Su Taifeng exhaled his original true energy into the Taishan seal, attempting to use this magical artifact to withstand the attack. He also fled towards the body of the fox spirit. At the same time, Li roared and spewed out a beam of earth-yellow divine light from its thick nose. This light, carrying a terrifying power that could freeze everything, covered Chen Mobai's main body, attempting to force Chen Mobai to withdraw his second primordial spirit to protect himself. But Chen Mobai smiled slightly, his whole body flashing with silver light, and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Then, just as Su Taifeng was about to move, he suddenly found himself unable to move. Void Lock, you still say you're not from the Void Palace. Feeling completely bound to the spot, Su Taifeng had only one thought in his mind. Roar! At this moment, Li also realized that something was wrong. He used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air to make the surrounding earth arch up, and layers of soil turned into defenses to protect Su Taifeng. The second primordial spirit unleashed the Yuan-Yang sword technique, sending down a stream of golden light that sliced through layers of soil. At the same time, fire and earth spiritual energy from within a radius of 10,000 miles began to surge in, clashing fiercely under the combined influence of the two primordial spirits. Amidst a series of deafening roars, the earth cracked open, spewing forth scorching magma and flames. The last layer of soil that had enveloped Su Taifeng was also broken through, revealing his charred body. However, Chen Mobai's fifth-level empty valley sound could still hear him breathing. The majority of the Yuan-Yang sword fiend was blocked by Li's attack, and with the addition of his Tai Shan seal and fifth-order body tempering, he actually survived this attack. This made Chen Mobai's face show admiration. If he hadn't cultivated his second primordial spirit in the immortal sect, the outcome of his fight against this person would have been truly uncertain. But now both Su Taifeng and Li must die here. With a thought, Chen Mobai's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the Yuan-Yang sword emitted a brilliant golden light, causing the fangs of the fox spirit to ignite with flames. Although the fangs were detached from the body, they were still part of the body, so Tanuki felt an unprecedented burning sensation and had to withdraw them from the Yuan-Yang sword blade. You slaughter this pig, and I'll take care of Su Wuming. Chen Mobai spoke to the second primordial spirit, and at the same time gave him the pure Yang immortal robe. The combination of 6 pure Yang sets can increase the power of a pure Yang cultivator by 20%. Although taking down the fox spirit with his second primordial spirit would definitely not be a problem, Chen Mobai still didn't want to take the risk. Good. The second primordial spirit nodded and immediately harnessed the pure Yang set, transforming it back into a pure Yang pearl. It then rose into the sky, growing larger and larger, resembling a blazing sun with purple rays emanating from its edges. It appeared out of thin air in the desolate ruins, incinerating everything. The earth first dried up and cracked, then began to melt, indicating that the temperature had reached extremely high levels. The fifth-tier true spirit, Li, solemnly enveloped its entire body in the earthy yellow, divine light emanating from its nostrils, resisting the radiant rays of the great sun emanating from the second primordial spirit in the sky. This is the 9 heavens primordial Yang purple extreme form of the primordial ancestor. Although Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit is limited by his realm and can only evolve into a rudimentary form, it is still a powerful Dharma form that Li has never seen before. The purple rays blooming from the edge of the sun are the Yuan-Yang sword aura condensed to its extreme by the Yuan-Yang sword. It is not only at the 5th level, but also has the power to break through all laws with a single sword, and even the power of the great Tao of fire. Streams of purple light shot towards the fox spirit, causing the earthy yellow divine light on its body to ripple and fluctuate continuously. It drew upon and refined the earth's spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles, adding it to its innate divine power in an attempt to withstand this wave. Through the connection of mind and spirit, Chen Mobai's main body experienced the practical combat experience of the pure Yang scroll of the second primordial spirit transformation realm, and also felt the realm of the primordial Yang ancestor. Then his gaze fell on Su Taifeng, who was not far away, his body charred black and struggling to stand up. I am Su Feng, the Taoist disciple of the Myriad Spirits sect. My master is the Heavenly Spirit True Lord, one of the 4 true ones of the Heavenly River realm. You cannot kill me. At this point, Su Feng could only introduce himself, hoping that Chen Mobai would have some reservations. I don't believe you. I think you're an imposter. Chen Mobai said this with a smile. I can swear to prove that what I say is true. I also have proof that I am a disciple of the Myriad Spirits sect. Moreover, I really do have a heavenly spirit pill, but this pill requires my sect's secret method to refine, otherwise it will be poison. If you spare me, I will pass on the pill and the secret method to you. In order to survive, Su Feng took out a jade bottle from his storage bag and threw it directly to Chen Mobai. This contains the real heavenly spirit pill. Chen Mobai used his void technique to freeze the jade bottle in midair, then opened it and quickly examined it using the immortal sect's pill appraisal technique, confirming that it was indeed a high-grade 5th-rank pill. However, whether it is indeed the heavenly spirit pill, and whether it can assist in the nascent soul stage, requires more detailed analysis. However, what Chen Mobai fears least is poison. As long as the pills are fine, he can rely on the edible essence of the phoenix rising to the sun diagram to consume and refine them. I'd be more at ease if you were dead. Chen Mobai stored the heavenly spirit pill in his domain, and then said something to Su Feng that filled him with despair. At this moment, Su Feng understood that Chen Mobai did not disbelieve his identity, but was determined to kill him. My master will not let you get away with this. Looking at the Li being suppressed by the 2nd primordial spirit not far away, Su Feng could only place his last hope on the name of the heavenly spirit True Monarch. That's a matter for the future, and if he doesn't know what's good for him, I might be the one to get back at him. Chen Mobai knew that he and Su Feng were now mortal enemies, and letting him go would only bring endless trouble. Moreover, he had heard Yi Qing say that the Myriad Spirits sect was not allowed to set foot in the eastern continent for some special reason. As he spoke, the Myriad Sword's avatar appeared behind Chen Mobai, and the purple lightning sword was grasped once more, easily piercing Su Feng's chest with a soft thud. Faced with imminent death, Su Feng roared, his nascent soul leaving his body and detonating his 5th-tier body while embracing the Taishan seal. With the help of the powerful blood energy impact, he forcibly broke free from the Void Lock's restraints and transformed into a streak of yellow light, ready to escape. However, Chen Mobai's swordsmanship had already reached its peak. With the activation of the Myriad Sword's Dharma body, the purple lightning sword left his hand, and with the unparalleled speed of the sword fiend thunder sound, made a turn in the air, easily catching up with Su Feng. Under the thunderous sword light, Su Feng's nascent soul had vanished, leaving only the Taishan seal intact, which fell from the sky. With a flick of his finger, Chen Mobai opened up the void, taking the Taishan seal into his own domain. Unfortunately, Su Feng's storage bag was destroyed when he detonated his physical body. Chen Mobai's physical cultivation was still inferior to that of the 2nd primordial spirit. To deal with such an enemy, he could only ensure that he was killed first. With the heavenly spirit pill, the Taishan seal, and the 5th-order true spirit Tanuki power, he was already very satisfied with his gains. When Li saw that Chen Mobai had already killed Su Feng while he was being overwhelmed, he was shocked. Thinking of Tianling Zhenjun's temper, he couldn't help but shudder. However, its fate was now uncertain, so it could only swallow hard and call a truce. Boy, I was merely misled by Su Feng into coming to the eastern continent to accompany him and abduct the true spirit Yellow Dragon. Now that the culprit is dead, there's no reason for us to continue fighting. How about we each take a step back? Faced with the 2nd primordial spirit that had evolved into the 9 heavens primordial yang purple extreme form, and possessed the fire path Dao fruit, Li fought for a while but found himself no match for it, so he wanted to beg for mercy. I just heard you say that you wanted to marry my family's Huanglong. Chen Mobai looked at the Tanuki, whose body was shrouded in earthen yellow divine light and whose size was beginning to shrink, and found it to be extremely vengeful. It's all a misunderstanding. Besides, I'm handsome and dashing and I'm still single. It's normal for gentlemen to have suitors. Please don't take it to heart, sect leader Chen. Tanuki, however, began to argue his point. Chen Mobai was too lazy to waste words with him. A fifth-order true spirit must have signed a contract with the god of all spirits, so there was no way he would surrender to him. And as long as it returns alive, the evidence of his killing of Su Taifeng today will be irrefutable. In this way, even though the eastern continent is a forbidden place for the myriad spirits sect, it is estimated that true Lord Tianling might use this as an excuse to cross the sea. After Yuan Kink ascended to immortality, there was no cultivator in the eastern continent capable of stopping Tianling Zhenjun, one of the most outstanding nascent soul cultivators. Although Chen Mobai knew that this matter could not be kept secret, as long as there was no evidence, the Wanling sect would be bound by its rules. So today Su Taifeng must die, and Li Li must die too. With this thought in mind, Chen Mobai decided that his second primordial spirit no longer needed to probe. Go all out and slaughter this pig. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Lily was both angry and anxious. I've already told you I'm not a pig. You damned arrogant brat, you have no idea how terrifying true monarch Tianling is. And do you really think you can easily manipulate me? Putting aside everything else, my defensive strength is so strong that I can even hold my own against a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, Lily had already shrunk back into its true form, but its pure and vast earth elemental power was also condensed. As the earth elemental energy within a radius of 10,000 miles continuously gathered, the earthy yellow spiritual light on its body surface, which was originally dim due to the purple rays, suddenly became bright and heavy again. Chen Mobai listened with the fifth-order empty valley sound and discovered that Tanuki had used most of its power on defense. After doing all this, the raccoon landed on the ground with its 4 feet, which were like chicken claws. Strange spiritual light flickered beneath its feet. Its shrunken body was about to sink into the earth, forcibly resisting the scorching sword aura of the 9 heavens primordial yang purple extreme phase. Earth Chinese letter Earth Chinese letter is a skill that the creature uses to escape into the ground, is its signature ability. For thousands of years, when it was weak, it used this magic to escape countless calamities. After it became a fifth-tier creature, it never used Earth Chinese letter. Earth Chinese letter is a type of escape technique, to escape again, but unexpectedly, it needs to use it again today. You pig, you're even more timid than I imagined. Chen Mobai originally thought that, as a fifth-order true spirit, Li Li would at least show some of its prowess when facing his second primordial spirit. Unexpectedly, after realizing they were outmatched, they immediately began to retreat and defend, and now they are even trying to run away. His eyes shimmered with colorful light, and with the activation of the 5 tones of music, he had already found a way to break the Earth Chinese letter. Earth Chinese letter is a type of magic escaping technique. Within the great sun that evolved in midair from the second primordial spirit, an ancient bronze mirror lit up, transforming into a beam of divine flame that fell upon the earth. The extremely high temperature instantly melted the earth into lava. Tanuki, who was still using earth escape technique, was forced out because Chen Mobai mixed Xuan Yang divine light into the earth, disrupting its earth escape technique. However, since earth escape was Tanuki's innate divine ability, it was naturally extraordinary. It quickly adapted to the new magma environment, adjusted its earth elemental power, and enveloped itself as it sank again. During this process, within the 9 heavens primordial yang purple extreme phase, the primordial yang sword flew out. After absorbing the pure yang set and sufficient innate pure yang energy, it regained a trace of its peak glory. With the blessing of the Dharma image, the Yuan Yang sword was aimed at the Tanuki that had disappeared into the earth. The latter immediately felt a chill down its spine, and a sense of impending death surged into its heart. What this kid said is true, he really didn't go all out before. When Li Li was horrified, he did not want to use his defense to try to break through all laws with a sword from a nascent soul sword cultivator. Instead, he used more of his earth element true power to escape into the earth, wanting to sink deeper into the earth, and use the earth to block the terrifying holy virtue sword in the sky. But at this moment, Chen Mobai, with the help of Lu Huayan, had already broken through Tanuki's earth escape technique for the second time. Then the Tei-5 smoke garland flew out from his sleeve, transforming into the fifth-order Tei-Luotian array, and merged into the melted earth. The key material in Tei-Huayan is extracted from magma, and it can both evolve the changes of the 5 elements and disrupt them. With Chen Mobai using both the Tengxianji and Yingdaling realms simultaneously, the Tei-Luotian formation was instantly pushed to its limit, transforming into the spiritual hub of this land. Then, with his fifth-order divine sense, he controlled and mobilized all the 5 elements of spiritual energy within a radius of 1,000 miles. This distance is a bit narrow for a nascent soul cultivator, but it's just right for dealing with the Tanuki force that just sank into the earth using Earth Chinese letter. Earth Chinese letter is a technique for escaping into the earth. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the spiritual energy of the 5 elements instantly became chaotic under the control of the Tei-Luotian formation. The previously perfect earth escape technique failed once again, and Tanuki's figure, bathed in an earth-yellow divine light, reappeared. At that moment, the Yuan-Yang sword happened to fall from the sky. No! Li turned his head and saw the Yuan-Yang sword, radiating brilliant golden light, falling in front of him, and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. It unleashed all the divine light of the earth within its body, attempting to block the Yuan-Yang sword. However, the second primordial spirit evolved into the 9 heavens primordial Yang purple extreme form in order to unseal and recharge the primordial Yang sword. This sword strike even used a trace of the pure Yang energy left behind by the primordial Yang ancestor. The earth-sound divine light of the Tanuki was indeed extraordinary, slowing down the speed of the Yuan-Yang sword considerably, but the blade still fell unstoppably. In its despairing gaze, Tanuki watched helplessly as the Yuan-Yang sword pierced its head and emerged from its chin. The powerful force caused its entire body to fall to the ground. Amidst the deafening roar, the entire earth began to cave in around it, and scorching golden flames spread from the Yuan-Yang sword, melting the earth layer by layer. After a long while, Chen Mobai waved his sleeve, blowing away the dust that filled the sky. He looked at the huge, sunken pit in front of him and gently floated down. In the very center, he found Tanuki, who was pinned to the ground by the Yuan-Yang sword, his body charred black and lifeless. With that sword strike, Tanuki's spiritual consciousness was completely incinerated. What remains here now is merely the corpse of a fifth-order true spirit. But immediately, Chen Mobai thought of something. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately bent down to investigate. After a while, he got up and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Tanuki's essence blood wasn't burned away. Otherwise, we would have suffered a huge loss today. At this moment, the second primordial spirit also transformed into human form and descended. Looking at the opponent at the nascent soul level whom he had killed for the first time, Chen Mobai couldn't help but take out his phone and have his second primordial spirit hold the Yuan-Yang sword, which was studded with fox spirit power, and take 9 photos. Although it's not appropriate to post it on the immortal sect's social media, at least Qing Nu can see it. I'm not trying to show off, I just want to keep it as a memento. Chapter 1075, The Great Void True Monarch. Chapter 1075, The Great Void True Monarch. After taking a photo, Chen Mobai's gaze fell once again on Li's corpse. For cultivators, every part of a 5th-tier true spirit is a treasure. Besides its essence and blood, which can be used to refine pills, the bones, fur, fangs, claws, and other parts of the Tanuki, as an earth elemental divine beast, all contain powerful earth elemental true energy, which can be used to refine powerful magical artifacts. Besides these, there is also the most precious inner elixir. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai listened to the corpse of Lily with the sound of an empty valley, and then let his second primordial spirit ride the Yuan-Yang sword to gently slash its belly. Instantly, a yellowish-brown light flew out from the wound, turning into a round yellowish-brown bead, which fell into his palm. After feeling the immense power contained within, Chen Mobai couldn't help but nod slightly. This thing can be of great use to Zhuo Ming, Xiao Hunglongnu, or even Tai Sui Tongzi. However, this is, after all, an inner core condensed by a beast's cultivation, and it requires special methods to transform it in order to refine it. For example, when Qing Nu refined the inner core of the poison dragon and the inner core of the Azure Sea King, she used the inner core as the main ingredient to refine the pills. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai was about to put his inner core back when suddenly his mind stirred and he looked up at the sky. A flash of silver light appeared, and a square-faced, large-eared cultivator stepped out of the void. "Greetings, great void true lord." Chen Mobai had met this person when he was in Dongling Immortal City, and knew that he was a nascent soul true lord from Takesu Misty Palace, so he couldn't help but perform a junior's greeting. After De Kong Zhenjun appeared, the first thing he saw was Tanuki, whose body was already lying in the center of the sunken pit. Even though he was already dead, the lingering, profound true energy within his corpse still indicated his status as a fifth-order true spirit. Then he saw Chen Mobai next to the corpse, and the second primordial spirit that looked exactly the same. The instant he connected with the second primordial spirit's energy, combined with the lingering fire elemental power on the battlefield, true monarch Dakong knew that he had killed Tan Li. "Fellow Taoist, you're too kind. May I ask how to address you?" Back in Dongling Immortal City, true monarch Dakong hadn't paid any attention to Chen Mobai, a minor character, so he naturally didn't know the latter's identity and couldn't help but return the greeting and ask. "I am Chen Gixian of the Five Elements sect." Chen Mobai immediately introduced himself, and at the same time, his second primordial spirit transformed into a precious pearl and disappeared into the back of his head. Seeing this scene, Uzora Shinjun confirmed his suspicions. He actually cultivated a primordial spirit avatar at the nascent soul stage. As a nascent soul cultivator of the Takesu Misty Palace, true Lord Dakong's knowledge far surpasses that of Su Taifeng. He immediately realized that Chen Mobai's true form was still a nascent soul, while the avatar beside him was a true divine spirit. In the history of the Heavenly River realm, such a situation, though rare, is not unheard of. For example, in the Star God Temple of the Northern Continent, Yuan Chen Zhenjun, one of the four true ones, relied on the sect's treasure to refine a set of 12 Yuan Chen Star God incarnations when he was in the nascent soul stage, thus possessing the combat power of a god transformation. "So it's you, young friend. No wonder, no wonder." Although the Great Void True Lord had never met Chen Mobai, he had heard of his name. Considering that the One Yuan True Lord was able to leave behind a primordial spirit avatar to guard the Five Emperors Mountain after his ascension, Chen Mobai, as the inheritor of the One Yuan lineage, possessing an avatar of such a level, must have obtained the true foundation left by the One Yuan True Lord in the Eastern Wilderness. If one possesses the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator before reaching the divine transformation stage, then the most difficult tribulation for nascent soul to divine transformation stage will be a piece of cake. Thinking about it this way, Chen Mobai can basically be regarded as a nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, when Lord De Kong spoke, his attitude was very amiable. "I dare not accept such praise. I am of the same generation as Brother Zhang. You may simply call me by my name, Senior." Although Chen Mobai knew that he now possessed the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator, he still maintained respect for a true nascent soul cultivator. "Haha, young friend, you are too modest. In this world, seniority among cultivators is determined by their cultivation level. Now that you have cultivated your primordial spirit avatar, you will soon be one of us." As he spoke, true Lord Dakong took out 2 communication talismans, quickly wrote some messages with his divine sense, and then, with a flick of his fingers, they turned into 2 streaks of silver light and disappeared. This time, it was Biluo who said that a wild fifth-order true spirit had appeared near Dongling Immortal City, so I asked junior brother Wuchen to take care of that golden flame Suani first, and I came to check the situation myself. in order to prevent a fire in the backyard. Seeing the look of confusion in Chen Mobai's eyes, true Lord Dakong also spoke up to explain. I see. I wonder how that golden flame Suani is doing now. Chen Mobai immediately grasped the key point and asked the most crucial question. It was severely injured by me and junior brother Wuchen, but it still managed to escape into another lair. Junior brother Wuchen and I joined forces to block it, and once the heavenly and earthly Xuanji formation is ready again, we can enter it and kill it completely. After hesitating for a moment, Dakong Zhenjun did not hide anything and told Chen Mobai the truth. After all, Chen Mobai represents the One Yuan Taoist lineage, which is a sacred land in the eastern continent. In theory, the fruits of pioneering should also include those from his lineage. However, before they started clearing the land, Chen Mobai did not tell them that he possessed a primordial spirit incarnation, so he did not include their lineage in the count. Now that we know, Lord Dakong feels it is necessary to set things right. Chen Mobai, do you need my help? Now that true monarch Dakong already knows about the second primordial spirit, Chen Mobai no longer needs to hide it. Moreover, after killing Su Taifeng and Lily, the other two people will probably be even less likely to make a move. So he decided to stop pretending. It would be best if you would be willing to help, young friend. Then I can give you a true spirit pill of the saintly realm in a legitimate way. These words from the great void true Lord filled Chen Mobai with joy. These senior cultivators from the righteous path of the eastern continent who have reached the nascent soul stage are all quite remarkable. Whether it was Yuan Kink, Wuchen, or even Dakong in front of him, they all took great care of him. At this moment, he was also very grateful that he had come here with the help of the tortoise treasure and had entered the righteous path from the beginning. Just as the two were talking, streaks of nascent soul spiritual light suddenly flew from the northern sky and quickly landed in the huge pit. Led by the palace master of Biluo Palace, they all bowed to true monarch Dakong and said, "Greetings, true monarch." Chen Mobai saw that besides the palace master of Biluo Palace, there were also familiar nascent soul cultivators such as Xingji and Tude behind her. However, when Dakong Zhenjun saw that everyone was only bowing to him, he frowned and looked displeased. "Didn't you see that young friend Chen is also here? Why don't you bow to him quickly?" His words left the palace master of Biluo Palace and the other nascent soul cultivators looking on in surprise, wondering why they were bowing to Chen Mobai, a fellow nascent soul cultivator. Even if he is a direct disciple of the One Yuan True Lord, he doesn't deserve such respect from them, does he? He's not a disciple of the true King of the Void. But since it was a request from a nascent soul cultivator, they could only suppress their discomfort and greet Chen Mobai with clasped hands. "Greetings, sect leader Chen." Chen Mobai smiled and nodded, not caring about such a trivial matter. After the brief incident, the many nascent soul cultivators looked at the tanuki, now a corpse, in the center of the pit, and all showed expressions of admiration. As expected of true monarch Dakong, he easily killed a fifth-order true spirit with just a slight move. Xingji, who had followed, was the first to praise it, and the nascent soul cultivators around him, such as Tude, immediately echoed him. Upon sensing the presence of a wild fifth-tier true spirit, these cultivators, who were originally slaying demonic beasts in the desolate ruins to earn morality coins, immediately fled into the eastern mausoleum immortal city to prevent the fifth-tier true spirit from turning its attention to them after massacring the five elements sect in the Kun position. When the palace masters of Biluo Palace received the message from true monarch Dakong that a fifth-order true spirit had died, they all took the initiative to come over, wanting to become familiar with the nascent soul cultivators. Therefore, upon its arrival, it was met with a barrage of praise. As for the strange, scorching aura around them, they assumed it was because there was a fire vein here that had been shattered and dispersed during the battle between nascent soul cultivators. Insolence, the great sky true monarch, whose expression had just improved, turned red with anger upon seeing everyone's flattery of him and immediately rebuked them. Xingji and the others, who were still thinking of all sorts of compliments, suddenly froze on the spot, their mouths agape, looking completely bewildered. Is it wrong to praise someone? This wild fifth-order true spirit was already dead before I arrived. It was young friend Chen who killed it. At this moment, true monarch Dakong pointed to the fox spirit still in the center of the pit, his face dark, indicating that he did not kill it. This. Upon hearing his words, everyone's eyes widened in shock. If one didn't know that the true lord of the divine transformation was a man of his word, one would think they had heard a joke. A fifth-tier true spirit is no match for even the strongest nascent soul cultivator. Recalling how true monarch Dakong had them pay their respects to Chen Mobai, an incredulous thought flashed through everyone's minds. Tude swallowed hard, his face showing a mixture of fear and confusion. Sect leader Chen, have you already reached the nascent soul stage? As the person of the highest status present and a disciple of true monarch Dakong, Palace Master Biluo couldn't help but ask a question out of shock. No, I'm still at the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai shook his head and spoke the truth. The three nascent soul cultivators standing behind the Palace Master of Biluo, Tuda, and Xuan Shui Yan Huo, all breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. Just now, they were even thinking about how they could surrender and greet Chen Mobai without losing face if he had already reached the divine realm. Young friend Chen has already cultivated the One Yuan Dao body personally taught by Senior One Yuan to the level of the primordial spirit. This fifth-order wild true spirit was unlucky. It had been hidden in the desolate ruins for thousands of years, and it encountered you as soon as it emerged and was killed. At this moment, true monarch Dakong spoke up and explained the reason. Since Chen Mobai had stopped pretending, he cooperated by raising the pure yang pearl from behind his head, thus evolving a second primordial spirit. The innate pure yang energy, equivalent to the nascent soul realm, spread out, surprising everyone and making them realize the truth. No wonder this battlefield is covered with traces of the rampage of fire elemental power. So that's what happened. Congratulations, sect leader Chen, on mastering your divine abilities. Thanks to the presence of true monarch turtle immortal. Otherwise, tens of thousands of cultivators would probably have died under this fifth-order true spirit. As expected of the One Yuan lineage, they were actually able to cultivate a primordial spirit avatar at the nascent soul stage. In an instant, the many nascent soul cultivators who were praising true monarch Dakong immediately turned their attention to Chen Mobai, changing the words they hadn't yet uttered and showering him with praise. Many people also looked at the cultivators from the One Yuan Dao Palace, including Tuda. Now, the debate over the legitimacy of the one element has come to an end. I just don't know if Thucydides is willing to admit defeat. Congratulations, junior brother Chen. Your One Yuan Dao body is somewhat different from the one passed down by the Dao Palace ancestor. At this moment, Tuda finally came to his senses. He suppressed his fear, gritted his teeth, and congratulated Chen Mobai. However, he also said something that seemed very strange to everyone. Only Xuan Shui and Yan Huo behind Tuda understood. Because Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit is completely different from the primordial Dao body they have ever seen. However, under these circumstances, they did not have the courage to say that Chen Mobai was not a legitimate heir of the One Yuan, and only Tuda still intended to try to win him over. The One Yuan Dao body that the One Yuan ancestor passed down to your Five Emperors Mountain lineage is based on the external incarnation, one of the 24 great techniques of the longevity sect. However, considering that future disciples would not have the same resources and talents as him, he simplified it considerably. My One Yuan Dao body is the original external avatar, which is more comprehensive and powerful than what your One Yuan Dao Palace has inherited. Senior brother Tude was able to see this point. He truly deserves to be the leader of the Five Emperors Mountain lineage. Chen Mobai, however, gave a reason with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Xuan Shui and Yan Huo both looked enlightened and believed Chen Mobai's words. Even Tuda was skeptical. The greatest opportunity that Yiyuan Zhenjun received from his rise from a mere pioneering cultivator to ascension was the legacy left behind by the celestial venerable of the longevity sect. They had heard from the previous Grand Elder and Palace Master that the One Yuan Dao body was derived from an external incarnation. To be able to cultivate a primordial spirit avatar at the nascent soul stage is something that no one in the entire history of the One Yuan Dao Palace has ever accomplished. It must be an external avatar. The original longevity cult's great art was actually this powerful. While everyone was shocked, they also remembered that when Chen Mobai first debuted in the Eastern Wilderness, he had revealed that he was the holy son of the longevity sect. At that time, everyone thought he had only received a small part of the longevity sect's inheritance. After all, as the original great sect of the Eastern continent, many cultivators have obtained incomplete 5 elements immortal scriptures and 24 great techniques from various ruins. Although occasionally some extraordinary individuals can master them, because they are incomplete, they are only of reference value to these nascent soul cultivators. Therefore, no one cared about Chen Mobai's claim of being the holy son of the longevity sect. But now that I think about it, what this person received was probably not the incomplete inheritance of the longevity sect, but rather the same as that of the One Yuan True Lord. Or rather, he obtained everything from the One Yuan True Monarch, and also inherited the causal link between this ascended cultivator and the longevity sect. Having thought this through, no one had any further doubts about Chen Mobai's background. It must have been that before the One Yuan True Monarch ascended to heaven, he discovered that he had not yet cleared up the ties between himself and the longevity sect, so he left behind his true legacy in the Eastern Wilderness, which was obtained by the peerless genius Chen Mobai more than 6,000 years later. It matches perfectly, all of them match perfectly. At this moment, even Tu suddenly realized that Chen Gixian, compared to himself, was undoubtedly the true orthodox one. Junior brother, you must have obtained a true spirit pill by slaying a 5th-tier true spirit today. I congratulate you on your early success in becoming a deity. I hope you will visit 5 Emperors Mountain more often in the future and teach us branch sects the orthodox secret techniques. Chen Mobai was somewhat stunned by Tu's words. Has his supposedly legitimate One Yuan system, which has been a sham for over a century, finally become real? It was even acknowledged by the legitimate representative himself. If I were to ascend to the spirit void immortal realm in the future and meet the One Yuan True Lord, would this matter enrage him? But at this point, Chen Mobai certainly couldn't admit that he was a fake. No problem, no problem. I will come to Wudi Mountain to retrieve the Hunyuan Bell after I reach the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai was not polite at all. He just wanted to get the benefits first. Having a 6th-tier magic artifact gives one confidence to face both the war of opening up the immortal sects and the potential formidable enemy, true monarch Tianling, in the heavenly river realm. Master, true lord, the demonic beasts over the Can position have recently been rampaging. If our Dao Palace cultivators are away for too long, the territory we just occupied and built up may be destroyed. Tu dared not agree to the Hunyuan Bell, but he also dared not refuse Chen Mobai, a nascent soul cultivator. He could only bid farewell and prepare to go back and think carefully about what choice he should make in the future. Should we surrender immediately or fight to the death? Young friend, since you are one of our kind, you can give the orders. Faced with Tu's departure, the Kong Zhenjun said something very kindly to Chen Mobai. Then I'll trouble senior brother Tu to clear the land for the sect in the Can position. Senior brothers and sisters, you've worked hard too. Chen Mobai smiled and nodded in agreement. In front of so many people, Tu had already yielded and admitted to being a branch sect member. If he were to go all out and kill them all, it would be somewhat unlike the righteous path. In front of outsiders, Chen Mobai was still willing to show his magnanimity, and he did not forget to greet Xuan Shui and Yan Huo behind Tu. In the future, these will all be our people. It's not hard work at all. Of course. Xuan Shui and Yan Huo both spoke immediately, responding to Chen Mobai with respectful expressions. Xuan Shui, in particular, recalled how she had privately criticized Chen Mobai for being a country bumpkin with no manners. She only hoped that this sentence would never be known to the Master Roshi in front of her. "Master, let's go suppress the demonic beasts first." Seeing Xuan Shui and Yan Huo's attitude, Tu De knew that it was impossible for him to incite the Yi Yuan Dao Palace to oppose the five-element sect. After a silent sigh and taking his leave, he had already made his decision. "Young friend, why don't we pack up and leave together?" The Kang Zhenjun looked at Tanuki's corpse and said to Chen Mobai, who nodded, took out a storage bag and put Tanuki's corpse inside. In front of this nascent soul cultivator from the Void Palace, there was no need for him to use his domain. After learning that the true king of Taixu was searching for the gate of Taixu, Chen Mobai felt that he still needed to be more cautious to avoid being exposed. If the one who taught me the 4 books of Taixu is indeed that person, then he will naturally come looking for me again in the future. For now, let's continue to interact with these cultivators in the Heavenly River realm, as the successor of the One Yuan Orthodox lineage and the Holy Son of the Longevity sect. After Chen Mobai carefully collected the corpse of the fox spirit, he activated the Taiyi 5 smoke silk to transport everyone aboard. With this demonic beast and the golden flame Suani, Senior Wuchen Zhenjun will be able to refine 2 batches of Tong Sheng Zhenling pills. It seems our hopes are much higher. On the way back, Xingji couldn't help but say that she was already thinking about a bright future. That's hard to say. After all, refining the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill is a very energy-consuming task. Senior Wu Chen will probably only refine 1 batch in the short term. The speaker was the palace master of Biluo Palace, but her words carried the weight of the 3 great holy lands. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression shifted, and he looked at true monarch Dakong. Biluo is right. In the eastern continent, although we are willing for the righteous path to produce new nascent soul true monarchs, we do not want the number to exceed our control. 1 furnace is a tacit agreement reached by our 3 sects. The great void true lord directly transmitted his voice to Chen Mobai, explaining the reason behind it. After the 3 holy lands divide the spoils from a single batch of Tong Sheng Zhenling Dan, at most only 2 or 3 pills will be given to righteous cultivators like Xing Jai Hong Yun. Now, because of Chen Mobai, the 4 holy lands will distribute the grains, and outsiders will only get 1 or 2 at most. In this way, even if a new nascent soul cultivator emerges, the situation will still be under the control of these established holy lands, ensuring that they can dominate the eastern continent together. The predecessors were farsighted. Chen Mobai immediately understood the key point and responded to Dakong Zhenjun. At this moment, Xingji's smile froze. With his wisdom, he understood the meaning of the 3 holy lands from the words of the palace master of Biluo. Previously, it was because Yuan Kink ascended to heaven that the number of nascent soul cultivators in the eastern continent was insufficient, which is why they gave the nascent soul cultivators outside the Holy Land such an opportunity, hoping that a new pillar of nascent soul cultivation would emerge in the righteous path. Now that Chen Mobai is here, the chances of Shengxi of the moral sect breaking through are also very high. In other words, the original pattern of the 4 holy lands can be maintained tacitly and continue to rule the eastern continent. However, there is still hope for Xingji. He only needs to compete with Tuda, Hong Yun, Han Xingzi, Mu Yaoi, and others. At least the 4 holy lands will definitely give up 1 true spirit pill of sainthood to an outsider, as long as you can ensure that you have the most morality coin outside of the 4 holy sites. Thinking of this, Xingji suddenly felt unsteady on his feet and took his leave. Among the sacred sites guarded by our sect, many demonic beasts have also gone berserk due to the aura of 5th-tier true spirits. Knowing Xingji's thoughts, Dakong Zhenjun did not stop him and waved his hand to let him go. At this time, they had already arrived at Dongling Immortal City. A clear beam of light rode the white clouds and flew up. It was Shengxi, who had come to take over the defensive array of Dongling Immortal City after being notified by the palace master of Biluo Palace. He first bowed to True Lord Dakong and thanked him for killing the 5th-tier true spirit. "It wasn't me." Facing Shengxi, True Lord Dakong was relatively restrained and patiently pointed at Chen Mobai to explain again. Upon hearing this, even with his composure, Shanxi couldn't help but show a shocked expression, and the white clouds beneath his feet almost dissipated. Sect leader Chen is truly humble. He has achieved such a sculpted form, yet he has not boasted about it. Upon hearing Shanxi's words, Chen Mobai waved his hand dismissively. It's merely the completion of a protective divine power, nothing to mention. For us cultivators, it's the breakthrough in our own cultivation and the extension of our lifespan that are truly worth celebrating. Everyone was filled with admiration when Chen Mobai said this. This time, we owe a great debt to sect leader Chen. Otherwise, we might not have been able to defend this immortal city against a fifth-tier true spirit. Shanxi thanked Chen Mobai sincerely, then welcomed him and De Kong Zhenjun to the top floor of Kaiyan Yuan Tower, and asked Xuand and Qi Jiansu to arrange the best food to be served. Xuand and Qi Jiansu came downstairs with shocked looks, and Chen Mobai briefly explained the situation of his battle with the fifth-tier fox spirit. Because Li was constantly being attacked, he had enough time to build up his strength and unleash the peak Yuan Yang sword technique, so there wasn't much to say about it. It means we'll have a great battle and then kill it. I wonder what sect leader Chen plans to do with Tan Li's corpse. If you are willing to give it up, sect leader Chen can go into our moral sect's treasury and choose equivalent fifth-tier resources. Shanxi asked about the fight in order to bring the topic here. For the moral sect, the corpse of a fifth-order true spirit is guaranteed to yield a batch of saintly true spirit pills. Moreover, they can use it themselves, or even if they give half to Chen Mobai, it can at least guarantee that future generations of Taoist disciples and saintesses will have the opportunity to become gods. I originally intended to use it to forge some magical artifacts. With my forging skills, forging 2 fifth-tier defensive magical artifacts shouldn't be a problem. Chen Mobai shared his thoughts. The fox's fur could be used to make a magic robe for his precious disciple Zhuo Ming, and its 2 fangs could be used to forge a pair of hook-shaped flying swords. It seems that sect leader Chen has fully inherited the weapon-refining legacy of true monarch Yiyuan. I wonder if he could reserve a spot for a fire-tending boy when he's refining something. I have a friend in Jiangsu whose son is extremely obsessed with weapon refining. I'm thinking of getting him a 5th-tier weapon refiner title. At this moment, the palace master of Biluo Palace couldn't help but speak up. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's lips twitched slightly. He strongly disapproved of this trend. However, since the palace master of Biluo Palace is a disciple of the Great Void True Lord, he still has to give him this much face. Of course, no problem. Please leave a message talisman, Palace Master. If I am about to refine a magic weapon, I will send you a message. Thank you. The palace mistress of Biluo thanked her happily. There are many valuable items in the treasure trove of the moral sect that I covet. If you have time in the future, you can go and take a look. Great Void True Lord spoke, Chen Mobai said, and nodded in agreement. As the oldest holy land in the eastern continent and a famous alchemy sect in the heavenly river realm, the moral sect's foundation is no less than that of the holy lands in the central continent. If they could reach an agreement, Chen Mobai was willing to exchange the essence of the fox spirit for their blood. How are the preparations for the heavenly and earthly Xuanji formations progressing? De Kong Zhenjun then asked Shenzi about serious matters. The spiritual veins are not yet fully upgraded. It will probably take another 6 months. Shanxi reported the progress. The nest where the golden flame Suani was hiding had a natural formation, so the 2 nascent soul true monarchs could not break in. The simplest solution is to use the heavenly and earthly Xuanji array to seal the spiritual veins of the nest, thus breaking the array. If it's a formation. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai felt that it was his territory. Chapter 1076, Killing the Golden Flame Suani. Chapter 1076, Killing the Golden Flame Suani. I have some knowledge of formations, and perhaps I can offer some assistance, Chen Mobai said modestly. Upon hearing this, Shanxi hesitated. Yiyuan Zhenjun is renowned in the Tian realm for his weapon crafting skills, but his mastery of formations is merely passable. In the art of formations, the moral sect is the best in the eastern continent. After all, with the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument as their supreme treasure, the disciples of the moral sect used it as a benchmark for comprehending and cultivating formations. As long as they had talent, they could basically achieve something in their studies. However, Chen Mobai's Zion Ancient Shop, in addition to magical artifacts, also has various exquisite talismans and formations. In the Eastern continent, he is also recognized as an outstanding formation master. Young friend, let's go take a look at Longyuan Cave first. The great Void True Monarch spoke up, saying that regardless of Chen Mobai's level of formation skills, his second primordial spirit was indeed at the nascent soul stage. If the three nascent soul cultivators of the Eastern continent joined forces, they might be able to break that natural formation and kill the golden flame Suani. Then I'll have to trouble sect leader Chen to make the trip. Shangxi quickly said that no matter what, Chen Mobai's help was a good thing for their moral sect. At this moment, Xuan and Qi Jiansu, who had gone down to prepare the food, also brought up a group of maids with them, the finest dishes from Cayenne Yuan Lu. Chen Mobai was about to pick up his chopsticks to taste the food, but De Kong Zhenjun had already gotten up. Just as the palace master of Biluo Palace and the two sect leaders of Shangxi were preparing to respectfully send off the two nascent soul cultivators, two beams of light, one blue and one silver, flew in from outside and landed in their palms. Chen Mobai recognized it as a message talisman, but how could it be received by the leaders of the two holy lands at the same time? Had something happened? Just as he was thinking this, the palace master of Biluo Palace and Shangxi's expressions changed drastically, with the former even handing the communication talisman directly to true monarch Dakong. "You wicked demon, how dare you!" After reading it, the great Sky True Lord's face turned red, and he angrily crushed the message talisman in his hand into powder. Demonic cultivators have appeared in various parts of Dongli. The Jade Spirit Lake which our sect occupied has been reclaimed by the Demon Exorcism sect, and the Yellow Springs Mountain, where the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect is located, has also been breached. Shangxi walked to Chen Mobai's side and handed him the blue communication talisman as they spoke. The demonic path actually dares to show its face. Chen Mobai was slightly startled upon hearing this. Before Yuan Kink ascended to immortality, he killed all the demonic cultivators who had reached the nascent soul stage. Now, the power of the moral sect alone is enough to suppress the demonic forces of Dongli. The reason why the demonic path was able to survive was mainly because Dongli was too big. After the righteous cultivators occupied the most important fifth-order spiritual veins, they were busy receiving and developing Dongli's mineral veins and other resources, and had no time to search for a needle in a haystack. Because of their customs, the demonic path likes to steal from others, so most of the mineral veins in Dongli, except for the spirit stone mines, are well preserved. After the major factions in the east took over Dongli, they felt that resources were everywhere, so they sent people to develop the area. Among these, the four holy sites naturally take the lead. Even Zhao Yuli, who was kicked out of the Five Emperors Mountain by Tuda, obtained a fourth-order spiritual vein and a vast expanse of uninhabited spiritual fields. After more than 40 years of development, the most prosperous areas of the Dongli spiritual vein have basically been successfully developed and managed by the major sects of Dongzhu. They not only cultivate various kinds of spiritual rice, but also rare flowers, exotic herbs, and precious medicinal materials. Just when they thought they would soon reap the rewards, enter a positive cycle, and earn a large number of spirit stones, the hidden demonic cultivators suddenly jumped out at this moment. On the demonic path, there is a mysterious flying yaksha, which is probably raised by the corpse disintegration demonic sect. Shangxi spoke with a solemn expression. Chen Mobai had already finished reading the message from the moral sect. Things were more serious than he had imagined. The flying yaksha made its first move at Yellow Springs Mountain, where the four nascent soul cultivators, 12 core formation cultivators, and hundreds of disciples of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect who were guarding the mountain perished. It was precisely because everyone was dead that the other righteous sects in Dongli did not receive the news. Fortunately, disciples at the headquarters of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect noticed that the soul tablets of the four nascent soul cultivators were broken, and asked cultivators from holy lands such as the morality sect in Dongli to help check on the situation. The two nascent soul cultivators guarding Dongli were also greatly surprised when they received the news. But before they could investigate, they discovered that demonic cultivators had already swarmed over. The moral sect was unlucky. They encountered a mysterious flying yaksha leading a group. Although they had a teleportation array, they only managed to escape with two nascent soul cultivators. The Takesu Misty Palace also suffered significant losses. Apart from the high-level cultivators who escaped by relying on the secret techniques of the void, all those below the core formation stage were wiped out. Moreover, all the hard work he had put into Dongli over the decades had fallen into the hands of the demonic path. Chen Mobai finally understood why true Lord De Kong was so angry. This is like Zhu Ming working hard for decades to help him restore the land of Dongwu, only to have it suddenly stolen by the demons of the desolate sea. The flying yaksha is equivalent to the nascent soul stage. If they obtain a large amount of essence blood, they might even be able to advance to a higher level. The palace master of Biluo Palace looked worried. Over the past few decades, the major sects of the eastern lands have relocated a considerable number of people in order to govern Dongli. Now, after 3 generations, they are the best blood food for the demonic path. You two prepare the army. My friend and I will go to Dragon Abyss Cave first. If necessary, we can only set up a seal to trap the golden flame lion there and let it live for a while longer. The great void true lord gave instructions to Shenxi and the palace master of Biluo. While pioneering is important, the Eastern Li demonic path is an even greater threat. Comparing the two, we'll probably have to give up on the golden flame lion for now. Chen Mobai nodded, agreeing with De Kong Zhenjun's judgment. The silver ring on the wrist of the great void true monarch shimmered, and Chen Mobai felt a surge of void power flowing towards him. He hesitated, but did not resist, allowing the silver light to envelop him. In the blink of an eye, he and true monarch De Kong disappeared from Kaiyan Yuan Tower. Xuan, you are familiar with Dongli. Go to Zheniao Immortal City to keep watch and prevent the Dongli demon army from crossing the border and entering the eastern land. After the two nascent soul cultivators left, Shenxi immediately began to take command. Xuan, who was standing to the side, had accumulated enough contributions during the war between the righteous and demonic factions, which was why he was able to obtain the true spirit pill of the sage. Yes, sect leader. Xuan did not hesitate, nodded to accept the order, and then turned to leave. After selecting 7 nascent soul cultivators from the morality sect, he used the teleportation array set up by the Takesu Misty Palace to return to the eastern land first, and then went to the demon suppression immortal city on the border. Upon seeing this, the palace master of Biluo Palace summoned Zhang Pengkong and ordered him to represent the Takesu Pyo Palace on the eastern border. Just as the two holy lands were mobilizing their troops to deal with the aggressive demonic forces, Chen Mobai was already being carried by the great void true monarch, constantly teleporting through the void. In just a few breaths, he had already traversed tens of thousands of miles. Finally, they arrived at a sinkhole deep within a desolate ruin. This is where the golden flame Suwani hid. It used to be the lair of an earth attribute true spirit. I saw traces of dragon scales on the pit wall, so I named it Dragon Abyss Cave. As De Kong Zhenjun spoke, he first descended towards the enormous, bottomless sinkhole. Seeing this, Chen Mobai also activated Tei Liu and followed him in. A strange, eerie wind blew out of the cave, carrying a chill that made Chen Mobai feel somewhat uncomfortable. The golden flame Suwani is a fire attribute true spirit, so why would it use this place as its lair? Chen Mobai asked, somewhat puzzled, but De Kong Zhenjun shook his head. As the two descended, the surrounding light grew dimmer. Although this did not pose a significant obstacle for them, Chen Mobai still activated his second primordial spirit, allowing him to wield the Hayashan mirror, a magical artifact, to illuminate the surroundings. My darling, the great Void True Lord immediately recognized that the Hayashin mirror was full of spiritual power and was Chen Mobai's natal magic weapon. As Chen Mobai advances to the nascent soul stage in the future, the Hayashin mirror will definitely become a fifth-order item. Soon, the two of them reach the bottom of the cave. This is a spacious area, with 3 rounded openings on the east side of the cave wall. A cold and dense spiritual energy emanates from them, like 3 gaping mouths waiting for them to enter. The rock walls extending from the 3 cave entrances were covered with various scale-like patterns. Chen Mobai quickly realized that these formed a powerful array that prevented even divine sense from penetrating the cave entrances. "They're here." A familiar voice rang out behind Chen Mobai. He turned around and saw Wuchen Zhenjun sitting on a stone platform carved out of the rock wall. He wasn't surprised at all when he saw De Kong Zhenjun bringing Chen Mobai over. Because before, in front of Tanuki's corpse, True Lord De Kong sent 2 message talismans, one of which was for True Lord Wu Chen. "Not bad, not bad, senior brother Xuanchen was right about you. After us old guys, the righteous path needs young pillars like you." Wuchen Zhenjun glanced at the second primordial spirit that was controlling the Hayashin mirror, and nodded slightly, saying this. "Junior brother, something's happened in Dongli." De Kong Zhenjun briefly and quickly recounted the counterattack of the Dongli demonic path. When Wuchen Zhenjun heard about the flying yaksha, his brows furrowed slightly, and he sighed. These are turbulent times. He hadn't forgotten that the Mingzhen still had an incarnation hidden. Besides the flying yaksha, the demonic path might very well have another nascent soul cultivator. Does senior brother have any thoughts? True Monarch Wuchen asked True Monarch Dakong, who then shared his thoughts. The demonic path is the real threat. If the golden flame Suani cannot be killed in a short time, we will have to give up on it for now. What does sect leader Chen think? Wuchen Zhenjun then asked Chen Mobai, who looked at the dragon scale marks around the rock wall, then walked around and, in front of the leftmost cave entrance, nodded and asked, "The golden flame Suani is inside, isn't it?" Wuchen Zhenjun looked at Dakong Zhenjun, who immediately shook his head, indicating that he had not said that. Good. After listening to Wuchen Zhenjun's words, Chen Mobai activated his Tongshan Jiying dialing realm to sense the formation of this dragon abyss cave. Both true monarchs are 5th-tier array masters, so you must have tried quite a few things here. Could you tell me what you've gained? Although Chen Mobai had already roughly figured out the key to this formation using the earth spirit, he still asked the 2 nascent soul true monarchs for their guidance. My claim of being a 5th-tier array master is false. All I can do is set up super teleportation arrays. True Monarch De Kong immediately shook his head. Although his array formation skills were second only to Wu Chen in the eastern continent, he was self-aware. This is what I've learned after 2 years of testing the waters. Wuchen Zhenjun nodded, stretched out his finger and drew a line in the air, drawing out the root and blueprints of the spiritual vein hub in this place that he had explored using the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument. Please, True Lord, use the Xuanji instrument to examine this place. Chen Mobai's eyes lit up when he saw the blueprint in midair. He compared it with what he had sensed from the earth spirit and pointed to a node in the operation of a spiritual vein. Wuchen Zhenjun took out the Xuanji instrument, a supreme treasure, and used it in front of Chen Mobai, making the point clear from a blurry one. Soon, Chen Mobai and Wuchen Zhenjun began to discuss things. Dakong Zhenjun could understand at first, but soon he couldn't keep up. Is this kid's skill in formations really that high? How old is he? How did he learn it? As Dakong Zhenjun watched Chen Mobai meticulously depict the entire dragon scale formation within the cave, he was filled with astonishment. When Chen Mobai first said he had a slight understanding of formations, he thought he really did. After all, a person's energy is limited. While Chen Mobai's skill in weapon crafting is almost the best in the eastern continent, his skill in other areas such as talismans and formations will definitely be weaker. According to Dakong Zhenjun's conjecture, being able to master a 5th-order formation like himself would already be the limit. Now, seeing Chen Mobai and Wuchen Zhenjun discussing, and even the latter gradually starting to agree more, it's clear that this kid's mastery of formations far surpasses his own. That's about it. At this moment, Chen Mobai had already explained his method for breaking the dragon scale formation, and true monarch Wuchen nodded repeatedly. This was a result of discussions between the two array masters. However, although true monarch Wuchen had a high level of cultivation and the Xuanji instrument, he was not as skilled as Chen Mobai, who possessed the Yindi spirit and was also more experienced. The total number of formations that true monarch Wuchen set up in his entire life was only a few hundred. After reaching the divine transformation stage, he devoted himself solely to studying the heavenly and earthly Xuanji arrays. But Chen Mobai is different. The heavenly curtain and earthly network array of Dragon God Star was composed of thousands of arrays. His knowledge of arrays was so extensive that even true monarch Wuchen admired him. I never expected that there would be such a powerful array formation inheritance within the one Yuan Dao lineage. As Wuchen Zhenjun watched Chen Mobai take out various materials from his storage bag and refine various array plates and flags on the spot, he couldn't help but sigh with admiration while lending a helping hand. Not at all in terms of array formation mastery, I am still inferior to true monarch. Chen Mobai remained humble in front of the nascent soul cultivator. During their conversation, he learned that if true monarch Wuchen were to expend his life essence, he could use the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument to activate a sixth-order formation, thus becoming a sixth-order formation master. However, over the years, no one has ever been able to force true monarch Wuchen to this point, so he is still at the 5th rank. With the help of the 128 array flags and 13 array plates were quickly forged. Young friend Chen, please stay here and guard this teleportation array. As Dekong Zhenjun spoke, he inscribed a special teleportation array onto the rock wall platform created by Wuchen Zhenjun. As long as they can break the dragon scale formation and face the injured golden flame Suani, he and true monarch Wuchen can easily kill it. Moreover, if the three of them went in together and there were any unforeseen dangers inside, the righteous path would be completely wiped out. Therefore, the great void true lord meant that Chen Mobai should stay outside and guard their escape route. With this teleportation array for location, even if he encounters danger deep within the Dragon Abyss Cave, he can use the Void Escape technique to bring true monarch Wuchen out. Don't worry, sect leader Chen. If we successfully slay the Golden Flame Suani this time, you will definitely receive one of the true spirit pills of the saintly realm. Fearing that Chen Mobai might misunderstand, true Lord Wuchen made a promise. Then I'll take a break outside and leave the two true lords to slay the demon. Chen Mobai probably understood what the two true lords meant. They should have already decided the ownership of each and every one of these Tong Sheng true spirit pills. Giving them one pill was within their expectations, but giving them two would probably exceed their budget. In that case, it would be difficult to explain to the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect. Chen Mobai has contributed to the formation, and he deserves 1 grain of merit for that. However, if he also contributed to killing the Golden Flame Suani, 1 grain would be too little. Senior brother Dekong, I'll go in first. Wuchen Zhenjun put the array flags and array plates into his storage bag and stepped into the cave where the Golden Flame Suani was hiding. True monarch Dekong immediately followed and entered. Before long, Chen Mobai, at the level of the Earth spirit realm, sensed that an unusual power had been mixed into one of the spiritual vein nodes. He nodded, then lit up the corresponding points of the array in midair. Then, one by one, the spiritual vein nodes lit up. Soon, the mysterious power that had been shrouding the cave entrance began to dissipate, and Chen Mobai's divine sense could probe into it without any hindrance. At the same time, the cold spiritual energy surging from the cave entrance became even more concentrated. Chen Mobai felt that it was somewhat familiar and quickly thought of the innate turbid yin energy. Could this place lead to the underworld? Thinking this way, Chen Mobai resisted the urge to take out the evil ghost disc. He took a few spirit sealing tubes and collected the cold spiritual energy here, intending to compare it with the energy when he got back. Boom! Soon after, a violent tremor came from the depths of the cave, and some weathered stones on the surrounding rock walls began to fall off and fall towards Chen Mobai. He unfolded the Tei 5 smoke garland, transforming it into the Tei Luotian array, which turned all the falling stones into dust. With the destruction of the dragon scale formation by true monarch Wuchen, Chen Mobai was able to perceive the three powerful energies within without any hindrance. One of them, resembling a fiery crystal, was incredibly explosive and intensely hot, yet lacked vital energy. It was clearly the injured golden flame Suani. In contrast, true monarch Dakong and true monarch Wuchen were handling the situation with ease, gradually wearing down the golden flame Suani's essence. However, since it was a battle between nascent soul cultivators, as time went on, Chen Mobai discovered that deep cracks had begun to appear in the surrounding rock walls, and the underground cave was showing signs of collapse. Seeing this, Chen Mobai stepped in to support the cracked rock wall, while simultaneously having his second primordial spirit sit beside the teleportation array left by the Great Void True Monarch. To avoid any potential accidents, Chen Mobai also began to push the power of the Tei Luotian formation to its limit. He began to reverse the situation, using the formation to control the spiritual vein. In addition to the spiritual veins, he also took out pieces of spirit stones. Soon, the light of the Tei Luotian formation grew brighter and brighter, gradually merging into the surroundings and even beginning to replace the dragon scale formation. At this moment, the array flags and array plates that had been planted in various parts of the spiritual veins by true monarch Wuchen were also sensed by Chen Mobai, and combined with the Tei Luotian array under his Yingdi Ling realm. The spiritual energy around Chen Mobai began to flow faster. Deep in the cave, array eyes lit up one by one. True monarch Wuchen felt that the cold spiritual energy that had been hindering them was slowly dissipating, and in turn, it helped them to eliminate the natal true flame of the golden flame Suani. His mastery of formations is probably more than the 5th level. Upon discovering this, true monarch Wuchen was also shocked. At this moment, the golden flame Suani knew that its death was imminent. Its eyes, like fireballs, emitted a scarlet light, and with an enormous roar, it spat out a golden pearl as dazzling as the sun. That beast is fighting desperately. Seeing this, true monarch Wuchen's eyes tensed slightly. If a 5th-tier inner core were to self-destruct, he would be severely injured at such close range. Haha, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The great void true lord burst into laughter, and the golden ring on his left hand suddenly flew out, heading towards the inner core ring spat out by the golden flame Suani. The golden ring spun, seemingly transforming into a dark vortex that connected to some mysterious place, consuming the incredibly powerful inner core. Shichuo Ridge. The cultivators of the 5 blazing heaven sects sat in their respective positions according to the formation, and under the guidance of the red cloud, they poured their spiritual power into the purifying world pot. Hang Yun had already received notification from De Kong Zhenjun before he made his move against the golden flame Suani. He didn't ask about the specifics, but simply followed the instructions of the transformation god to keep the purification pot constantly open. This situation has been going on for half a day, and many cultivators from the 5 blazing heaven veins have begun to slack off. Even Hang Yun herself was filled with doubt. But at that moment, his expression suddenly changed. Hang Yun and many nascent soul cultivators from the 5 lineages of burning, heaven felt an indescribable, vast true power suddenly appear within the purifying world pot. They could sense that this was the crystallization of boundless true fire. Moreover, their level and strength far surpassed those of everyone present. With a soft poof, those cultivators below the nascent soul stage who had formed their core could not withstand the shock and impact of this power and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Some of the other foundation establishment and chi refining cultivators bled from all 7 orifices and turned pale, while many more fainted directly. Only the nascent soul cultivators, including Hang Yun, gritted their teeth and persevered. because they knew that if they failed to use the purifying pot to contain and suppress this power, not only would they ruin the important affairs of the Holy Land, but the backlash would also severely damage their vitality. Elder, I can't hold on much longer. Blood trickled from the corner of Beiwu ancestor's mouth as he spoke to Hong Yun. We implore sect leader Nai to invite nascent soul cultivators from the three ice heaven lineages to come and help. At this moment, Hong Yun dared not take all the credit for herself and immediately asked Nai Yunzhang, who was protecting her not far away, for help. Han Xingzi, who had been waiting for a long time, was overjoyed and took out the treasure of the broken jade palace to help suppress the innate blazing yang true fire that was emerging from the mouth of the pure world pot. Roar! Inside the cave, the golden flame lion roared in anger, realizing that its inner core had lost contact, and it became extremely anxious. At this moment, it only regretted not detonating its inner core inside its body. In this way, the human race's gods will get nothing. Excellent, the purification pot of the 5 meridians of burning heaven is indeed useful. Seeing this, true monarch Wuchen was overjoyed. The golden ring of the great void true lord can open a portal to any place, allowing one to fish in various lands. Before this land reclamation, it was already connected to the mouth of the purification pot. This was to deal with the self-destruction of the golden flame lion's inner core. However, they were not sure whether the purification pot could completely swallow the inner core of a fifth-order true spirit. However, for them, the worst they would lose is just one inner core. If the purifying pot cannot absorb it, the 5 veins of the burning heaven will also die. Once the golden flame Suani spits out its inner core, the great void true lord will be able to transfer it away. The only concern is that the golden flame Suani is too fierce. To prevent the essence and blood of the corpse from falling into the hands of the moral sect and being refined into pills, it directly detonates its inner core within its body. Therefore, to avoid this, both of them left themselves room to maneuver when they surrounded and killed each other, allowing the golden flame Suani to think that it might be able to escape by taking advantage of the opportunity to self-destruct its inner core. Bind. After transferring the 5th-tier inner core into the cleansing pot, the great void true monarch had no more worries. He smiled and activated his silver ring, putting it around the neck of the golden flame Suani, causing it to stumble and crash into the mountain wall as it tried to escape deeper into the cave. With a deafening roar, the cave began to collapse. But when true Lord Wuchen turned the Xuanji instrument in his hand, all the stones seemed to reverse time and return to their original positions, except for the golden flame lion, which was embedded in the stone wall. How to kill? After sealing all the essence within the golden flame Suani with the silver ring, True Lord Dakong asked True Lord Wuchen beside him. Bleeding while the person is alive makes the refining of the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, a type of elixir, more effective. Wuchen Zhenjun said this sentence without any expression. Okay, from which part? The great void true lord nodded, his eyes flashing with silver light as he asked the question, his right hand forming a sword finger, the secret Tai Su true sword technique already being unleashed. I am willing to surrender and become the true Lord's beast of burden. Please spare my life. Bound by the silver ring, the golden flame Suani saw the Taiksu true sword falling above its head, and its mental state finally shattered, causing it to beg for mercy. When you killed my Dayad sect disciples, you probably didn't expect this day to come. Wuchen Zhenjun arrived in front of the golden flame Suani, pointed to its heart, and asked a question with a calm expression. The reason for this land reclamation was that a disciple of the moral sect was killed by the golden flame lion while gathering herbs in the desolate ruins. True Lord, I was wrong. I'm a true spirit with a long lifespan. I can sign a blood pact with you to protect your sect. I am useful to you. The golden flame Suani kept begging for mercy, but when it mockingly devoured the same disciple of the moral sect who was also begging for mercy, its fate today was already sealed. The Taiksu true sword pierced through, and the golden flame Suani felt its essence and blood draining away. It tried to struggle, but it was all in vain under the restraint of the silver ring. A short while later, Chen Mobai outside sensed that the intense aura deep within the cave had completely dissipated.